Chad. We are back at an earlier time today, and it is the final day of the TePe Sigeman Tournament. What an exciting event has this been! Totally unexpected. And welcome, Sahaj Bhai. Of course, we have GCT Poland later on in 2 hours, but today, because it's the final round, it's starting early. And we have seen, Sahaj Bhai, the event starting early can sometimes throw some players off. We remember the Olympiad in 2022 when the Indian
Oh,
team collapsed in the final round. Do you think we could see something crazy tonight in the final round?
so first to set the stage, I think morning. By the way, that has to be
Oh,
addressed. Look at that, the
oh,
handshake between the goat and well, the
future
future
goat.
goat, shall we say? Let's go, handshakes incoming. But Chad, the fact that this match is played in the morning, I feel is it makes it tougher for both players
Yeah.
because सुबह सुबह खेलने की आदत किसी चेस प्लेयर को नहीं होती. कैन वी अग्री ऑन दैट टिकू भाई? एंड इज दैट द फर्स्ट मूव? भाई मैं रो दूंगा. नो दैट्स नॉट. आई थिंक दैट्स द इनॉग्रल मूव बीइंग प्लेड आउट एंड दैट वाज नाइट C3. भाई मैग्नस ने नाइट A3 खेला था उसके साथ. एंड मैं 2 मिनट 2 सेकंड के लिए मैं बहुत डर गया भाई.
Chat, welcome to the stream. Do like the stream because this is an important day. First of all, let me highlight how many crazy possibilities we could see today either way. First of all, it could be a comeback victory for Magnus. Handshakes, by the way, we'll come to that soon. Up they say pawn to d4. Can we have the board quickly on screen? There it is, Sahaj Bhai. Pawn to d4 is Magnus Carlsen's. Oh, no, that's Arjun. Sorry, my bad. Arjun played d4. Sorry, Magnus has not played. He also played d4. Amazing.
Magnus plays D4 as well, bhai. We have D4, D5, so queen's pawn opening on the board. QGD, Slav, इसमें से कुछ possible. So relatively quite a solid approach from Yaz, and I think this is what he normally plays as well. But coming back to the how important the day is, I feel like आज का दिन could be very very important for, it could be the most important day for chess, for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years, because this is the day, this is the match that people will be talking about for years and years and years to come. We know that Yagiz is already top 20. He's hitting top 20 in the world. He's only 14 years old and he's playing the GOAT of chess at just 14 years old.
And
Just the
Sahaj Bhai,
relevance is insane.
doesn't Magnus look a bit younger today? I don't know why he look. Oh, what? Wait, what? Did he just play C5?
भाई ये देख के 4-5 साल तो उम्र बड़ी होगी भाई.
Chat, I really want to point out nobody plays C5 here. Like, of course, it's been played before, but as a comparison, out of lakhs of games played from this position, C5 was played in just 4,000 games. And now Magnus quickly responds with pawn to C4. And why is this not good, Sahaj? Because white has the first move, so he can use it in these similar structures.
You might say that, and you are not wrong in saying that, Tikku Bhai, because this is what we were taught when we were younger. Try to develop your pieces. Don't attack the center when everything is in the, on their original squares. But would you believe me if I told you that Magnus Carlsen himself has played this with the black pieces? And chat, question for you: which extremely famous player did he beat with the black pieces here? You
Hands.
know this player, he was the star of World Cup. He was the star in,
Ah.
in, in a tournament played just before this. सोते सोते उसने किसी एक प्लेयर को हराया था 3-0. वो कौन था
Tiger
वो प्लेयर
2.
चैट?
Ah, no, do above.
Absolutely, Dubov. Magnus has defeated Dubov and Tikku Bhai. Even more importantly, Magnus has lost this with white before against Fedosiv. तो
Oh.
मानता हूं कि C5 may not be
Oh.
the most appropriate, but Magnus हारा है भाई. And I think
Oof.
when you prepare against someone, you look at all of their games and then you figure out, ठीक है यहाँ पे maybe I have chances, यहाँ पे maybe I have chances. Of course, it's a surprise. वो normal opening में कहीं पे जाएगा तो Magnus is gonna find that small key idea जिससे सिर्फ Magnus can control the board. So changing things early on brings chess on the board, brings the fight on the board, and Magnus की थोड़ी खराब memories.
And of course, Magnus, coming back to classical chess, very unlikely has looked at this in depth recently. And let's not forget who's the main coach for Yagiz. It is Mamidyarov, a former 2800 player, if I'm not mistaken, at least one of the top players, came second in
By
Tata Steel right when Magnus.
28-15 he was,
Wow.
28-15 he was. And let me tell you, there was a time when a lot of chess players, including myself, used to think कि भाई मैग्नस को कोई टक्कर दे सकता है ना तो वो मामेडियारोव ही दे सकता है.
Yeah.
Because for a, let's say, Magnus की जो reign रही है तो अभी भी चल ही रही है by the way, but like 15 years or so we can say that he's been number one in the world. Of course he is still number one, but in those 15 years, let's say 13 of those years we were thinking Fabi is like close, Fabi is close. But in those 2 years ना जो बाकी के जो 2 साल थे, that was Mamedyarov and that was perhaps Aronian as well. But yeah, so Mamedyarov on at some point at least 28-20 was his rating. So that's as elite as you can get for a coach. Am I right, Tikubai? There is no one better than that as a coach.
Absolutely. And I think that the combination of the coach and student is perfect. Look at Magnus, by the way, his eyes slightly up. He's a bit surprised by the opening. And Sahaj, I think before we go deeper into the games, can we have the bird's eye view? We've not had it for the past 2 days because of the GCT tournament. We'd love to have a look at it because so many crazy storylines. I think TePe Sigeman has promised to be such a treat, chat. Let's just imagine, first of all, the GOAT of chess playing the future GOAT of chess at the bottom right, Sahaj Bhai. That in itself is insane. Then we have Arjun on the bottom left, who potentially could win his best tournament of his life. This could be a career-changing tournament for Arjun. He's leading by half a point, which we'll show you in the standings soon. He's playing Andy Woodward, who's not in perfect shape, maybe not in the best shape of his life. Arjun has the white pieces. If he wins, he's guaranteed first, ahead of Magnus Carlsen. Then, of course, we have Nodirbek fighting there, who only played the event because of Magnus. We have Zujiner, who's playing some crazy chess right now. Sahaj Bhai, I mean, this tournament has been an absolute treat. Regardless of who wins, it will be historic.
By historic is an understatement here. I think it's just it's so important. And by the way, with Magnus's last move e4, this is now a proper Queen's Gambit accepted chart. It has happened from a transposition, but let me walk you through it. D4, D5, C4.
Let's have the
Black
board.
goes D takes C4 in this position, which is, of course, white gave the gambit, black accepted the gambit. So that's what we
Sahaj Bhai,
call
a
it.
second now. We don't have the
And
board.
in,
We need the board
oh,
first.
right.
So, can we have the board, please, quickly? And
If
then,
it's
of course,
possible
yes,
to
now we
have
can
the
look at it.
board, that
Yes,
would be
yeah, we can.
amazing. I'll go back from the position. So d4, d. So chat, this is the position that is on the board. You saw it. But after d4, d5, c4, this is the gambit. Black accepts the gambit. White plays e4, which is, by the way, the most aggressive move in this position. And now black plays c5. And here, knight f3 is not the best move for white. It's very, very important. I know this because I actually played in Tata Steel against a Grandmaster Danielian Elena in the first round, and I had this exact same situation as white, and I played knight f3 here as well. But then afterwards, I went back and checked d5 is the most critical try against black in this position. So you can kind of say that you got Queen's Gambit accepted, but not the most ideal version of it from Magnus's side. So let's jump to the games. Knight f3 तो second move पे commit किया था उसने. c5 c4 आता है. He takes the pawn. Magnus plays e4. So this is the transposition, and now we see a bunch of exchanges. Takes, queen captures, knight captures, and bishop comes out to d7. And Tikku bhai, um, I feel with the first six moves, Yagiz के जीतने के chances एकदम zero हो गए हैं.
I have to agree. Chad, I think if you look at the game right now, in fact, the most likely result right now is a draw. The second most likely is, Magnus winning. And the third most likely is the game ending in an hour. So I kind of feel, okay, we can see both players moving quickly. Maybe this is not the most crazy variation that Yagiz wanted to see on the board. As you mentioned, maybe Magnus exchanged queens, went into an endgame now, which I think, of course, is a safer choice for him. He can play for two results. But of course, if Yagiz is well prepared, it might not be easy for Magnus to win this one. And Sej, from your understanding, what sort of odds would you give for white winning, for black winning, for a draw out of 100? If these two played 100 games from here, what can you expect to be the result?
I think two things I can expect. Number one, I don't think Yagiz has any chance to win this game against someone like Magnus. It is virtually impossible, I feel. And secondly, I don't think ये game एक घंटे में खत्म होगा भाई. I
Hmm.
feel Magnus is preparing for the most Magnus type of position, and it's gonna be a long fight in the end game because this is Magnus's core strength. He knows कि ये position इस तरह, when it looks symmetrical, हल्का सा advantage, everlasting pressure, of course on the board and off the board, he knows that उसकी presence से ही इतना pressure आएगा, to Yaz since he's 14 years old. It's the first time he's playing him in the classical format. So I feel Yagiz is in for a very, very long, difficult ride. But of course,
Oh
he is in savable territory.
my God. Sahaj bhai, I know this is insane, of course, but look
अरे
at
भाई
Arjun's game. Oh my, koi bolega Sahil bhai, please don't shout, but I'm sorry. What the freaking hell is happening here, Sahaj bhai? I thought we were supposed to castle. This looks like some 400-year-old game from White's perspective. There
I
is no
I'm
pawn on
telling
c4.
you, I'm telling you, Indian players in general ना they feed off of each other. एक अच्छा करता है ना तो दूसरा वाला एकदम एकदम से जाग जाता है. आई फील कल गुकेश का जो परफॉर्मेंस था सेंडर ऑफ के साथ, वी सॉ द एक्सप्रेशन, वी सॉ लाइक द एंटायर गेम, व्हाट अ मोमेंट इट वाज. एंड उसके बाद देखो भाई, लुक्स लाइक अर्जुन एकदम एकदम स्विच कर गया भाई. पेट्रॉफ खेल रहा था वो फर्स्ट राउंड में. Like he was playing so solid, being so safe, and then second round we felt didn't feel like Arjun, but this looks like Arjun because chat, what's going on? Black is a pawn up, but what is this?
Wow. Chat, this is absolutely fantastic. This looks amazing. And this is the typical Arjun position. He looks like he's prepared. We are 10 moves in. And look at his clock. He's gained 2 minutes. He started with 1 hour 30 minutes and now he has almost 1 hour 32 minutes. So that means Arjun is in his core prep. Sejbhai, take us through the few moves, the starting moves. You will see White is a pawn down right now, chat. Look at the moves.
Exactly. So it's a Nimzo Indian defense. Very, very common. White plays g3. Black goes castle. Bishop आता है g2 play पे. Black plays knight c6. Basically speaking, White gets the center with this move e4, and Black कहता है कि आप ले लो center and I will capture your pawn on c4, as these are two double pawns. आपका bishop भी ऐसे d3 पे नहीं बैठा हुआ. It's fianchettoed. So you're not controlling this anymore. And Arjun बोलता है कैसा pawn? What pawn? नहीं चाहिए pawn. I will in this position. आप आर्ग्यू कर सकते हो भाई, वाइट को डेवलप करना चाहिए, वाइट को नाइट निकालना चाहिए, कासल करना चाहिए, बिशप, एंड देन यू थिंक अबाउट everything else. Nothing is hanging. It's not like you have to be precise, but Arjun ka game hai bhai. How do you tell it's Arjun playing without telling it's Arjun? Look at the next move. G4. No explanation needed. Knight f5, h4. Let's go. Knight c4, h5 also. By the way, chat, you might be wondering why he played h4, h5 and not g5 or something. That I think is first of all preparation. वो तो है ही. But secondly, एक इसका nuance दिख रहा है मुझे, वो ये है कि in some scenario I might go h6, मेक यू प्ले g6, एंड जैसे ही आप g6 खेलते हो आपके डार्क स्क्वायर्स बहुत वीक हो जाएंगे. तब मैं अपना ये बिशप g5 पे रख दूंगा एंड फॉर एवर दिस नाइट इज गोना बी पिन. फिर मैं रुक को ऐसे ला सकता हूँ f3 पे टू अटैक कर टू अटैक द नाइट ऑन f6, और प्ले क्वीन f3 एज वेल, and that could be dangerous. So Arjun already posing problems very, very early on, and you are right, bhai. It looks like Arjun is back. Looks like Gukesh is back, bhai.
And
It's good days.
I want to say three, four quick, very, very tiny points. First of all, somebody asked, why did we start early? Basically, on the final day, sometimes the rounds begin early because they want to have the prize distribution and also keep some time for tie breaks. Remember, chat, if there's a tie break, if there's a tie today between, let's say, Yagiz, Magnus, Arjun, Nodirbek, any of these players are on equal points, we're going to have a blitz tie break. That's going to be exciting, of course. But if Arjun wins outright, it's over. Second, chat, does this game resemble your game? I want to know your rating. So everybody in the chat, let us know what your rapid blitz, bullet rating is on chess.com. Any rating that you prefer. This really resembles like a 500 to 1000 yellow game edge by you're pushing pawns like crazy. You don't care about anything. Your pieces, what development? What is development? I mean, my country did it. I don't need to do it now. Just push the pawns. I don't care. But this is all backed by theory. And look at this. After h5, the best move for black is e5 Sahej bhai. And now you just push g5, knight d7, and you know what one of the best moves here is? Now a4. Now convince Sej by, I mean, I could ask Stockfish and I know it will fail, but what is this a4 move now?
Bhai, you
After
didn't you didn't go further than that. After a4, a5, did you see the best move for white, Tikku bhai?
is it h6 or is it
आप
queen d?
कमेंट आप छोड़ दोगे, आप सीट छोड़ दोगे इफ यू सी इट. थोड़ा लोड होने
Wow.
दो भाई, आप सीट छोड़ दोगे, देखिए आपने.
What?
You see,
What?
this
The
is
chat,
why. Thank you,
chat,
Soumya bhai, for having the camera,
chat,
because this reaction was priceless. Because
chat.
if I reveal it,
I am so glad I'm not a professional player. If I was a professional player and I saw this move, I would think I've wasted my life basically, because is the best move for white here, chat. It's the
मतलब
last move you would play. It's the
मतलब
absolute
मैं सोच रहा
last
हूँ कि
move you
लाइक
would play.
आप अटैक कर रहे हो, लाइक क्या क्या बोलते क्या है अटैक में, लाइक डेवलप योर पीसेस, पुट देम क्लोज टू द किंग, डोंट वेस्ट टाइम. लाइक ऑफ कोर्स all of these advices are given to you. Like what if you could connect these moments together, like develop your pieces, activate, attack the king, what do you think would be the best move, chat? जो लोग किंग एफ वन रख रहे हैं उनको नोटेशन एरर
नहीं नहीं
हुआ है,
नहीं नहीं
बिकॉज आपने
King
एक
F1.
शब्द गलत पढ़ लिया है. इट्स
And
नॉट किंग
also
एफ
King
वन.
King F1 is at least moving towards castling, right? It's at least moving towards castling. You have to go the other way. So, if you're in college, go back to school. If you are working, go back to college. If you are born, don't be born. I don't know. You have to complete undevelop yourself. And the move is bishop to F1. Sahej bhai, I would love to get your grandmaster opinion on this. So, why is bishop F1 a great move?
यहाँ पे this is the moment when the title has no relevance by. I am just as shocked as everyone else here, because okay, what is this? You've launched your pawns to g5 h5 and played a4 for some reason in the previous move, and उसके बाद आप बिशप घर पे वापस ले, मतलब what is this? I hope it is prep, and I hope at least I think that when someone goes into prep like this, they at least are aware that moves like bishop f1 are possible in the position, because it may not
Yeah.
happen in that exact situation. It's possible Arjun didn't look at that exact line, but it's very rare that in some variant bishop f1 didn't happen. So it's very likely that Arjun will have bishop f1 in his file, so wo idea rahega. So you could actually see it very very soon from him in this game itself.
Wow. Chat, I am so happy Arjun did this, because once he plays bishop f1, or if he does, he would have basically developed no pieces after like 12 to 15 moves. And I can expect an Agad video soon. The most number of moves without developing any pieces. And I mean, it's going to be fun, chat. It's going to be really, really fun. So I'm really waiting for this. And not to forget, after bishop f1, Sahaj bhai, if we go to that variation again, who talked about developing pieces after knight d to b6? The best moves are still pawn moves. It's either d5 or h6. So pieces, what pieces? I don't have any pieces, man. Say, what is this chess? And where did Arjun learn this? Yeah, I mean, I really want to go to that school. Yeah, I don't know what it's called.
This is why people ask me a lot that who is my favorite player, overall, and who do I think is the strongest and from India. And in that, like, I think the answer is, of course, like, there is a very close. All of these players are super close, but I think when it comes to chess like this, there is only one player in the world who does this at the elite level to this day, and that guy is sitting in. I mean, he's not sitting right now, but that guy is the one playing with the white pieces right now. That's why with Arjun, the fact that you cannot understand is what makes it so exciting for me.
Yeah, Chad, of
Like
course.
आप इंजन देख के भी नहीं समझ पा रहे हो भाई. That's how
Yeah.
that's how great the prep is. So Let's go भाई, madman at its peak. I would predict भाई 25 चाल खत्म करो भाई.
And and Chad, of course, WGM Tiku would understand this, but he didn't get to 2300 rating, unfortunately, so he didn't get the title. So at 25 rating say, I missed out on understanding Bishop F1. I really want to go full screen and understand, not understand, just look at Andy Woodward right now, because what must be the thought process inside his mind? He must be thinking, "Acha, chess
What to
aise nahi." So
eat?
this is also how we play chess. Yeah, never seen that before.
From Arjun, you mean, or from Andy?
From Andy, like this is how, like we can also play chess like this. Yeah, it must be a learning experience for him, because clearly it is for me and everybody in the chat.
No, no, Andy is also a very principled and a very good attacker, by the way, as well. But it's just that with Arjun, there is so much craziness happening, so much chaos happening, and like figure. And Arjun only starts at the moment where it's too late to pull back. Like for example, after, let's say, e4, bishop c3 is a decision, d6 is a decision. Right now, you cannot take back bishop c3. That's the problem. And in a moment like this when you expect a calm game, queen, knight, whatever, castle, let's focus on development, that's where he switches it on, let's go g4. And it's almost this is so well prepared that, chat, in this position, if Andy does not go for knight f5, knight c4, he's already worse. तो इट्स लाइक वो ऐसे प्रॉपरली एक प्रिपेयर करता है एक जगह पे जाके, एंड ही टेक्स हिम फोर्सफुली टू दैट वेरिएशन वेर ही जस्ट नोज सो मच मोर.
Wow. Wow, man. I'm just so impressed by Arjun's play today. And chat, of course, as I mentioned, जब इंडियन प्लेयर्स अच्छा खेला चालू करते हैं, साथ में करते हैं, सब साथ में ऐसे ग्रुप की तरह, वहां पे गुकेश had that fist pump moment yesterday, defeated Sindharov, his arch rival for 2026. Then we had Arjun win a couple of games. In fact, yeah, he's had a perfect tournament, literally a picture perfect tournament. 3 draws with black, 3 wins with, okay, in fact, not even that, yeah. He had 4 blacks, so 3 wins and 3 draws in total, basically. And now he's playing his final game. If he wins, the tournament is over. And he wins TePe Sigeman ahead of Magnus Carlsen, Nodirbek, and Yagiz. So, yeah, let's see what happens. By the way, how much time do you think Woodward takes here? I'm going to expect at least a 10-minute more thing, Sejai, because this is insane.
Absolutely, and I think this is a great moment to go back to the Magnus versus Yaz board. And
Yeah,
Tikubai, I would love it also if we can have the two board where we can follow both of the
that would be
games
awesome.
simultaneously, because I feel the nature of the positions with the Magnus and Yagiz board and then Arjun versus Andy board, the positions are completely different. And I feel like today is a day that we can get a master class on both aspects of chess. Positional chess, which is in front of you, and then dynamic chess, which is the one we saw of in the game of Arjun. Like both at the same time could be incoming today. Two very very different styles of play, and both of them, who, at least in the world right now, are the best at what they do.
So basically, there's a lot to learn and a lot to enjoy for everyone. And question to you now, chat. I think this will tell us a lot about your style. If you are playing an over the board game in a crunch moment, right? It's an important game for you to win, which is true for both Magnus and Arjun, and Yagiz, of course, Andy, maybe less so. But which game would you prefer in front of you? Would you prefer the one on the left with a slight edge in the end game? You can push with the bishop pair, but maybe the winning chances are lower, but you're also not risking anything. Or would you prefer the one on the right where it's absolute mayhem? You could lose in 2 moves, you could win in 2 moves, or anything could happen. So, which game would you prefer? Chat, come on, left or right? Say that which
And
one would be your choice?
that's such a great question to ask, because the answer, chat, will kind of tell you whether your favorite player is Arjun or Prag. Because your position left side pe hai na, that is a Prag game. Like that could very well be, because Prag exactly goes into a situation like this, slightly better end game and ekdam Magnus type, and then he grinds it out, and Arjun ekdam proper havoc on the board. And so yeah, your answer might actually tell you who your favorite player is here and what your favorite type of chess is. But it's not like chat कि एक type की chess better है और एक type की chess खराब है. Like हर एक के benefits हैं और disadvantages हैं, of course. And the most apparent one is that the one on the right side of the board, the one that is more dynamic, that requires you to be extremely precise, extremely sharp, and the one on the left is not as demanding. It's, of course, in the
Hmm.
beginning it's going to be very demanding when you're trying to train this, but this is something you can keep for a long time in a more consistent manner.
And I can see majority people saying right. And I think that, in fact, one person said, I love that answer. I choose right because I don't understand it. That's the curiosity there, answering for you. That's amazing, because that means you want to learn the game. And if you want to learn the game, I think get a Chesscom Diamond today. Let's go, Sej bhai. Perfect promo.
Absolutely. And chat asking like, what about Gukesh? So chat, Gukesh is, I believe, neither of this because Gukesh goes into complications, but वो कभी pawn नहीं देगा. I think. Like he will never give a pawn like this. I feel he will also Gukesh will completely avoid वो जो bishop और knight का trade हुआ था ना. Like bishop takes c3. He will also try to avoid that. Like Gukesh will try to keep as many pieces as possible on the board. Even वो pawn के captures भी रोकेगा. And then वो it's like a mix of both styles put into one essentially. He's very positionally sound and he's also very strategically sound as well. Just for Magnus and Arjun, it is such a nice contrast because they're just complete extremes
Hmm.
on their and at their skill set. And Tiku bhai, imagine a player जो मैग्नस और अर्जुन का मिक्स होगा भाई that's like basically like a beast, yeah.
And look at this. Andy Woodward, after a long 15-minute think, plays knight to d7, basically kind of preparing for that g5 move upcoming very soon. But that was not the best move. And now it's already at least equal. And the best move here is pawn to h6, as you pointed out, one of the best moves here, basically forcing g6 and weakening these dark squares, because black does not have a dark square bishop and we do. And then we are supposed to play knight h3, Sahaj Bhai. I mean, again, this is such an absurd position here.
Absolutely, because but I have reason to believe though that Arjun won't play h6 instantly and then maybe go knight h3 straight. But Arjun 2 seconds के लिए तो एकदम सोच रहा है. I'm guessing he's trying to remember something.
Yeah.
But if I had to choose Tiku bhai between h6, g6 and then knight h3 or playing knight h3 straight away, now, chat, like, let's talk about match decisions, right? Let's say this is your match. You got preparation on the board. Should you choose h6, g6, knight h3, or should you choose knight h3? Now, this is not a chess related question, chat. It's a more, um, this is more of a general question. आपका opponent already सोच रहा है, what would be the best approach? What do you think? h6 or knight h3? What's gonna make them think more? Oh, I think it's the same board for both of them.
Yeah,
Samay
yeah,
bhai,
yeah.
if it's possible, can we switch the Magnus वाला board क्योंकि यहाँ पे arrows बन रहे हैं.
Let's have Magnus on the right. That would
Thank
be
you, bhai.
best.
And I think for me at least, of course, like according to the bar, and I think a lot of players, a lot of top players might disagree with me on this, but knight h3 directly would be more challenging because it is not forcing. Knight h3 के बाद Andy definitely सोचेगा. h6 के बाद g6 फोर्स्ड है. नाइट h3 के बाद अब आई थिंक सोचना ज्यादा आसान हो गया बिकॉज आपने ऑलरेडी कमिट कर दिया है एक चीज. So for me, I think more practical decision is to play knight h3 immediately. That makes him think, and uske follow up is just absolutely crazy.
And
But let's see what Arjun has planned.
Sahaj Bhai, I want to show you a variation. I was playing around tab se. So let's say knight h3, whatever move order you choose. Let's say knight
Yeah,
h3,
yeah.
and he plays e5, which is the best move. I think that's the plan as well with knight d7. You play h6. Now g6 is pretty much forced, right? Now Arjun wants to castle. And after, regardless of what you do, now, first of all, let's say black plays a random move like king h8, right? That's something preempting, preparing avoiding any check on the diagonal d5 at g8, for example, or whatever, g5 attacks. Now, f4 and Arjun is already close to winning. Already close to winning. So you can't waste a single move. You have to play, for example, something like knight d to b6 instead of king h8. And now f4 anyways. And look at these pawns, man. c3, d4, e4, f4, g4, h6. What is this chess? It needs a new name, I feel.
भाई ef उसके बाद भी आगे जाओ भाई.
देखा
ef4
देखा
bishop f4, queen h4, bishop g5, queen g4, Queen e5. And chat, let me introduce you to perhaps the weirdest way to draw a chess match. Okay, ready? Chat, एक बार ready लिख दो. It's the weirdest and the most
First of
like
all,
I
it's also the
cannot believe.
weirdest move I've ever seen, Sahaj Bhai, from black.
हाँ,
The black chat.
actually
पहले black की
yes.
move guess
Chat,
करो.
what's
पहले
ब्लैक टू मूव
हाँ
एक बार गैस कर दो चैट, फिर उसके
हाँ,
बाद
कम
आपको
ऑन।
बड़ा एक वियर्ड सा आपको बढ़िया सा एक रिपीटेशन दिखाते हैं यहाँ पे.
Black to play. Come on,
Anybody
chat.
wanna take a guess what's the best move here for black? Like, I cannot believe that this is okay. First of all, chat, of course, I don't know if I have to say this, but not happening. Yeah, this is not happening on the board, and it is correct. Sumit Bhai in the chat letting us know, and Jyoti ji as well. Queen h5 is the correct move. जिसके बाद white को खेलना है queen g3 एंड ब्लैक को खेलना है क्वीन जी फोर, क्वीन ई वन, क्वीन एच फाइव, क्वीन जी थ्री. मतलब दो पॉन गए हुए हैं, क्वीन ऊपर नीचे करके आप ऐसे ड्रॉ कर रहे हो विदाउट जस्ट डेवलपिंग. एंड बाय द वे इट्स स्टिल नॉट अ ड्रॉ, इट्स स्टिल नॉट अ रेपिटेशन, बिकॉज आफ्टर क्वीन जी फोर अर्जुन कैन स्टिल प्ले क्वीन एफ टू एंड थ्रेटन क्वीन एफ सिक्स, एंड जिसके बाद एकदम प्रॉपर हैवक आ सकता है बोर्ड पे. भाई
Bye.
व्हाट इज दिस?
Arjun is winning this by. This is sort of, and you know what? The idea is after Queen E1 actually, it's Rook F4 and Rook H4 trapping the Queen. So that's why Queen H5, ताकि Bishop takes H3 threat ho. You play Queen G3 and the Queen G4 back. So, oh my God,
Hmm.
like Andy Woodward. I mean, it's just a bad day for Andy Woodward, man. Like, I mean, this is so tough, and I do think that Andy would not make a huge mistake here, Chad. Let me point out very clearly. I don't think Andy is a very strong player. He won Tata Steel Challenge and play the Masters next year. He's very strong. I would say one of the best talents in the world right now. But the problem is he will use too much time figuring out these details. And what will happen at the end is he's going to have 20 minutes to play 20 moves. And that's where he might crumble. So Sahaj, as long as Arjun doesn't make a mistake, I think he has great chances here. Although he's still thinking. He's still thinking.
He's thinking, that's for sure. Matlab, it's not his prep. I mean, Vishy sir did let us know that around 115 maybe could be the benchmark where we can comfortably say that it is not preparation anymore, that the player is not trying to remember anymore. So let's actually still say 10 minutes more to go before we can say for sure, provided that Arjun is still thinking. I don't think he will be, because I think वो याद कर रहा है कि what he should go for, because Tiku bhai, we are discussing knight h3, we are discussing h6, but we have not discussed the most craziest move yet in this position. Will you believe me if I told you that, Tiku bhai? You have not discussed the most craziest move yet.
What's the craziest move, Sahaj? Is it something
The
F4?
craziest move here is
F4.
e5.
Ooh, what?
That's possible too.
But what's the idea of E5 here?
पॉइंट भाई, आइडिया मेट करनी है भाई सीधा. दैट्स द आइडिया. जो जस्ट थ्रो एवरीथिंग, सी व्हाट स्टिक्स. पॉन टेक्स e5 एंड नाउ h6 इज वेरी गुड एज वेल. ओके.
Wow.
g6 and some queen e2, knight db6, pawn takes e5, and you have some hold over the dark squares. The bishop could run to g5 at some point, maybe with knight f3, and so on and so on. And white also has a lot of compensation here as well.
Wow. Wow.
It's, yeah, I mean, wow, indeed. Feels like feels like not even sure what to say, but मजा आ रहा है भाई. अर्जुन को ऐसे खेलते हुए बहुत टाइम हो गया.
Agreed. And
To have a game like this. I remember this one game of Arjun, this, which kind of, I mean, maybe not the same thing, but Atikubai, maybe you can remind me what game it was, because you and I were so happy. It was this game where, जहाँ पे, it was a QGD, where Arjun sacrificed the G pawn. कुछ तो Bishop G5, Bishop H4 करके उसने G4 खेला था, and Black World Cup में था ये. उसने Bishop takes मारा था, फिर Rook G1 करके उसने G5 पे ऐसे mate करी थी QGD में. Like, Arjun did this in World Cup, or I think उसके बाद का कोई तो event है. I'm sorry, I'm very bad with names, chat, so I can't remember who he played against, but I'm sure that since then, I feel this is the first time I'm seeing Arjun this much in full flow, bhai. Let's go.
why confidence matters, right? When you're low on confidence, very hard to play these lines because you don't trust your calculation. Now, for example, like E5 was crazy. When you asked me the question, Sahaj, I thought what could be a nice move to play. One of them I just tried out of spite. I played F4. That works apparently. Apparently, you can just play F4 here, and I mean, just I'm sorry, what? How is F4 legal? Usually you're told you're overextending if you're not developed. But apparently you can just play F4 here and it's okay for white.
भाई F4 के बाद Black's only move. Okay, one of the only moves is b5 apparently, because of course your opponent is attacking you on the king side, and you should solidify your queen side. That makes sense, right? Of course. So white plays h6, इसके बाद black खेलता है g6 and then knight h3. I mean, the ideas are kind of maybe similar,
Yeah.
in at least in nature. e5 का भी plan है, the bishop can hit the a8 rook there. So lots of different crazy ideas. But Tiku bhai, I feel we have discussed h6, we've discussed e5, we've discussed f4, and we've discussed knight h3. And I think in all of the lines that we looked at, knight always goes to h3.
Hmm.
एंड इट डजेंट मैटर आप एच6 पहले खेलो, एफ4 पहले खेलो, जो एरोज पे दिख रहा है आपको, डजेंट मैटर आप पहले क्या खेल रहे हो। तो मेरे हिसाब से नाइट एच3 पहले खेलो एंड कीप ऑल ऑफ योर कार्ड्स हिडन। यू आर नॉट टेलिंग देम कहाँ पे मैं कौन सा पॉन मैं पहले फेंकने वाला हूँ, एंड लेट एंडी थिंक एंड यूज दैट टाइम फॉर योर एडवांटेज। व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दैट अप्रोच?
I think I like that, especially for knight h3 आपने खेला, and if okay, Andy would not do this, but you're offering also bait, right? Maybe like for example, if black plays h6 after knight h3, g5 is already winning by the way for Arjun. Just
आफ्टर
knight
नाइट
h3
h3?
h6, h6 to stop g5, it's winning, it's over.
भाई हुक
Resigns.
तो मत दो।
Exactly. So you give your opponent more chances to go wrong. So I kind of like your idea as well, just to keep your plans hidden. Let's see what black does. And chat, regardless of what happens, this game is gonna be exciting because, of course, while Arjun is the one creating these crazy chances, he sacked a pawn, so he's a pawn down. He's also now using time, so clearly not. It's not his clean prep. It's not his clear prep. So he will have to navigate the subtleties now from the lines he's looked at. He will have to try and understand the differences and still find the best moves, which might not be super easy in this absolutely absurd line. So will be quite a lot of fun. And we have a question for you, Sejbhai. Um, should Arjun take a draw basically? Because he will be guaranteed, something like a tie break, and very likely Magnus and Yagiz will take a draw. So should he take a draw and just play it safe, or should he just go for the win regardless, and not give on the other game?
I think it is like I'm hoping it's not. I don't know if it's a serious question or not in that sense, but I mean in the tournament standings, I do understand what you are saying, bhai, because he's half a point up. But आपके like behind you is Magnus Carlsen, of course, and like if you want to be the best in the world, you have to take a page out of their book as well. Remember that Magnus himself has refused draws despite winning the tournament one round to spare. Many times it has happened. So at the end, I should he take the draw? Of course not. And if he wanted to take the draw, do you think he would have played this? Like it's impossible. Yeah, he's making his intentions very well known. And also Arjun never plays for a draw by. And I think this is a tendency for a lot of chess players that जब भी कुछ अच्छा होता है ना, like से कुछ अच्छे results आते हैं, तो आपकी approach अपने आप बदल जाती है. But we forget that we were playing well because we were playing in a certain way, and we should continue that because it was working. So if this is working, keep doing it as much as possible. Never play for the draw.
Yep, and also many people asking us, we should also comment it on the Magnus game. Actually, we are. The only thing is we don't have a move. The only move we have since then is f3, which is a nice move by Magnus, is cementing that pawn on e4, making it solid. Any knight coming to f6 now is already partially dominated, doesn't have any great squares. And of course, Magnus has this typical slight advantage, the two bishops well developed, of course. But of course, Yagiz very well prepared, and if he plays good chess, he will hold this. He's unlikely to win, but he's very likely to hold a draw if he plays good chess. But Magnus will grind in the typical fashion he's known for. And Sahaj Bhai, it's gonna be a really fun game, especially if like Arjun starts to do you think one result might influence the other? For example, let's say Magnus beats Yages, then Arjun sees that, he's like, bhai, ab to jeetna hi hai. And do you think, like, for example, if Arjun draws and Magnus says, bhai, ab to aur chance. Like, one game might influence the other.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, we know that Magnus is completely locked in, and I'm sure, you know, this is the position we see on the right side of the screen between Magnus and Yaz. I feel this is exactly the type of position where Magnus feels right at home. And he probably is going to enjoy this game because he knows he knows, of course, the significance of it, and he knows that he got the position that he could have hoped for, and this is where he does the Magnus magic and tries to take someone down without any risks. So will be a very, very, very fun day incoming. भाई अर्जुन,
Yep.
बट तब से सोच रहा है मेरा, जस्ट थॉट प्रोसेस was 97 missed, you think, in the prep, Tiku bhai, or do you think we're fine? Because we are approaching that 1 hour and 15-minute mark on the Arjun board.
I think usually when this happens, it's something that you have looked, let's say, before the event. Like it's not something that Arjun looked at yesterday. He definitely, chat, we know the pairings for these games, right? Which round am I going to play whom? And it's definitely something he prepared for Andy Woodward maybe beforehand. But now he didn't expect it maybe yesterday, not a line he looked at yesterday. So he's trying to remember the subtleties. And I'm pretty sure he's seen this because knight d7 anyway after g5 is the only move, the best move, right? And it's all about changing the move order. So he's trying to make sure in no capacity can black play something else. And he ideally wants to just transpose into the main line after e5, g5, knight d7. So he's making sure nothing goes wrong because he understands. I think because he's prepared this, he understands it very well how high stakes this is. One mistake and you could be busted as well. Look at your development. Black is castled, knight on c4, knight d7, queen coming to h4 if you were to play knight s3, for example. So black is well developed. You have to be very precise here.
करेक्ट भाई, एब्सोल्युटली प्रेसाइज तो दोनों को ही होना पड़ेगा. सेम गोज फॉर अर्जुन एज वेल. So of course that's the price you play for having a dynamic game. And I love this comment by let Arjun cook, because I think this is exactly the most Arjun type position you can get. Jaise in the on the right side, that's the most Magnus position you can get. So I feel like the two extremes of chess are happening on the same day itself. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा. एंड चैट में कोई पूछ रहा है, सहज भाई, डू यू इन लास्ट राउंड व्हेन ऑलरेडी लीडिंग शुड हैव गॉन फॉर सच एन अग्रेसिव अप्रोच? एंड चैट, आई टेल यू समथिंग दैट one of the best pieces of advice that I received in my career, and it happened way after I became a grandmaster, and I wish I had this advice earlier. It was that when you are facing in the last round, basically it's around this as well, that in the last round, generally when you're leading a tournament, you are playing a higher rated player. I'm talking about an open event. And our approach, like when I say our approach, I mean 99% of the players' approach is to try and play solid and try to equalize matters. There's many, many examples of this from grandmasters in the past where this has happened. But one day, one of my friends who's a lot stronger, he's a much higher rated player, a lot stronger than me, way more experienced player than me. He took me to the side and then he said, you know, आपको हर बार हर गेम जीतने के लिए खेलना चाहिए. बिकॉज let's say you should not think about it in terms of just one game. You should think about it in a span of 10 different games, right? So let's say if you played 10 games against that same player in that same opening, how many times do you think you're going to win if you tried to play for a win? And if that number is even one, then it is worth it, because that one win is more important than having 10 draws. And that's what it is basically. At the end of the day, you should always try to play for a win, because आप एक बार एक स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर को हराते हो तो आपके दिमाग में एक वो सिस्टम बैठ जाता है कि ठीक है, टॉप प्लेयर्स को आप इस तरह से हरा सकते हो. बिकॉज एक बार ही वो सिस्टम बैठ जाता है, देन यू कैन रिपीट इट अगेन एंड अगेन एंड अगेन, एंड नेक्स्ट टाइम that number is not going to be 1, that number is going to be 2, it could be 3, it could be 4, and that's how you improve basically.
Great, bye. So the lesson I learned there is have great friends, not your 400 yellow friends. Find strong players to become friends with who can give you these advices. And somebody saying, knight h3, queen h4, knight g5 loses the queen. I meant after f4 in certain cases when it could be a check. Otherwise, queen h4 has no point, by the way. And meanwhile, I think Arjun, by the way, has slipped below Andy Woodward's clock now. So clearly, it's something maybe which he's not completely sure about still. That should give Andy a bit of confidence. Maybe I've confused my opponent, but also he might be worried, right? Because he might think, wait, Arjun is prepared. I've played something that forced him to think, maybe I made a mistake. Yeah, maybe I'm already slightly worse.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Arjun is not thinking he's worse, because until the move h5, he was playing very quickly. So,
No, I think
and
Woodward, Andy might
Andy
think so,
could be
right? Because
thinking. Andy could definitely be thinking that, bhai, for sure, because Arjun soch ke raha. And the funny thing is, 97 was the best move. So, thoda psychological pressure on Andy already, I feel.
Yep. And by the way, good question by chat. Wait, what if I play just rook to c8 in the Magnus game? If you move the bishop, I have rook c1 check ideas. Is that a real threat for Yagiz?
For Yagiz, I think. I think we should also do a deep dive on that end game because I feel Yagiz is thinking for quite some time. By the way, if anyone can they can let us know what is the correct pronunciation of his name. Is it Yaz? Is it Yagiz or is it Erdogmus? If someone can like spell it out for us, it would be amazing, chat.
I I saw like a video of him on that channel that somebody recommended. I think Mr. Win or somebody recommended yesterday, and it's indeed, yeah, I think it's Yaz Domash or something like that. It is mush. It is not a dogmus. But I also saw the Fabi
Erdogmus.
video, so he does
तो वो
call him
वो
a
लोग अगर
dogmus.
वो मतलब they are not in Turkish you don't enunciate the letter G, yeah, or something, so I would be rover there or what. That's what I
Rover.
was thinking क्योंकि मेरे को तो सब
Wow.
भाई मैं टर्की कितनी बार गया हूँ टूर्नामेंट्स खेलने, मुझे तो सब ग्रोवर बुलाते हैं वहां पे, ये क्या है लेकिन.
Maybe it's like if it's the first letter, they kind of say it out loud,
हाँ.
but if it's not, or maybe it's like a specific thing, yeah, like you have the G silent just for your name, but specifically,
वो
usually it's
जी
not
के
silent.
ऊपर कोई एक्सेंट होगा उसका फॉर श्योर आई थिंक.
Hey, it's
हाँ
there, it's
तभी
there,
तभी
it's
वो
there.
प्रोनाउंस नहीं हो रहा. हाँ देन इट मेक्स सेंस. या बाय द वे हैव यू एवर ट्राइड टू लर्न टर्किश टिकू भाई? इट्स वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट भाई. आई हैव एक्चुअली ट्राइड. इट्स वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट.
Thanks for letting me know by so that I don't have to try then.
Bhai, it is such a hard language. But yes, coming back to the games of Magnus is and yes, of course, F3 ke baad Magnus is, I would say, more or less still in prep, and the follow up for Magnus is very important to understand. So, firstly, chat question for you: is Magnus going to castle? Yes or no? Now, this is again a very important strategic question that we should always think about in our own games. Should or not should, will Magnus Castle make a castle in this game? Yes or no? I see Chess 24 की chat पे majority of the players saying no, but Chesscom पे
Hmm.
a lot of people are saying yes. So let me explain. In this scenario, castling would not be the most let's say active plan for White because we are in an end game. And in an end game, the king doesn't need to be tucked away to safety. The king is an active piece itself, and this is why White should Magnus should go king f2, king e2, and keep himself closer to the center. So rule number one. Secondly, after let's say king e2, king f2, knight probably is gonna go to d2, rook is gonna go to c1, rook is gonna go to d1, and let's assume the king is here on e2 or f2. It is not very clear what is black's plan is on the other hand. In fact, Tiku bhai, I was checking the bar in this position just to understand and get a deeper grasp of the position. The best move here is h5 for black.
Wow. I think to me, F6 maybe is
That's the
something
best
that
move.
I can get behind. H5 is a bit weird because it does look logical, but I feel like I'm too behind in development to worry about H5. But also, I think I saw a comment in the chat about somebody said I'm like 3 days younger than Yagiz, and he's already like a professional player. So you have 3 days to reach 2700, Ashvi. Hopefully you will do that. But Nina said,
Mhm.
I do love your idea of H5. But also, why not Rook C8? I think we had this question because after Rook C8, if I move the bishop somewhere, there might be this Rook C1 idea, which is rather weird. So maybe we can just play Knight to D2 here to stop it. But maybe ideally, where do you want to put the Knight? So if there was no Rook C8, would you still put it on D2 or would you put it on C3? Or is Rook
I
C8 forcing a
actually
concession
would
for White?
I would put it on D2 regardless because I think in the near future I'm seeing situations, let's say from here onwards, let's say that you have to get this rook out somehow, right? You cannot play this game without getting this rook out. That is for sure. चाहे आप अभी नहीं निकालोगे, कभी ना कभी तो रुक को निकालोगे, right? To get the rook out, you have to play a6 because otherwise bishop a7 will always be a threat. And the moment you play a6, I am seeing this square on b6 for my knight, and this is why knight d2, move the bishop away, let's say to e2, bring the knight to c4 and b6, and the Magnus pressure incoming in this position. That's why knight d2 is, I think, much more stronger than knight c3 here.
Bhai, it's going to be fun. And I think all the four players are kind of taking a lot of time. Arjun's still not playing his move. I'm quite curious what he's thinking now because it's been literally 25 minutes, right? He's been thinking for. He literally had more time than he started with. So tough moment, crucial moment. By the way, we see a move. He's about to move the knight, I think, Yagiz, and plays knight to e7. I think that's knight headed to c6.
Yeah, to kick the bishop's view, either you look at g7 or you could look at a7, but slide, okay, not maybe the top of the top move, but still pretty much like pretty normal. Now something like knight d2, even castle is possible now. For example, because black is kind of wasting a couple of moves, not going knight f6 directly. So knight
Hmm.
c3 is possible, knight d2 is possible, king f2 is possible, like many different ideas. But now Magnus is gonna think, by okay, where can I pose the most problems? And chat, if you had to predict a result in this game, in the Magnus versus Yagiz board, मैं अर्जुन की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, not talking about Arjun, strictly Magnus versus Erdogmus, based on the information, based on the time, based on the position right now, what do you think is the most likely result here? No bias, chat, no bias.
And that bias, no bias, is only reserved for the Magnus game, not for the Arjun game, by the way, where we are going to be fully biased. But of course, majority of people will say Magnus or a draw, I think. And there it is. Maximum people actually saying a draw. That's a bit surprising. I thought people will say Magnus wins, but most people saying that this is likely to end in a draw. They have so much faith in the youngster. That is, as somebody pointed out, Erdogmus is the correct pronunciation. And I kind of agree. I think draw is still the most likely result, although, as we discussed, we're going to expect a very long game.
Yeah, absolutely, bhai. You can't have Magnus and a short game in the same sentence. It's gonna be a big battle. By the way, King F2 he plays, and Arjun has also made a move. So let's jump there. Queen D3 was played after a 26-minute think by the India number one, attacking the knight on c4. And chat, you might say this is not the best move. यहाँ पे थोड़ा खराब दिख रहा है मुझे. It's not top three choices, whatever, but this will change. You know that chess is very nuanced, ऊपर नीचे चलता रहता है. We are still in the middle game, lots of complications on the board, so these numbers matter very little. What matters right now is the knight is under attack and black has to defend via knight db6 or b5.
Yeah, and Queen D3 was also a move in multiple other variations that was good for white. So Arjun clearly had a deep look at this position, was considering all his options, and he comes up with Queen to D3. And it's also a forcing move, right? Because he really wants to know what black is going to do about this knight on c4. For example, is he going to just put it back to b6? That's already a concession because now you don't have a square for the knight on d7. And already after knight b6, if you put the c knight there, it's close to winning for Arjun. It's already plus
Because
1.2. So that's already a big mistake. If you play b5, that's a commitment. I'm going to play b5. I know your plan exactly. And if you play knight db6, you won't have b5 later. So I think it's basically trying to understand what is my opponent's plan by changing the move order, even though it might mean taking slightly more risk than normal.
that's a great way to summarize the position. Of course, now kind of makes sense why Arjun spent such a long time thinking about this. He is essentially provoking him to defend the knight, and then, of course, lots of tempos incoming, like you mentioned. Dekho bhai, I still think Arjun has very good chances in this game, even though the time situation could have been a little bit more ideal considering that he got his entire prep on the board. Would you agree with that? Do you think he still has chances, or do you think ये यहाँ पे tie breaks हो सकते हैं? Because भाई अगर tie break होए तो फिर GCT और इसमें दोनों में switch करना पड़ेगा भाई, दोनों blitz matches.
By you know
Rapid,
when
sorry, वो तो है.
when rapid starts, we have to kind of pause the classical, but when blitz starts, you have to pause the rapid. Yeah, I think,
So
of course,
Tiku
this is a
bhai,
huh,
today might be the first day that you and I, as commentators, have commentated on a classical, rapid, and a blitz game.
agreed, agreed.
I think it
Very
is.
likely, Very likely,
It
especially with all these top players. So it's such a great day. And yes, somebody asked a question that tie breaks, if they were to happen, do happen today. And question for you, chat. So we have to agree. I think Yagiz winning is almost like impossible. So if Arjun were to let's assume Arjun draws, because if he wins, it's anyways over. And let's assume Magnus wins because that's the only scenario, right? Who do you think is a favorite in the Blitz 3+2? Arjun gave an interview yesterday and he was asked, um, so are you going to go for the win today or are you going to play it safe? And he kind of mentioned something like, I have two people behind me. One of them is Magnus. So I think my job is to just play good chess and try to win. Um, and he clearly is showing that with his opening. But if there was a tie break, what do you think? Who wins that 3+2 two-game match? Sehaj, by 3+2, even though you expect Magnus, but Arjun did actually win the World Blitz. The first qualifying stage, he was first. And by a huge margin, actually. He lost in the knockout section later on. So it would not be absolutely clear that, Magnus is going to win for sure.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Definitely difficult. But Tikku bhai, do you think this is harder for Andy to hold, or do you think it is harder for Yagiz to hold?
I think it's harder for Andy to hold. Yagis maybe, but it's harder for Andy to hold, but it's also easier for him to win. So he has a higher ROI both ways. Yages is maybe easier to hold, but he's essentially playing to hold. He has no upside there of winning the game. So for in terms of ranking first in this event, unless Arjun loses, I don't see Yages having a chance. So yeah, I do think maybe that's the solution. What's your take, Sejbhai? Do you think it's the same?
I think harder for Yagiz for sure because you're
Wow.
essentially fighting for. I mean, it's harder for Yagiz because I think for Yagiz he cannot. He's only playing for two results more or less. There is for Andy, this game is of course Arjun has a tremendous attack, but when the position is this dynamic, then all three results are possible, right?
Yes.
So I think that hope that I can win the match, I think makes it more entertaining, I think, for the player. But for Yagiz, it's harder. He has to hold.
And also interesting, it's pronounced Yaz. Chad is letting us know, but
Yes.
I kind of still understand how we got to Erdogmus from Erdogmus, but how did we get to Yaz from Yagiz? Like, I'm kind of curious about the
भाई
Turkish language now, actually.
दोनों में वो जी वाला एक्सेंट होगा ना, तो याज एंड एर्दोमश वी
तो
डोंट
याइज
जस्ट
होगा
डोंट
ना फिर?
प्रोनाउंस. हाँ,
याइज होगा ना फिर?
येज
आई पे
होगा,
भी है क्या?
येज आई डोंट
ये
नो.
इसके ये तो ये साउंड फनी. नहीं अभी
No, I'm
आई पे भी
sure
शायद वो
there is
होगा.
an accent in the thing, and that's. I mean, I have a friend from Turkey from who's living in Budapest. I can ask just to clarify. But yeah, I feel Yaz is it has an accent. And chat, I think it happens a lot. Yeah, I mean, I think in Hindi, like we basically enunciate every single word, but काफी सारी languages में there are accents which you don't necessarily pronounce.
Very interesting. Meanwhile, Chad, the GCT tournament starts in an hour from now. So that starts at 5:30. As of now, full focus on the classical section. If Arjun wins, the tournament is indeed over. Nothing else matters. And we can look at Andy Woodward right now, already down 6 more minutes on this move, making a crucial choice. And you know what? It looks like D5 should be a move as well to defend the knight, but somehow that's an error. That's a minor error from
D5.
black. Why is it a mistake?
Can I not capture on d5 and bishop takes d5 Tikubai, or am I being too? Or maybe e5 also looks very very promising after d5. भाई आप छोड़ भी सकते हो pawn e4 को. That's also possible. So many moves actually are here. But yeah, d5 looks good, but I would not play d5 because there is e5 on the board, and this
Hmm.
kind of resembles a French type of a structure. Yes, white is a pawn down, but there's a lot of good things happening for that pawn. Of course, you have the pawn on h5, dark squares एकदम गए, black का bishop जो French bishop जो हमेशा खराब रहता है, that's still bad in this position. So lots of problems there. And e5.
भाई के एरो तो आ रहे हैं बट भाई नहीं दिख रहा मुझे. ये क्या सीन है भाई? I can see his arrows, but I can't see him. Sej bhai, what is this parallel universe stuff you're doing?
Oh, you were not able to see me?
I could see your arrows, but your video was stuck, so that's crazy.
Oh, I see, I see, I see, I see.
हाँ,
Yeah, so
proceed
I
now.
was saying कि d5 के बाद I would not allow this because white has e5. And e5, I think, the pawn structure is looking on the king side. You already have an attack built up. So I'm not sure if he goes for that, but I think knight db6 or b5 is more logical. I think b5 is maybe what I'm leaning towards because that looks like an aggressive. Knight b6 पे एकदम घटिया है, कोई कोई इसका रोल ही नहीं है इस पोजीशन में.
By the way, I saw this question earlier as well. I think yesterday. Do you think it's sad for other Norway chess players, as most of the time they don't get much attention because of Magnus? I disagree. I think the reason why Norway gets so much attention is because of Magnus. Now, maybe most of it goes to Carlsen himself, but that also means it can trickle down, and any talent that does show up gets instant recognition. So I would argue the opposite actually. Without Magnus, maybe it will be less focused on Norway and less focused on any upcoming talent. What do you think about that, Sahaj?
Correct, bhai. Correct, of course. Let's just focus on the game, nothing else. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Arjun winning this will be, of course, the best.
And by the way, maybe one look at the Nodirbek game, because technically on paper he's still in it. If Arjun loses and Magnus and Yagiz draw, a Nodirbek win can actually catch him up to the other players. But he has to win. That's the only way he has a chance. Do you see winning chances here? As of now, I like the rook on c5. The king can, of course, drop to e1 if needed. But I don't have the b1 square, and that kind of really limits my options, Sahaj.
A typical Grunfeld position. Jordan is very famous for playing Grunfeld, a lot. So I think this is exactly the type of situation you get. Black has this A and B pawns, white has the D pawn. That's the imbalance in the position. And generally speaking, if you get rook B1 and you can provoke black to play B6, white is usually better because your knight हमेशा weak रहता है. And then once the knight moves, आपका knight E5 पे आ जाता है, and there's like more and more consequences. But right now, I'm not so sure if it is white who's okay. I feel like some tough moves have to be played because right now Tikuba I see e5 as a potential move here.
Oh, wow.
Like for
That's
example,
a
if white was to play something like a4, right? Black can I think go e5 here straight, and knight takes e5, knight takes d4.
okay. That's not easy. That's not easy at all, actually.
For Jordan, I think it's not very difficult by. For Nodirbek
If
also
you
not very
if you
difficult by.
take, because rook d4, the bishop is hanging, king e3. Can we go deeper and then just takes on e5? क्या situation है?
Rook e4 check, king f3, and of course rook e8. I think because ये knight bishop भी is
Oof.
hanging as well. So basically, this is also pinned as well. So lots of problems happening all across. But this knight takes d4 is ridiculous. And by the way, he's threatening that right now. a4 was a
Yeah.
filler move. So इसके बाद e5 knight d4. So that is a threat.
Yeah, and white should probably put the king back on e1 or find some other way of stopping that. Very important. And also, not necessarily we have to go to the Nils game, but I want to share one comment because it involved Nodirbek. When Nodirbek and Nils drew, Nils shared this. I read this somewhere on Twitter, I think. So Nodirbek shakes Nils' hand. After Nils gets his first point, right? He was 0 out of 4, draws the fifth round game, gets half a point on the scoreboard. Nodirbek shakes his hand and says, "Congratulations."
I
And
mean,
says, "Congratulations." That's what I read somewhere. I'm hoping it's true, but it is hilarious indeed. Wow.
I think we might say that it's hilarious and everything, but I faced something like this very recently in 2025 or 2024 it was, where since I became a grandmaster, I had never lost more than two games in my life, right? Even before that, I cannot remember more than two games that I had ever lost. But something happened, life things happen, and you're not feeling health भी थोड़ी खराब थी उस time पे. I was playing a tournament and I lost 5 games in a row, like back to back, and it was double rounds as well. So सुबह भी हार रहे हो, शाम को भी हार रहे हो, अगले दिन भी आप white से भी हार रहे हो, black से भी हार रहे हो. Nothing is working, and on the sixth round that I remember, it was a morning round, and of course you cannot sleep. Yeah, you just cannot sleep. You cannot work. You cannot work on chess. You cannot talk to anyone. It feels horrible to lose 5 games. And then I sat down on the board with no preparation. I mean, no sleep. Couldn't even eat, properly as well. And sat there, played Spanish opening, move three, bishop b5. My opponent plays a6, bishop a4. He plays knight f6, and then he offers a draw literally on move five. I accepted. Like I can tell you, it was the fastest thing that I have accepted in my life. I accepted, and the moment that it finished, I said thank you, and he said you're welcome, and then we just left it at that. Because I think players also realize कि भाई आप चार losses के बाद, पांच losses के बाद, you are not playing like yourself,
Hmm.
तो that can be very very difficult. So kind of relating to Nils to an extent. Of course मेरे opponents इतने strong नहीं थे, but still some relevance is there.
Crazy man, I think, and hoping Nils. By the way, Nils against Zul today, very interesting game, of course. We're gonna follow the result at the end. Meanwhile,
Uh,
jumping back to Magnus Sage, by we do
oh,
have a
not
couple of
Arjun.
moves.
I
No
feel like
moves
we
there, I
should go
think.
to Arjun Tikku bhai
कोई move
because
आई है
of
क्या?
because of something, no?
Is there something? ये कौन सी बॉटल से पी रहे हो सहज भाई? ये क्या है? ऐसे शो ऑफ क्यों मारा हुआ? आई एम क्यूरियस नाउ.
शो
क्या
ऑफ
है
नहीं
इस
कर
बॉटल
रहा हूँ,
पे?
जस्ट थोड़ा कल्चरल रेफरेंस डाल रहा हूँ. This is a Squid Game bottle, Tiku bhai, and
Okay.
there is a reason why I'm using it today. Okay,
What is the reason?
because the reason is that in Squid Game chat, if you have watched that series, you will know that the player who ends up winning is player 456. That's the main character, right? And that's exactly the amount of points that Arjun has in this tournament. 4.5 out of 6. टिक्कू भाई का WGM टाइटल ले लो बस. Like, हाँ भाई. चलो भाई, टिकू भाई हैज लेफ्ट द चैट. अब तो कैमरे पे भी नहीं दिख रहे भाई. वो दिख रहे हैं क्या कैमरे में? यूजुअली दिखते हैं. नहीं, अब तो ओ कैमरे से भी दूर हो गए भाई, अब तो क्रेजी. कोई नहीं, कोई नहीं. उनको उनको थोड़ा टाइम दो, समझने में भी थोड़ा लगता है ना भाई.
सॉरी चैट, मैं
बट
एक्चुअली थोड़ा
डीप
सा
है. मैं सोच रहा था रात को
आई
भाई थोड़ा कल्चरल कुछ
I
करते हैं आज.
went
बट
and
लेट्स गो.
saw I went and saw like a 10-second clip of like some comedian, yeah, just to kind of make myself happy again. I got very sad there for 10 seconds.
4.5 out of 6 भाई. 4.5 out of 6, and that's the guy who won. And like Arjun.
Why that guy in the second part had something traumatic happen to him? I'm not sure he was. That's the correct second part भी देखा है ना आपने भाई?
But bhai, I know, of course I know, like, but that's different, bhai.
Chalo, nice. I appreciate the effort, Sahaj bhai. I do appreciate the effort. I think it was very deep.
I
Not
know,
good, but
thank you,
deep.
bhai.
It was deep for sure.
प्लेयर भाई
Uh,
ऐसे AUM भाई ऐसे स्पॉइलर नहीं देना होता भाई. किसी कुछ लोगों ने ना देखा हो तो ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता. और वो जस्ट सो यू नो चैट, ही डिडंट लूज. लाइक, you know what I'm talking about. He never lost.
wow. Yeah,
Like,
yeah. True, true,
he
true,
never lost. Like, that's wrong info there.
true. And meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, 4-5-6 तो पता नहीं, but 5-8-4, 58 minutes बचे हैं उनके पास, एंडी वुडवर्ड के पास. सो अगेन अनदर डीप थिंक. लग रहा है यहाँ पे इतना टाइम प्रेशर होने वाला है, इतना होने वाला है कि आज तक देखा ही नहीं होगा हमने इस टूर्नामेंट में. बिकॉज दोनों प्लेयर आर जस्ट थिंकिंग फॉर 5, 10, 15, 20. देखो 17 minutes ऑलरेडी फॉर एंडी वुडवर्ड. या लाइक दिस इज सच अ कॉम्प्लिकेटेड पोजिशन.
Very, very complicated. More complicated than my joke even, Tiku bhai, I feel. So, Tiku bhai, imagine you were playing a classical match. White goes queen d3. Do you go off of instinct? Do you play b5 or knight db6? And I'll tell you, my instinct would be b5 100%. What would be yours?
So I see the bishop on g2, and that makes me tactically a bit scared. So I will consider b5 because obviously I want to defend the knight and I want to put the bishop on b7 if maybe on a good day. But then I have to calculate a lot. And knight d b6 feels safer for me. So unless I can justify it by calculation, I might just play knight d b6 because it just feels somehow safer. I'm not really giving you a tactical idea. However, I also see a4, a5, then I have to also play a5. So it looks safer, but is it really safer? I'm not really sure. So, but still, I would choose knight d b6, I think, by instinct.
भाई इतना तो बोल सकते हैं ना कि nothing is safe here. Like
Yeah, yeah,
for
agreed.
black, nothing is safe here. There is no safety in this position. So you have to go into the mess, and the question is, how do you go into the mess? Do you go with b5 or do you go with knight b6? Because that's what he's thinking, but he's been thinking for quite some time. By 18 minutes, maybe let's take a quick look with Yagiz and Magnus, sorry, Yaz versus Magnus, to see how the game has progressed, because we did have an end game with this move king to f2. Remember that we discussed this earlier, chat, that Magnus will not castle in this game simply because it's an endgame. That's why he went for king f2, keeping the king close to the center, keeping it active, but while still connecting the rooks. Now, of course, do not try this when there are queens present. Never try this with the queens, always without the queens. Black goes knight c6 and white goes bishop e3, only move in the position to keep this bishop c5 check at bay. Black khelta hai rook c8, and now another very important decision, which Magnus has already done. Should the knight go to c3 or should it go to d2? And for the reasons that we mentioned earlier, that the knight on d2 has a much better future, because the bishop is going to move away. Doesn't matter where, whether it's b5, b3. वो Magnus बाद में Magnus is going to decide that later. But he knows in the distant future the knight is going to reach c4, and from this point he can either go to d6, or if black plays a6, he's going to go to b6. And in either case, this is huge pressure for the Turkish number one.
And I think Magnus would have studied him. And one thing which is already obvious to us is his time management is not something to write home about. And he takes a lot of time in the middle game. Will always, like almost always, end up in time pressure at the top level games. And we can already see the contours for that. Look at the 17-minute, 18-minute time difference. I feel like Magnus का plan ही यही है to drag this game as long as possible, utilize all those concepts you mentioned, Sahaj, and then just kind of put pressure in the end game. And when Yagiz falls into time pressure, induce a mistake. So it's a very simple plan. Does involves no risk from Magnus' side. Magnus could literally play this position with 5 minutes on the clock without pressure, but Black is still not developed, needs to find some resources. So Yagiz has two opportunities. He could play a bit quicker, but he's choosing to again go deep into this endgame, trying to figure out simple solutions to the problems. But if it doesn't equalize quickly, I think this might be risky because again, time pressure is a real problem for Yagiz, which everybody can see.
Yeah, and I think right now you can already see like blueprints of that. Yeah, 20-minute difference after move 13 itself. And okay, the position is not, let's say, बहुत बड़ा फर्क, right? Like if you played something like bishop to d6 or bishop to e7, I'm sure it's not like that big of a difference in the position. But Yagiz wants to be absolutely precise because in front of him is the guy who can really show you the difference between bishop e7 and bishop d6. So time lena banta hai, of course, but at the same time, 20 minutes below Magnus is never ever a good idea. Bhai. Magnus, I think if we can say, Magnus, of course, doesn't have a weakness, but if we can say that if you want to have a chance to beat Magnus or, to put him in some pressure, I think it's the clock. You try to put pressure on the clock because Magnus generally वो longer formats खेल रहा है, right? Norway chess maybe it was a longer format in comparison to this one. This is just 90 plus 30 and 30 minutes of increment जो ज़्यादातर 40 वो 30 minutes आपको extra मिलते भी नहीं क्योंकि 40 साल में game खत्म हो जाता है. तो maybe that's what you can put pressure on, because remember this is
Yeah,
how Magnus lost against Jordan.
agreed. I think Magnus ko harana would be, of course, something to write about later on. But I think very, very tough moment for Yagiz. He's playing his idol, yeah, because Yagiz is 14 years old. When Yagiz was born, I think, like imagine what year was that? Yeah, 2000 and what? 12?
2011 he was born, yes.
11. So Magnus was already one of the like already the best player in the world almost by that point. So
Yeah,
from
not
his
almost. He was. 2010
yeah,
में Magnus broke world number one.
Exactly. So in his entire lifespan, Magnus has been the best chess player on the planet. So to kind of end up playing him directly, face to face in his first match must be a lot of pressure on him as well. So will be a lot of fun to track this game. Maybe we can now jump back to the Arjun game, Sahaj, because still no moves from Andy Woodward. I think he's taking a lot of pressure, and I'm wondering if you're going to see a blunder incoming, because look at the clock, 23 minutes. Arjun thought for 25, is now yawning, and now 23 minutes from black. भाई चल क्या रहा है भाई, ये क्लासिकल से ज्यादा फायदा उठा रहे हैं लोग.
Of course, bhai. But we know that the position is so dynamic, so difficult that one mistake can be very, very lethal here. So, makes sense why he's thinking. But yeah, 20, I think he has to play fast. And also, let's not forget, bhai, Andy is also an insane calculator. Yeah? He's a world puzzle battle champion, chat. So that's a very, very, very big thing. So even in time crunch moments, he will be able to navigate, calculate, and find his way out. By the way, he goes for b5 after a 23-minute think.
Wow, he chooses the most ambitious line. So Andy Woodward not backing down. Chad, by the way, wherever you're joining from, would love to. I see some people discussing, how to review examinations. Would love to know how old are you, Chad, and where are you joining us from? Sahaj bhai, I think you've been at different places in the world during different ages of your life. Would love to know, Chad, kitne saal ki hai? How old are you, Chad? Let us know, and would be interested to see what do you think will be the average age of the Chad, Sahaj bhai? Average age overall.
I think it's ranging. There can be a difference. This can be a big
What's the
difference. I
range?
think.
What's the range, do you think?
I think between like 15 to around like I'm pretty sure 35 to 40 years old, maybe even older. Like I think it's a pretty wide
And
range of people that I see.
and you start with 15 because the 14-year-olds are actually playing the tournament itself.
Huh,
So, maybe that's why, yeah.
exactly.
I see a range of 6 to 99. Wow. Problem is with me, yeah, for
Beautiful.
asking the question. 6 to 99. Wow. Crazy.
Beautiful. And also, chat me a bit earlier before you asked this question, someone was asking me that whether I know the openings that are being played out here or whether I have analyzed them before in the past. Sometimes it happens. It used to. I'll be honest with you. It used to happen a lot more when I was actively on chess base working all the time. It used to happen a lot, especially in let's say about 6, 7 something like years ago or so. But since it does happen to this day even now, but it's rare. Because players, especially in modern chess, are trying out new things very very early on. Like Gukesh playing that e4 and d3, right? I mean, if I analyze that, or if I went to my coach and if I went to a camp and I asked my grandmaster coach that, hey, after e4 e5 what should I do after d3, he will laugh at me. He would have laughed me out of the room because they would say, oh, this is not chess. But of course the image of chess and the meaning of chess has changed with the computers itself. So yeah, it still happens but not as much.
Very interesting. Somebody said I was just born 1 hour ago. Amazing. That's the kind of level of interest, we can see in chess nowadays. People getting born and instantly picking up the game, Sahaj, by
अरे
with their
वही करना
tiny little
पड़ेगा ना.
hands.
वही
It's
करना
crazy,
पड़ेगा
man.
ना
and
भाई.
and that's how you become like a 12-year-old 2700 someday. Yeah, that's the only way. So meanwhile, chat, as we can see, can you the bird's eye view again? Would love to have a look at all the 4 boards, and chat predictions from you on the number of results we'll see today, because it's the final day. So at least on 3 boards there is one guy who's really going for the kill. So said by chat, predictions on the number of results at the final round of TePe segment.
So one, two, three. Three results today, bhai. Khatarnak din is what I'm predicting.
Oof,
What
three
about you,
results,
Tiku
yeah.
bhai?
I'm going with 2. I am guessing somebody will fail at achieving their goal. And you know what? If you
And
look at
who
Arjun's
is that?
last move, I think maybe Yagiz Magnus ends in a draw. I think Yagiz will hold that draw. I don't
Wow,
think Magnus.
really, bhai.
Look at that
You
move.
are manifesting this, yeah, but I
Look at that bishop
think,
c5
look,
move, by the way. That's literally White's best piece, exchanging that bishop on e3. Of course, the king will come to the center, but it's too solid, man. It's just too solid, I think. Very hard to win this. And if that
But
game ends in a draw, I feel like Arjun drawing will be enough. But will he draw Sehwag? Because look at that move, pawn to a4. And that's maybe not the best move. In fact, I wouldn't call it a mistake, but it's definitely a step in the wrong direction because black has a very nice move here.
yeah, and that move is bishop to a6. And even though the bar is saying whatever the bar is saying, I don't believe this is worse for Arjun. I'm sure, bhai, if I put this position up in the cloud, it's gonna show as better for white, or it's gonna show as equal minimum. Like I'm sure of it. So I think it's just nuanced. Bishop a6, by the way, it's a very, very difficult move to play itself because ऑलरेडी अगर हम वो रेक्टेंगल बनाते हैं राइट किंग साइड की तरफ ब्लैक का किंग ऑलरेडी इतना अनसेफ है दूसरा आप एक वो बिशप उसको दूसरे कोने में लेके जाते हो एलिमिनेटिंग वन मोर डिफेंडर इन द प्रोसेस जस्ट फील्स डेंजरस टू मी Tiku bhai, I'll just be right back in a minute, yeah?
Yeah, true, agree. I think it does look difficult because at the end, the bishop on a6 is also loose, right? Long term, it can just be a hanging piece. Also, what is the bishop on a6 doing? Once I do move my queen away to the king side. So it's like a move which requires a lot of tactical analysis. Let's go back to the full screen of Arjun versus Andy. Because again, that a4 move, first Arjun plays on the king side, pushes his. Actually, I would even argue first he plays in the center, pushes the pawn to e4, d4. Then he plays on the king side, pushes his pawns to g4 and h5. And now he's pushing pawns on the queen side. So at this point, you have to wonder, like, how is he able to play on all three sides of the board and still not suffer for it somehow? Because we would usually do so. So crazy game today, chat. Black is objectively maybe better, but that's because black has an extra pawn. The reason why white's been able to do this is because he sacrificed a pawn and black spent time to grab that pawn. And in the meanwhile, white has managed to really push his pawns up the board. And guess where does white's king castle? Yeah, it has to be the king side now. Even that doesn't look particularly safe, but that's where he'll have to settle for. So very crazy game as Andy's time goes below the 50-minute mark. By the way, Arjun took 26 minutes for his last move, queen d3. Andy took 23 and a half minutes for his last move, b5. But Arjun took only 3.5 minutes for his move, pawn to a4. So clearly, this is something he had prepared beforehand before he played queen to d3. Now, what does Andy do? First of all, b5 pawn hanging. He finds bishop a6. The best move in the position played by Andy Woodward. He's up for a challenge. And there is a discover attack potentially brewing up here, chat. Very, very interesting. This game's already after 12 moves. And if we go back a move and Sehwag is back, a4 now is being shown as a question mark by the engine. So the engine says a4 was a minor mistake and bishop to a6 on the board, Sehwag. The pressure is building up for both players.
Yes, definitely pressure building up. I was listening to you saying that a4 was a mistake. I still will challenge the engine there for sure because I don't believe the position is worse for white here. I think it's very, very, very complicated and any side can make a mistake. Let's try to do some rough analysis to see how the game could progress here, Tikubai. So firstly, there are two moves in this position. There is knight f3 and knight h3. Both of them sort of, of course you're getting the knight out. Maybe you're preparing for castling since now the queen side is, a little bit opening up. Aapka king thoda unsafe ho sakta hai. So you could plan for castling as well, but that doesn't stop your attack on the king side whatsoever. So let's go for the most logical approach. Let's play knight f3. So black to play Tiku bhai, what do you do here? I mean, just optically, black ki chale, what do you do? Or if you want, like I can play as black and you can try to, play as the engine and see like what are the relevance here
Play
because
as
I
the
feel this is
engine.
very, very difficult, bhai.
Play as the engine. Why? Thank God you realize the objectivity of it. Yeah, the playing this position is not easy. I mean, knight to wait. Do we have knight to f3? You played it, yeah?
No, no,
Okay, sorry, I
this
got to
is
say.
what I played, and I was
Okay, okay.
asking you whether black's moves are here easier to play in this
Got it.
position. So maybe
So
I can take the black color and I can switch off the engine lines from my side. The
done,
bar is still
done,
visible. So my engine
done.
lines are off. So I'll play as black in this position. And okay, I'll be a little bit honest. I saw the first move for black, so I will play it, which is rook b8. And Tiku bhai, please take it away. You are white. What do you do?
Okay, rook b8. So now I I kind of want to castle, but I'm also putting my rook on the same diagonal as the bishop, so I'm not going to do that. Um, Also, knight f3, say I've blocked my path to the king side. I cannot play queen g3
Do you
anymore,
want to go
for
knight
example.
h3 rather?
I'm wondering actually. Maybe I would play queen g3 first, actually. I just want to get my queen out, if that makes sense. And
Queen
now I will
g3
play knight
here.
f3 next. Yes,
Okay,
I'm much
queen
more
g3.
comfortable with that.
Okay, just putting it out there, my engine shows that there is a 0.6 advantage here, but okay, of course, now I can't see, I don't have the bar. So I'll try to make like normal moves here. So my first instinct is let's go rook b8 anyway, because ये थोड़ा discover attack दिख रहा है मुझे यहाँ पे.
Hmm.
I'll go rook b8 anyway. Is that possible?
Okay,
Low,
rook b8 you
already
played.
equal. क्यों है भाई equal?
I have no idea why. Well, now I will take on b5, of course, because now
And
there
are
is
you
no
taking on
threat.
a7?
No, I wouldn't really dare take on
Okay,
a7. I feel like I
exactly.
would develop the piece now. Now, whether I play to f3 or h3 is a good question. Let's go h3 because it worked earlier.
Okay. Also, you keep the option of f4 alive. And TK,
Yes.
I don't want to play h6 or anything. I do want to play e5 though, because I don't like you playing e5. So let's go e5 maybe from black, or I'm thinking either a5 or e5 in this position. A7 पे
Okay.
क्योंकि pawn मर रहा है यार. I don't want to take the like, let's play a5. Let's play a5. But by the way,
Okay.
position is already equal by just two normal moves from me. Yeah, that's how I think the complex position already is.
So
But take it away.
so a5. Now I'll castle. Now my plan is f4. I think.
अब तो e5 खेलने से भी डर लग रहा है भाई f4 देख के.
Okay,
तो
maybe you can go a4. Yeah. Keep pushing that
A4
pawn.
ठीक है, fine, let's keep going A4.
Let's go f4. I want to play f4 now.
F4
Very
आता
easy.
है. And oh, that's by the way a slight, that's a big inaccuracy, Tiku bhai.
Wait,
F4, it's
what?
-1
But
now.
that makes sense, no? I mean,
Okay,
look at
maybe
my pawns.
it's
How is it worse?
good question. Very good question. I don't want to play F5
Ah,
obviously.
maybe there is some knight a5, knight b3, and I will
Oh
lose the
भाई,
bishop. Yeah.
okay. Oh, so that was the भाई A4 का plan ये नहीं था मेरा knight A5 knight B3. By the way, chat, if you're thinking knight A5 knight B3 is difficult to find, I mean the nuance is very clear because white has a double bishop advantage in this position, specifically the bishop on C1 जो अभी घर से निकला नहीं है, but still it's a very very powerful piece because you remember the moments when you play H6 G6 and all the dark squares become weak. So the bishop does have a lot of importance in this position. So we should definitely not allow black to take this bishop at any cost. So Tiku bhai, without f4, what other move is there?
That's a tough question because again, like I want my entire point of castling was f4. So now if I go back, I have to go back. Um,
So you don't want to play castle anymore?
I really don't know, Sej, It's very tough because I have to look at the engine now because it's saying
Yeah, yeah, no, no.
h6
I,
after
I want you
castles.
to look at engine, bhai.
Ah, okay. Oh,
Basically
you
the
just said
idea
that.
is that you play
Oh,
as the engine, I play as the human, and I want to understand how
h6 by.
difficult it is.
h6 by
Yeah,
h6. h6.
h6.
Suddenly I'm getting moves very quickly, chat. I don't know where, how.
Oh,
h6,
and
yes.
g6.
And now apparently rook to e1.
Okay, not a very difficult move considering this whole knight a5 knight b3 business. And bhai, I honestly I cannot come up with a move here for black. Like I'm trying to make filler moves like queen e7, but I'm not sure if they are good. Queen e7?
Queen e7. Okay. Now I can play pawn to f4. I'm glad. Okay, it's not the best move, but I wanted to play f4, so I'll play f4.
And f5 incoming, e5 incoming, and lots of attacking possibility. Lots. Also, the pawn on a3 is a4 is also kind of locked. And if you play a3, Tikubai, are we taking bishop a3? Or are we leaving the pawn here?
I think we can leave it there
Yeah, that's
for
what I
now.
was thinking as well, because bishop is more important, right, in the position.
Yeah.
So I think,
So,
okay, from rough analysis, it's pretty clear that from black, even after a move like bishop a6, maybe the follow-up is not so simple.
but also for white, like basically the upside is not as strong now as it was earlier. Like basically white can get a lot of moves like pawn moves, piece moves ahead towards the king side, but it's not easy to basically break through anymore. Like black did play some good moves. Um, so maybe like for either side, the variance has kind of reduced a bit basically in terms of how quickly can you win the game. So maybe the game is going to be less dramatic than we originally thought. It is my thought process. It might be a long, drawn out game now, a strategic game rather than an instant tactical nightmare as it looked originally.
I think that is still very much possible भाई. Very much, very, because गलतियां तो यहाँ पे होती ही हैं. I think ऊपर नीचे तो जाता ही है यहाँ पे बार, because position is so complex. But by the way, I love the move Queen G3, and just for context, the best move for black here was pawn takes A4. And do I even have to capture this pawn? Because what is this doing? Can I just not go knight f3 and just go h6, and that same idea with short castle and try to push, play bishop g5? I don't know, like try to attack on the king side. Looks pretty promising.
Agreed. And I think my logic is that I feel like they're going to think for a long time, as we can already see again. Andy Woodward now still thinking, sorry, Arjun now still thinking, even though he was the one playing this opening. And my prediction at the start of the game was we're going to see Andy Woodward in huge pressure. He's going to be way behind on the clock. And then maybe that's the advantage Arjun has. And it's not the real actual advantage that he sees on the board, but actually on the clock. But I don't see the advantage on the clock also now. So this game, I would say, is open for all three results, Sahaj bhai. I don't think Arjun is fully satisfied with what he has in front of him now. That knight d7, that huge thing, 26 minute thought after knight d7 now makes me think that maybe Arjun is on his own, and I'm not even sure if he's fully happy with what he has in front of him.
Early days, but yeah, I mean, the recent progress may not have been the best, but okay, still early days. Let's take a quick look of Magnus versus Yaz in the meantime,
Hmm.
as Arjun, takes his time to think. Wow, lots of exchanges have already happened since Bishop c5 was played. So takes on c5, Rook takes c5, Rook c1 aata hai, you take, and White captures back, and then Black can now play King e7, or Black can play Bishop c6 or Knight c6, and slight pressure, I would say, for Magnus. And this might be a bit weird to say because, of course, the position is so symmetrical, but that pressure is there because White has these two very important moves in this position. Chat, can you guess what those two important moves are? There is only one reason why Magnus could be better in a position like this, strategically speaking. What is that reason? You have the same rook, of course, slightly more active rook, same knight, same bishop. But what is that reason? What's the difference between Magnus and Yaz's position, which makes him a little bit better? Rook c7 would not be the idea. I think it's a temporary idea because basically I can defend with bishop c6, or I can defend with king e7 and rook b8, something along those lines. But it is an instant threat, but that's not a strategic threat in the position. The strategic threat is for white to try and gain space in this position. So let's assume black goes knight c6, by the way, just played. Now the only move for white is to play f4. Actually, you can even throw e5
Shit.
straight here, Tikku bhai. What is this? You see this?
Shit.
e5 is possible.
I see that, Sahaj bhai, but I see something even more dramatic. Do you wanna have a look? I agree with you. I think game looks interesting. By the way, we can quickly show why is it working for Magnus quickly, because then we might have to jump to the Arjun game because there is a big mistake by Arjun.
Oh, bhai, let's take a quick look. But yeah, chat, just to summarize, the idea was e5, f4, and to take control of the d6 square. Magnus has more space. He has good chances to win. Let's switch to Arjun's board and understand what's happening. Oh, bhai, he is going guns blazing. g5 played. Okay, it's a mistake according to the engine, but bhai, how much are we trusting the engine is the question here. Because I don't. I
No, no, no.
don't.
I
I
think
don't trust.
even if it's the correct evaluation, doesn't mean that it's easy for Andy Woodward. Yeah, like he still has
I
to see. Can we flip the board for a second, Sage? By
flip the board. Yep, there it is.
yes. Now you look at this position, you think, oh my god, g6 is incoming, h6 incoming, queen g3 incoming, bishop c1 pressuring h6, like knight coming to h3 or f3. Like you feel the pressure a lot more. It's not easy to sit tight when you see these ideas. Of course, the e5 tactic attacking a8. So there's a lot of pressure on Andy Woodward here, but objectively, if he is able to find the best moves, Arjun could be under a lot of pressure in the next 5 10 moves, Sahaj bhai.
100% he could, but okay, right now he is the one putting the pressure. And by the way, GM Magnus ji jo chat में usually रहते हैं, who wants the cloud analysis. I'm not sure if he's watching this right now, but I'm genuinely curious if the cloud is gonna say anything different, because I feel like point 0.7 is a little too harsh on White's position. So I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. I'm gonna try to see what the truth is. In just a few seconds, I will let you know, Tipe
चैट
bhai.
इंडिया में ट्रूथ सिर्फ दो ही लोग निकालते हैं, एक अर्नब गोस्वामी और एक सहज ग्रोवर भाई. The nation wants to know, Sahaj bhai, what is
अरे
the current
भाई,
exact evaluation of this position? Let's flip the board back, by the way, for white
we all
pieces.
saw that भाई, we all saw that. वो जो
हाँ
स्पेशल
हाँ.
आया था भाई, मजा ही आया भाई, क्या क्रेजी था वो भाई. किसी ने देखा भाई तो वो स्पेशल कपिल शर्मा वाला भाई, क्या क्रेजी था वो. सो आर वी रेडी फॉर द ट्रूथ भाई?
I hope so, Sahaj bhai. Take us to the
वी
truth.
आर
Let's
नॉट
go.
रेडी फॉर द ट्रूथ भाई.
Oof.
So basically, the position, the last move g5 is an inaccuracy. Before this, Arjun was completely fine. It was a bunch of 0 0 0s. But after g5, the eval is more or less -1. And actually, the top move is not even shown on our screens. It's actually pawn takes a4, which is the decider. Here, c5, which is shown as the best move, according to mine at least. वहाँ पे pawn takes, bishop takes, queen g3 is extremely sharp. But of course, like -1 still doesn't mean कि भाई complications नहीं है board पे. There is still a lot of venom left, a lot of attack left, and Andy would have to be super precise to navigate all of this. I mean, you might be worried, chat. You might be thinking, okay, Arjun is not, Arjun is already worse, but I'd like to remind you of that moment where Magnus played against Zhu Jinner, where Magnus specifically played that move f3 to try and complicate matters against Zhu Jinner. Now, for like a few moments, Magnus was worse. In fact, at some moments, it also looked like Magnus could be objectively lost. But such things are necessary to create practical pressure in a chess match.
Sahaj bhai, I think while I'm very hopeful for Arjun, I think this is his style and this is his confidence talking. I think that as Tal mentioned, yeah, like often most of my opponents are turn out to be sick on the very day we are playing a chess game. So if it works because you're not really fighting the engine, you're fighting your opponent. My only worry, chat, is historically Arjun has been leading so many events, and then last round he falters. I remember Chennai Grand Masters where Arvind ended up winning at the end. Arjun was leading the event throughout until the last round and then lost to Arvind. I saw multiple of these events where he ends up in second place and he looks like he's about to win. So I hope that doesn't come back to haunt him when he has to make a critical choice. He doesn't
Bhai, of
hesitate.
course, the
So,
same thing happened in the World Blitz Championship as well for Arjun. I mean, he was
yes,
basically leading the tournament after round two. Yeah, he was basically one of the sole leaders for like such a long time, but and won the tournament like 1.5 points ahead of everyone or 2 points ahead. But जब वो qualifiers were, then he just lost to Nodirbek, yeah, 2.5 half or something like this. So yeah, you're right. In those crunch moments, final moments, it is something that Arjun needs to work on. By the way, C5 played, breaking the center. When you face a
wow.
flank attack, you break the center. Not
And
the best move. Arjun is equal now again, by the way, according to the cloud.
really? Oh wow! But
Yes.
like I think for me it shows that White has only two moves. One is A takes B5 and one is H6. Otherwise, Arjun is already lost.
So I'll show you. It's A takes
Hmm.
B5, bishop takes B5, and then queen G3. So you can play as
Okay.
black here. You
Ah,
can
let's
use
go. Let's go.
yours.
Let's go. Knight A5
Yeah.
now as black.
Knight A5, first of all, very hard. Let's address also that's a very hard move, yeah, because D6 pawn hanging and I mean, it's not a move
Agreed.
you will play.
Agreed. Agreed. Agreed.
So Knight
Agreed. It's
A5.
tough.
Yeah, Knight A5. By the way, point 4 पे तो आ ही गया, Knight F3.
Knight F3. Knight B3 now.
Knight B3. बाप रे.
And chat. White to play. What is the best move? Let's go, chat. And so that was I saw this actually. The point was white was also not easy now. Said why? Pehle when we were
बट
discussing
नाइट
this,
F5 तो
right?
नहीं आएगा ना भाई, नाइट F5 itself
I know, I
won't come
know.
here.
I know, but it feels like now Arjun's moves are also tough, if it makes sense. Like earlier, it was Black's moves that were tough. Arjun ka plan simple tha, h4, g5, and so on. But now even Arjun's moves are not easy. Chat, so white to play. I think this is still in Arjun's grasp because once you see the move, your mind will be blown. And Levy, think of Levy, but not timid Levy, like full on Levy, like full Levy, like not exchange sacrifice, nahi, full crazy chahiye bhai Levy hame.
Nicely said.
The move says by take us to the truth.
The truth is, h6, sacrifice the rook. But in a
Oof.
different way this time. Now you're just leaving the rook. And good luck taking this rook on a1 because you could get checkmated. By the way, you are not getting checkmated. It's still a draw somehow. Like, if you can believe it, takes ke baad g6.
Oof.
Are
Bhai, what is this
ridiculous.
move?
Okay, like 0 0 0s तो दिख रहे हैं chat, but how many of us actually believe ये game draw होगा? Like, let's be real. This is not queen is like we were talking about the rectangle. भाई हमारे पूरी forces, all of the pieces
Sahaj
that
bhai,
are alive are looking there.
go deeper, Sahaj bhai. I think sometimes we have
Take
to
me
do that.
through
So
it, bhai. What do you play?
so now f takes g6, which to me looks logical, right? Because I have some f. Usually you take with the f pawn to open the rook. Now knight g5 only move, attacking e6. Now at any point white can give a check on c2, but that doesn't really change the game so much. So let's play queen f6, the best move for black, allowing rook takes h7 check, king g8, and now only move for white to even continue the game is e5. And now black has to take with the knight. If you take with the pawn, knight e4, Arjun wins. Right?
So this is
Hilarious.
what I mean, right? This is what I mean. So this is kind. Look, I know, chat. We are going sort of very, very deep into the lines, but of course, we are trying to understand how the game could progress. For who is it more difficult? Of course, we can try to calculate that ourselves, but we can never reach that level of understanding. While commentating, and the players are just fully focused on the game. So we do need to go deeper and try to understand what is easier, what is harder to play practically for each of the players. Of course, reading engine lines is very, very easy. भाई क्या चल रहा है भाई chat में?
No, chat. I
Chat
think I
does
think
not
Arjun is
miss,
of
yeah?
course chat. Arjun is of course going very deep into this position because he needs to figure out. But he takes on b5. I think okay, kind of expected. But after bishop takes b5, what does he do? Is the crucial question. Very important moment, chat. I feel like this could go. This is definitely going to be results, Saj. Why the repetitions we are seeing are almost impossible to find. And if I had to, bet Maggie's here, I might even choose black to be honest.
Bhai, I completely disagree with you. I'm choosing Arjun's position still. I see the
Oof.
H and G pawns. I look at the possibilities of the attack. Bhai, it is so hard for Andy to play this. Knight e2, by the way, played by Arjun, so it was not the best move. The best was Queen g3, but then again, the follow-up was not so easy either. So let's see what Andy goes for here. And Tiku Bhai, while Andy thinks a big moment has just happened in the Magnus versus
Wow.
Yaz board, he has indeed played that incredible move e5 in the position, solidifying the stance of the square on the d6, the sixth rank. You cannot capture it obviously क्योंकि rook c7 के बाद ये दोनों pawns goodbye. So
Yeah.
what do you do? By the way,
Saj bhai.
chat, आप तो मतलब जो चल रहा है आपका वो तो चल रहा है chat, but take a guess in this position, what is the best move for black? अगर ये निकाल लिया तो फिर deep जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी भाई.
Aha. Then I think surface level analysis would do, chat. Come on. The
हाँ, यहाँ
best for
पे
black is
सरफेस उसके
crazy.
बाद मैं ही छोड़ दूंगा भाई.
Huh. And by the way, question from the chat, do you think, Salve, Arjun can become world champion? I think he absolutely can. He seems to, in fact, in terms of rating, he seems to have the best potential. I think there's a mental block somewhere in Arjun about winning events. He'll finish second, third, but never seems to end up in the first place. If he wins this, that might get unleashed and suddenly he might win a bunch of events on the trot. So एक event जीतना, you do it once, you can do it again. And so we have a bunch of suggestions, and some people did find
Absolutely.
it.
Yep, absolutely. I'm looking at both chats actually, and it's very clear which chat is actually thinking on their own. So I'm so by the way, the best move here is actually very, very difficult to understand without context. Of course, we have to understand that this is an end game, and once again, in an end game, the king belongs in the center. So to all of you who are saying king e7, guys, you're not wrong. This is, I would say, still one of the best moves in the position. Very, very good. But I'm just showing this because this not often we see this, that black can actually castle in this position and put the rook on f8 by default, but instead, black should play rook f8 anyways and still keep the king in the center. It's a perfect example to show why kings belong in the center when it comes to the
And
endgame.
And it's a great chat. Basically, if you play king e7 as black, for example, right, instead of rook f8, white will play f4, and then black will break with f6, essentially. So he will try
Yeah,
to
knight
remove this
c4
pawn
pehle
from.
and then f4. Yeah,
Ha, so
king
basically, you
e7
want
and
to
f4.
remove this pawn from e5. But once you play rook f8 directly, after whenever black plays f6, he's going to take with the rook. That's the difference. So I think that's at least he wants that option. Now, I personally don't like taking with the rook because it does leave a weak pawn on e6, but that's essentially the idea here for the according to the engine side. Why?
Yeah, for sure. And now Yagiz, भाई जितना Yagiz already सोचता है, जितना deep actually Yagiz सोचता है in general, like e5 के बाद तो भाई रुक एफ8 निकालने में तो लग जाएगा उसको आधा घंटा ऑलरेडी, और उसके पास आधा घंटा ही बचा है भाई to play
Uh,
22 moves. Chat, yes or no? Will Yagiz be in time pressure in this game? Plays King E7.
oh, it's the easiest bet, Sahaj. But I mean, of course, yes, he's been in time pressure in every single game in this event almost. So I expect that to happen again as Magnus does play f4 very quickly, by the way. Important game for both players. They need to win. Of course, Magnus will keep an eye on the Arjun game meanwhile. So can we jump back? Still no moves by Andy, and he's about to fall below the 40-minute mark. So
Wow.
even though we are saying, Arjun is worse and he objectively maybe is, how easy is it for Andy to figure out these details when when his time is kind of dripping down every second?
Why very difficult. Very, very difficult. I think the moves for Andy are not easy whatsoever. I see, okay, a5, a4 is something, was maybe a filler move in the game, but you see all of this attacking possibilities and it's not easy. Basically, the attack is not clear, and that's the crazy part in this position.
Hmm. Very, very interesting chat. Jesse, as a chess player, Chad, I think whenever you see 39 minutes, that's your first wake up call that time pressure is approaching. And the second real scary point is when you reach the 19-minute mark. Then you really know you're under hot waters. And then, of course, the single digit number just freaks you out. So Andy Woodward needs to keep an eye on the clock, but the position is so complicated. He knows one mistake and this could go south. And Sejai, what is the best move for black? Because I'll tell you, the best move I see is very tough. I see queen b6 as the best move. And for me, like moving the queen away from the king feels extremely double edged, right? I mean, you're taking a huge risk by doing so, especially when it's not clear what the queen is really doing there. So, like rook b8, for example, again, the second best move, you're giving up the pawn on a7. Not easy to do without deep calculation. So, what does black really do? a5, however, the third most preferred move, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Why, but Queen B6 also, yeah, like you mentioned, okay, of course, your the attack is on this side of the board. आप Queen को उधर लेके थोड़ी ना जाओगे. So that's sole reason why I wouldn't consider Queen B6. A5, yeah, I agree with you. That makes a lot of sense. Rook B8 तो भूल जाओ आप. तो A5 ही रखते हैं. A5 ही होने वाला है बोर्ड पे. खेला क्या
Hmm.
उसने कुछ?
अभी नहीं
He has
खेला.
not played yet. Yeah. Okay.
And a5 khelte, suddenly the bar goes slightly up in Arjun's favor. And then white is supposed to just calmly castle. I'm not sure about the castle's move. Maybe it's doable. And then a4. Yeah. And God, I think only God knows the true evaluation here, Sahaj Bhai. I think the engines are just kind of hallucinating halfway.
Exactly. एग्जैक्टली बट तभी तो क्लाउड लगाया था भाई, ताकि थोड़ा कुछ सच पता लगे, बिकॉज आई डोंट थिंक वी आर गेटिंग द ट्रूथ एटलीस्ट वेरी क्लियरली इन दिस पोजिशन. So difficult road ahead. 37 minutes only to navigate, 25 moves to be played. And I think even if you find the right way forward, you're going to have like 10 minutes left on your clock by the time it's all over. And that's going to be too little.
Agreed.
I'm taking Arjun win today. What do you think that's not going to happen? Do you think draw होगा, tie breaks में जाएंगे हम? What do you think?
I am the vessel for the chat today. I'm going to take a leaf out of Tanya's book. Chat, what do you think happens today? Win, draw, loss for Arjun. And somebody said, I only don't like this stream because of his laughing. Are laugh a lot more. Having a unique laugh will help you in your life, Mr. NXTSIAM. Also, a good username would help actually, but laugh also. What do you think? By the way, maximum people saying draw. Is it their heart speaking or their mind though, Sahaj bhai? I'm not sure because the
Good
game
question,
is
bhai.
quite complicated.
I think draw to very, very unlikely.
I agree. It's too
What's the
complicated
problem
for a
with
draw.
A6 edge? Well, I don't think there is a problem with A6, but I think it's a bit passive because remember that in this situation it's an imbalance. My initiative is on the king side, your initiative is on the queen side, and if you play a move like A6, you're not using your initiative, you're not using your strength, you're just using it to defend something. अभी मैं queen g3 जाता हूँ, like I'll just continue how I was continuing on the king side. I'll be way faster to attack the king side. So you need to create some urgency on the queen side ताकि मेरी नजर वहां पर भी रहे
Hmm.
basically. So not like optic, not like let's say objectively wrong, but just practically it's not the best decision in my opinion.
Agreed. It's like, you fighting an enemy, let's say in any other sport, and you both have one weapon, but you're not using yours. So I think that will be not the best way to play chess. The A pawn is a huge distraction, and of course, a great asset in the end game. We also saw that knight B3 idea, right? Knight A5 and knight B3 right now. Of course, it's not even possible because the bishop is hanging. But even later, knight B3 isn't as strong because I can just stop it with rook B1. But if there's a pawn on A4, that knight on b3 is absolutely rock solid. So there are a bunch of ideas for black, and he's considering them all as he's been thinking for almost 9 minutes, and the clock has dropped to the 35-minute mark. Chat, this is absolute fire on the chessboard. I can't imagine the kind of pressure he must be facing. If he wins this could end up as a great event for Andy Woodward. But if he loses, it could be a traumatic event. Final round, Sahaj by. And of course, for players like Andy, he got an invite to this elite event. And you really want to prove a point, right? That you get these further invites.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Of course, this is so important for Andy, and of course he has proven himself. In many, of course, winning the Tata Steel, and then performing the way that he did in the Grand Swiss, and I mean, I feel like he's just been on the rise, and he wants to make his mark.
It's a draw, but Andy can blunder. I think anybody can blunder here. Sahaj Bhai, I think both the players really have to just go deeper, calculate for 10, 15 moves, every single move. And that means time pressure is not a question of if, but a question of when. Chat, time is coming for all of us, and a bit early for Arjun and I think Andy in this game at least. And Sahaj Bhai, I think I feel like today is an exciting day, but we also have GCT starting in just about 8 minutes. So I'm kind of, stuck. Yeah. Do I look at this game? Do I look at Gukesh's game? Do I look at Sindarov's game? Do I look at Magnus' game? Do I look at what do we look at, in 8 minutes from now?
I think we'll just keep switching bhai from time to time, and keep of course it's going not going to be the easiest decision, but of course it's going to be fun. By the way, क्या हमारे 500 लाइक हो गए हैं टिकू भाई?
Not yet, by no, not yet. Not 500 likes just
एक
yet.
मसालेदार क्वेश्चन जिसमें मैं गूगल भी अलाउ कर दूंगा इज इनकमिंग.
So, chat, let's do one thing. Today, let's do a Chesscom Diamond membership challenge. We'll do one on both the channels. So, one separately on Chess24
Oof.
India, on one separately Chesscom India. But whenever we reach 1,000 likes on that stream, so whenever we do so, let us know the chat on that channel, and we'll do a Diamond membership challenge. What do you think about that side, Mike?
I love it, absolutely love it. So basically we'll reach the likes on both channels and then we'll do it, yeah, basically.
No, whenever we do it on one, we do it there. I think that sounds
Okay,
cool.
done
And two
done.
questions. So one you can think of, one I'll think of. Andy about to play. He plays rook b8. One of the nicest moves in the position, defending the bishop and now moving the knight somewhere, maybe to b2, a3, whatever. Even e5 is a discover attack.
Exactly. And so queen g3, getting away from the discover attack is vital in this position. Push h6. And of course, g6 is a much bigger threat because it's definitely going to open one file. And Tiku
Hmm.
bhai, after a move like queen g3, like optically speaking, आप king side पे ऐसे attack कर रहे हो. Chat,
Oh
take
my
a guess.
God!
क्या हुआ?
Sahaj bhai, is it? I think this must be an error, right? There's no way this is right. Wait, I see your
I
Nodirbek is completely winning. This must be an error.
No, no, this is an error. I'll show you where the error is. Take,
Oh,
king
thank God.
e3, rook e4, king
I
f3,
thought we.
g5, bishop g5, rook takes e5, rook takes e5, bishop takes e5 is what's been played, and rook c1. This is the end game essentially. So
Oh,
Nodirbek
thank God.
not winning. It's a draw basically. Should be over very very soon, bhai.
Wow. So Nodirbek is out of the equation, chat. Anybody who voted for him, I think 2% people, I think they are the ones who are definitely wrong now. Sorry for screaming the chat. I mean, you can imagine my uh, shock, yeah? I mean, just a piece down for Jordan. Insane after beating Magnus. So that's going to be a draw, Sahaj bhai. So let's head back to Arjun, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. Let's go back to Arjun. Also, let's take a yeah. Let's stay with Arjun because Rook B8 खेल दिया गया है and it's crunch moments for the India number one. Let's see how he progresses. Oh, he doesn't play Queen G3. That was me. My bad on that.
Somebody said WGM in action. What? What does that even mean? Anyway, yeah, continue, Sahaj bhai.
Oh, by the way, shall we also take a look at basically the game of Magnus versus Yaz because an important
Mhm.
decision was made here where Black played the move f6 to try and challenge the e5 pawn, Tiku bhai.
Oof, I think that move was coming regardless. It was only a matter of when. And now Magnus likely has to take. I mean, knight f3 is an option, but um, would you play knight f3 here, Sahaj? I feel like um, that's a lot of simplification. Like takes, and maybe it's not enough for Magnus to win. And maybe the only way to create an imbalance is to take on f6. What's your thought process here?
Yeah, I think taking on f6 would definitely be one of the best approaches here because otherwise a pawn on e5 could be bad. Also, knight f3 doesn't seem that bad to me either because if you take the pawn, I capture back with my pawn, right? And then I'm completely fine.
You want to take with the pawn? That makes a lot more sense, actually. Um, And then, of course, the question is, does Yagiz offer the rook trade, which he likely will? And does Magnus take the rook trade? Because he has to, right? I don't see a way Magnus can avoid the rook trade unless he can control the c2 square. So after a rook trade, if it happens, do you see Magnus still winning this? Because I
Yes, I
don't.
do.
Oh, you do,
I
yeah?
do. I do.
Oh, wow.
And my question, to the chat was kind of similar, related to this because I'm still gonna wait for the likes. By likes हुए क्या 500? एक बार वो like
हजारों ने
shout out
भाई
दे दो. I'm just trying
हजारों
to
ने
pick up trying to get more data on this. Yes, you were saying?
1000 लाइक होने भाई 500 नहीं
1000 पे बढ़िया भाई. Let's do
हाँ
it.
हाँ बट क्वेश्चन ऐसे पूछ सकते हो भाई इफ यू हैव अ नॉर्मल क्वेश्चन दो
It's not a normal question. Well, I mean,
हाँ
it's a
नॉर्मल
very fun question, but okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it anyways. Chat. So not a membership question, but still a very, very interesting one. This a type of position where we had a rook, bishop, knight, and four pawns, right? Sorry, six pawns, two on this side, four on this side. Rook, knight, rook each. There was a world championship match, a very, very, some could argue the most famous world championship match of all time, where this end game was played in round one. ठीक है दिस टाइप ऑफ एंड गेम जहाँ पे सेम पीसेस थे बट उनमें एक डिफरेंस था वो डिफरेंस ये था कि ब्लैक का बिशप डार्क कलर का था और वाइट का बिशप भी डार्क कलर का था can you guess where and what world championship match it was? And I'll give you a hint, chat. It was the first round. And you could argue that it was the most famous first round of all time.
um
Any guesses, chat?
was it the first round or the second round Sahil bhai
first round, I believe it was, Tikku bhai.
बिकॉज फर्स्ट राउंड में का शायद कोई आया ना हो, तो सेकेंड राउंड हो।
फर्स्ट राउंड ही था भाई, सेकंड राउंड में नहीं आया था वो। फर्स्ट राउंड
लाइक
में तो बिशप H2 भाई, याद नहीं आपको?
वही वही फर्स्ट राउंड में था कि सेकेंड राउंड में था? आई थिंक सेकेंड में
फर्स्ट
था।
राउंड में था भाई वो, फर्स्ट राउंड में था, सेकंड राउंड में वो आया नहीं था। बट यस, इट इज करेक्ट चैट, फिशर वर्सेस स्पासकी वाज प्लेड। Because I kept looking at the position and I kept thinking, I know this position from somewhere, I know it from somewhere, but I couldn't remember. But I looked at this like many many years back, and chat, you will remember this very controversial decision by Fisher, which was to take this pawn on H2 and basically just giving up a piece, yes, just trapping his own piece on G3. It actually happened from a very similar endgame like this. Rooks and knights were traded, and उसके बाद फिशर ने bishop H2 मारा था, and then he ended up losing that game.
सो बेसिकली व्हाट यू सेइंग कि भाई पॉन H2 पे रखो, मतलब लेट्स नॉट पुश दैट पॉन। यू नेवर नो कौन सा बिशप या G2 पे रखो यार, यू नेवर नो व्हेन यागिस प्लेस बिशप C6 एंड बिशप G2, और
Yeah,
मैग्नस प्लेस बिशप
exactly,
D3 बिशप H7।
exactly. And on another note, Magnus, I was just because we are saying कि position equal है, blah blah blah, and and all of that, and draw हो जाएगा and everything, but जस्ट बेस्ड ऑन माई रिसर्च अलोन, दो अभी मैं 10 मिनट में कमेंट्री करते करते जो मुझे दिखा, मैग्नस हैज प्लेड अ मिनिमम ऑफ 10 गेम्स इन दिस स्ट्रक्चर ऑलरेडी इन हिज लाइफ, एंड ही हैज डिफीटेड प्रग, बाय द वे, with the white pieces in a very similar structure to this. Like same pawns, same piece, just dark color का bishop था. Same in the Prague board as well. It was in the FTX Crypto Cup.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। And of course, chat, I think learning these end games is very important because you can really put a lot of pressure by gathering little advantages, halka sa advantage yahan, halka sa advantage wahan, and pretty soon. And end games, where the problem is mistakes are very costly. You make one mistake that could be the end of the game. So learning end games is very, very, very important, as any good coach or trainer would tell you. Meanwhile, Yagiz, of course, stretching a bit. He doesn't look nervous, but we know how nervous he can get stretched by once we reach the final 10 minutes. So can expect, a lot of shaking. And oh, by the way, A3 played by Magnus, still keeping it solid, and F6. Yeah, these are the moves.
Yeah, A3 and F6 हो चुका था बोर्ड पे. But yes, and chat, like, don't wanna mention, my own game again as well. But I was looking at, all the games that Magnus has played in such structures, and one game actually popped up, which was my own. And basically, the same thing was there without the bishops. My pawn was on F7 and the black pawn was on G6, and I lost that as well. So Magnus is extremely dangerous in these endgames, Tikku bhai.
By the way, Arjun just played a move, and that is a mistake. But Black has only one move to take advantage of it. He played Queen to H3. I think his plan is to play G6, which looks very logical because check now, I'm not only attacking on the H file. If you play G6 takes, then the H file can be used for attack, but also the E6 pawn, which can be a huge hole. But knight to A5, and it feels like Andy Woodward might have a really close to winning position. Said by how easy is knight A5?
I've been saying by that knight A5 feels like a very unlikely move to me, because like, from the sole reason, Tikku bhai, that after knight A5 I'll always think of rook A5. And queen takes A5 के बाद I have G6 coming, H6 coming, and I'll think कि मेरी queen भी दूर है, लेवी का वो sacrifice भी कर दिया आपने, and queen और rook एकदम H file पे बैठे हैं. Looks very dangerous optically. I agree, objectively खराब है position, but knight A5 looks hard भाई, very hard.
By the way, somebody asked, why was Fisher playing chess? I mean, good question. Why was a Fisher? I don't know what that means, but maybe I will direct that question to you, Saj bhai.
I would say joke was like 3 out of 10 भाई.
Hmm.
It was a good, like, good try. But knight A5 मत ही खेलो ना, manifest क्यों कर रहे हैं हम? So
Oof, man,
knight A5 is the
95.
move, and by the way, it is 1.8 right now. But I'll let it run for a bit. Position is super complicated, but by the follow up is also not easy for either side. What do you play here? So knight A5 is what you're doing, right?
Yep. Yep. I think 95 is the move. So 95, after 95, what do I do? Because now there's a
Knight
fork
F.
coming to B3.
I'll
So
go
I
knight
want to
f4.
move. Knight f4 you'll play.
I'm guessing that's why
Okay.
he played queen h3. मेरे
Knight
कंप्यूटर में तो नहीं
b3.
दिखा रहा है, या तो ऑलरेडी लॉस बता रहा है.
Knight b3. I continue on my plan.
नाइट b3. अब हम खेलते हैं h6.
Okay, g6. I'll block.
g6. नाइट टेक्स c6.
अरे बाप रे. Takes.
क्वीन टेक्स.
King हिलाया.
टिक्कू भाई,
ओ
डोंट
नाइट
रिवील
नहीं है
इट.
क्या?
डोंट रिवील
मतलब
इट. डोंट रिवील
ओ
इट. तो आई
ओ
नो यू सो वेल टिक्कू भाई.
ओ आई थॉट फॉर अ सेकंड इट वर्कड बिकॉज़ क्वीन
पोजीशन
बी3 पड़ा था.
समझने के साथ साथ टिक्कू को भी समझना पड़ता है भाई.
ओ भाई साहब चैट. Queen to b3 के बाद what is black's move here, and maybe this is what Arjun missed, I don't know, but queen
भाई
b3
यू थिंक
black to
एंडी
play.
विल फाइंड दिस भाई? कितना कितना करोगे भाई?
And somebody in the chat said, can we is there an what do we press to change the commentators? The accent is tough. So if you go to settings, go to language and AI translate, we will automatically switch language. So for example, if you click to Hindi, suddenly हम हिंदी में बात करना चालू कर देंगे. पता नहीं क्या चल रहा है, गेम में समझ नहीं आ रहा है. अगर आप अब टर्किश लिख करेंगे तो हम टर्की में बात करेंगे, टर्किश टर्किश टर्किश, एंड देन अगर आप I mean, maybe we reach a day, Sahaj, by very soon when AI translations can be in real time, yeah. Like maybe that happens soon, but you are on Chess 24 India or Chesscom India, so it will be an Indian accent, anyways. Yes, Sahaj bhai.
आई मीन बेसेलक मजरूल. If you want to switch it to Hungarian as well, even that is possible.
वो कॉन्टेक्स्ट देने का था ना भाई, मुझे लगा गाली वाली दे दी वही सेम के लिए.
अरे नहीं भाई, it means I speak Hungarian.
अच्छा अच्छा
I'm not sure
अच्छा
if
अच्छा.
anybody in the chat understood. Maybe wrong chat for that, but that was
Ich spreche Deutsch
basically
भाई, ले लो.
my
ऐसे तो
2 cents in
जापान
Hungarian.
फ्रांस से भाई, ये थोड़ी होता है लैंग्वेज. ऐसे तो मैं 10 लैंग्वेज बोल दूं भाई. I can
नहीं
speak
नहीं
10
भाई,
languages like this.
I'm actually getting very good now. Like okay, I'm getting very decent
Nice.
now.
Nice,
By
nice, nice.
almost 1 year I'm learning, yeah.
Oh, nice. That's nice. Uh,
So
so
Queen
would love
H3
to
पे
see.
वापस जाते हैं भाई, गलती तो है ही.
Hmm. So what is happening now, Sahaj bhai? Is Arjun under real pressure? And I think for
भाई
Andy, the
वो सब
problem is the
छोड़ो,
clock.
गुकी का भाई. Did you
What
see
happened?
what Gukesh played in the opening? How did we miss this? How
Oh,
did we
let's
miss this?
go!
The world champion has played London system, chat. Like, let's go.
Best opening on the
Let's
planet
go.
by far.
Let's go. And this is also like this is my course, bhai. This is what I've recommended. Chat, get the course. Let's go. Now
By the way,
Quincy won.
chat.
Course में है ये अभी भी.
By
No
the way,
problem.
chat. Let's go, by do like the stream. We have the GCT tournament also starting. Gukesh back against MVL, and today he plays 3 players. It is MVL followed by Fedosi, followed by Caruana, but he has 2 whites. That's an important detail.
In the Chesscom India chat, someone is letting us know that you play London when you don't want to leak prep, and yet somehow in the World Championship also people play the London because it happened in the previous World Championship, no, and the one before that, if you think about it. So you never know.
Queen C1 on the board, by the way, played by Gukesh, and now Black is thinking, Sahaj, by so far, I think both players playing very quickly. But MVL, he's a tricky,
Camera
tricky
bhai.
player, right? I think हाँ camera लगा रहा हूँ मैं. But he's very tricky, so it's not going to be easy. Former World Blitz champion.
Of course, of course. Every player I think is extremely tricky in this event. Of course, with MVL playing knight f6 and then g6. Chad, do you know what approach he was going for? Because you could argue that MVL is maybe the strongest player in the world with that opening. Maybe the strongest, or you can say that title is kind of shared between him and Swidler. So who is that player that I'm talking about? Which opening am I talking about, Chat?
And Sahaj bhai,
It's
एक बार फिर
not
Andy का
KID
हाथ देखो.
actually. That is the
Andy का हाथ
trick.
देखो. And he played knight a5, by the way, against
Oof.
Arjun. He found knight to a5. Huge pressure on Arjun Erigaisi. I hope he doesn't crumble in the final round, man. This is tough.
Absolutely. By the way, chat, that line, that opening was Grunfield defense. That is what MBL is very famous for, and Swidler was also very famous is also very famous for it. Both of them the best players of that. But coming back to the game, knight a5, what an incredible find by Andy, knight to a5, putting pressure here, knight to b3, and now the walk of confidence. He knows he is much better here, but is it over?
Sahaj bhai, that's the question, right? I mean, is it over or not? I think practically maybe no, but objectively Arjun under huge trouble. For example, the best move for me now is bishop f4, and that's already -2. It feels like Arjun Erigaisi took on more risk than he should have. And of course, Black, I mean, he can even at any point take on e2, and I have to capture with my king. I have to capture with my king, and the rook comes to b2 with check. Like, this is not looking
Hmm.
like a normal position anymore.
Yeah, this looks very, very difficult. I'm trying to understand if there is a nuance that I'm missing or if there is some tactic that I did not see earlier, but does not seem that trivial so far, Tiku bhai. This does seem a little troubling now.
Chat, do like the stream. Arjun, could he mess it up in the final round again? If he loses, Magnus wins. Then Magnus takes the event. Crucial moment for Arjun. He needs to at least draw this. I think a draw would be something he should be very happy with right now, especially when Magnus or Dogmas about to, also looking equal. Sahaj bhai, shall we go back to Mukesh now?
Absolutely. Can we take one quick look at Magnus before we do that?
Hmm, hmm, hmm,
Just to understand the changes that happened. So after f6, Magnus did take on f6 like you suggested, and takes ke baad rook to c3, shifting the eye to the h3 square and attacking the h7 pawn. A lot of pressure, I think, for Yaz now. Definitely not as equal as it was just a few moves ago. So now let's switch to Gukesh, who's playing MVL with the black pieces. Typical London position. Bishop h2, short castle is the usual direction here. Gukesh looks a bit comfortable right now, Tikubai. I think good chances.
Agreed. Knight c4 coming with tempo. You can always go a4 to stop b5. And of course, e5 is right now not even close for black. So I kind of like this version. Of course, the queen on c1 is a bit awkward because at some point, rook c8 and c takes d4 might be an issue. But I think still, knight c4 coming with tempo, Gukesh should be kind of happy. So quite interesting. And chat question to you and Sejbhai as well. What do you expect happens, Gukesh? If you had to take a guess for Gukesh, how many points out of 3 games is he going to score today? After that win against Sindarov, will we see a genuine shift in his form, or do you think like we're going to see something similar to what we've seen in the last 2 days?
भाई एक तो आ रहा है आज. एक तो पक्का है क्योंकि
एक
लास्ट
क्या
राउंड
पक्का है?
फाबी से है. लास्ट राउंड फाबी से. And of course, I'm making a joke here because Gukesh has an incredible record against Fabi. Incredible record, I would say. So that's where it's coming from. But he's also
Chat,
playing him with the white pieces. But I think
I'm
like he's been having 50% overall, just needs to avoid that loss. Baki sab badhiya.
I'm going to do a psychological experiment. So, chat, do you think Gukesh has a great record against Fabi? And Sej, I want to monitor both channels now. Just curious, just curious. You know what I'm doing. Do you think Gukesh has a great record against Fabi? Yes or no? Simple. Sejbhai, what do you think? What do you see,
I'm checking
Sejbhai?
the one chat. You can check the other one, Tikku bhai, because I'm
I
actually
think it's
checking the
pretty.
stats on this as well.
The experiment seems to be working, Sejbhai. One channel is completely yes, one channel is completely no.
So guys, actually, I'm looking at it on my screen. In total, Gukesh and Fabi have played around 39 games in their lifetime, including all formats. I'm not sure if we're missing one or two. Just give it one or two. And it's basically 36% wins for Gukesh, 36% draws, and 28% wins for Fabi. So Gukesh is leading in their head-to-head matches. And if we consider the important events like the Olympiad, Gukesh is 2-0, I believe, against Fabi with both colors. So he has, I think, a very some kind of a psychological edge, I feel, against Fabi because he seems to be doing well against him each time.
Yeah, I think it's also like a style of play thing. For example, Gukesh has not a great record against Nodirbek. Then Fabi has a good record against Nodirbek, but then Gukesh has a great record against Fabi. It's like a stylistic thing also. sometimes, but I love that the opinions are completely different on both the channels. That's what I wanted to see. Meanwhile, chat, do like the stream. Sehaj bhai, I think because this rapid game also is going a bit slowly, maybe we have time to jump back to the Arjun game. Bishop e3 chosen by Arjun. Crucial moment now. And it feels like objectively, it is minus 2.4 for me, the evaluation. Knight b3 is strong. Queen c7 is strong. Bishop c4 is strong. I'm still confused. Why not just bishop takes e2? That also looks very convincing to me.
टिकू
I
भाई,
mean,
वो सब
black
तो
is just.
ठीक है। आपने
Hmm.
बिशप सी फोर एक चाल बताई थी, राइट?
Hmm.
इसके बाद वाइट की बेस्ट मूव देखी आपने? नहीं तो देख लो भाई, मजा आ जाएगा आपको। आपका
I
दिल
mean,
खुश हो जाएगा भाई। क्या
that
चाल
just
है!
kind of that just makes it even worse, no? Like, I mean, the best move here is bishop f1 chat, which is not going to happen in a million years, and that just tells you it's very tough. I think Arjun might be going down today, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the position objectively looks very bad, but okay, still some venom on the board, and Andy does have a little bit less time on the clock. The game is not over until it's over. But yeah, it does look bad for Arjun. Have to agree there.
Wow. And okay, Sejbhai, I'm even considering just focusing on this tournament maybe for now. I don't know. We can go to the final GCT moments when we have 10 minutes chat. Does that make sense? Because I feel like this is the last day of this event. We have still 2 more days of GCT. So maybe we can have the. What do you think,
भाई
Sejbhai?
जो
Should we
भी
focus on this?
इंटरेस्टिंग लगता है वहां जा सकता है ना।
Also true.
2 मिनट
Also
की तो
true.
बात है। लाइक द वी कैन जस्ट कीप
Also
स्विचिंग,
true.
इट्स फाइन, आई डोंट माइंड। जैसे अभी आप सिंडरऑफ का गेम उठा के देखो भाई, मजा आ जाएगा आपको। भाई लगाता हूँ मैं, लुक एट दिस। भाई कहाँ है नाइट? कहाँ गया है नाइट?
Wait, I've seen this before somewhere. I have 100% seen this before somewhere. Maybe in a Maksudlu game somewhere, I remember.
हाँ, दिस हैज
है ना?
मकसूडलू रिटन ऑल ओवर इट, यस
है ना?
हंड्रेड
I
परसेंट।
remember
आई
this.
आई
I
विल
remember
आई
this.
विल 100% बिलीव यू इट इज मकसूडलू भाई, वही करता है ये।
Yeah, I've seen this somewhere. I've seen this
ये
somewhere. I think just last year. I think.
भाई क्यों नहीं हो रही कास्टलिंग? क्योंकि हमने नाइट ई फाइव मार दिया, एंड नाइट एफ बिशप एफ सेवन, नाइट जी सिक्स। भाई क्या कर रहा है? पॉन टेक्स जी थ्री नाउ, आई मीन, एंड स्टिल ही इज बेटर या अगेंस्ट फेडोसिव। एंड ऑल्सो टिकू भाई, सिंडरोव एंड फेडोसिव हैव द सेम कोच।
But is he working for Fedosi even now? I don't think so. Like
I
it was
mean,
in the.
like I think they were. It's like I think you're when you work with someone for that long, you still have that relation. Yeah, but I mean, but okay, maybe you're not
Hmm.
working as much anymore. But वो relationship रहता है, I think.
Hmm.
भाई क्या हो रहा
Yeah.
है इधर? It looks like he's gonna win though. So yeah, Tiku bhai, should we go back to Arjun's board and see how the game is progressing,
Yeah,
or
let's
do you
go. I
want to take
think
a
Gukesh
yeah?
also slightly better. I think so. It's still in the same similar structure. So I think let's go to Arjun because very important. Also Magnus, I want to check out.
Yeah.
Final round
Magnus
of
also
TePe
we could
segment.
take a look. Shall we have the two board setup maybe with
Yes,
Magnus
that
and
works.
Arjun? That could be amazing, Samay bhai, if that's possible.
Um, why do you guys show your name with prefix? I think everybody shows that way. I think it's not super crucial. It's just easier to remember, I think, and also highlight. And you can also expect similar opinions. Yeah, GM will share an opinion in a certain way, IM in a certain way, Super GM in a certain way, NM in a certain way, and of course, 400 yellow chatters in a certain way. It's very just helps you understand what to expect. Gives you some baseline expectations. And meanwhile, said by knight coming to d4 from Yagiz, I love that move, offers the rook trade, and also prepares the exchange of the knight versus bishop. I mean, he's basically just saying, okay, let's shake hands and go home.
Yeah, I wish it was that simple, bhai. I wish it was that simple because it's never that simple with Magnus, bhai. Rook h3 is looking interesting, but I'm guessing Yagiz has analyzed that. So rook h3, rook c2, attacking the knight on d2. Rook takes pawn check, king goes to d8, king e3, knight f5, king d3, rook b2 would just get the pawn back. So we don't want to play rook h3. The second move
Hmm.
can be to take on c8, play g4, king e3, h4, g5 like that, and slowly improve the position where you play risk free.
Hmm.
I am not so sure what is the right approach here, but I feel rook takes rook is what I would go towards. That feels easier.
Yes. Yeah, I
Is
think
that
I
correct,
would
Tiku
not have.
bhai?
No, it should be. There's no way allowing rook c2 in any shape or form, even potentially sounds like a good idea. I think just take the rook on c8, and if there is a way, if there's a will, there's a way. and Magnus has to find that way without the rooks, unfortunately. By the way, we have a move from Andy Woodward, and it's one of the best moves. Knight to b3, attacking the rook, basically giving no time to Arjun to launch an attack. Although he does have h6 that he can play to sack the rook, but after g6 he will have to move the rook anyways.
But what if I play rook a3?
Rook
You see
a3.
that it shows knight a5 in this position as the only move.
Oh, very. But
See,
I can
it's
take on
still
e2, right?
spicy. There,
I
it
can
is
take on
still
e2, no?
spicy.
Bishop
Sorry?
takes e2. Bishop takes
You
e2.
will give me double bishop versus double knight.
But your king is also on e2, right? I mean, the king on
Right,
e2 is worth anything.
your king on g8 is less safe than my king on e2. What
Okay,
are you
okay, let's
saying?
do it. So bishop takes e2, king takes e2, c takes d4,
C takes d4, c takes
and now queen
d4,
c7. King coming
queen
to c2.
c7. Take care. I mean, I know that it's worse, but double
Bye.
bishop versus double knight. Materially, I'm not bad here, bhai. Okay, I
Bye, one of
think
the
it's
best
gonna
moves
be
of white.
difficult for you.
Here is king to f3. Bye.
Okay, but you're gonna give me a check and कहीं तो रखना पड़ेगा
Ah,
ना मुझे king को भाई.
wait,
So
but it's
I'll go
tough.
king
Like
f3 now. Fine.
oh wow, king to f3, man. That's insane.
King g3
Now
is going.
what? Now what do I do? How do I
Tell
attack
me it's
this?
an Arjun game without telling me it's an Arjun game.
Okay, how do I reach the king? Maybe I play d5. Yeah, I prevent you from coming to g3.
Bhai, the next best move is king g4.
What?
Yes,
There is no
indeed, it is
way.
king
What?
g4 is the best move here now for white, which is, I
Okay,
mean,
chat. Hands down. Did any of you even think about that? What? I'm sorry, that is not chess. If I played it and if I had a coach, he would slap. Okay, he would stop coaching me, Sahaj bhai. King g4.
but this is the best move actually. But
By the way, Rook a3
yeah,
played.
crazy.
Rook a3 played. We could see this. We could see this.
हाँ अभी वो ड्रॉ ऑफर कर रहा है भाई उसको रुक ए3 नाइट ए फाइव एंड अर्जुन वुड बी लुकिंग एट एंडी भाई लास्ट राउंड तो है ही लेट्स जस्ट कॉल इट अ डे टाई ब्रेक भी खेलना है मुझे बाद में
So knight a5, rook a1. You're saying basically we're offering a draw now because rook has to go back because it's also knight c4, right? So you have to put the rook back to, I think, a1. Also, there are bishop e2, rook b1 ideas or the rook b2
हम्म
ideas.
एग्जैक्टली Sage bhai, what about rook b1 or bishop f4? Rook b1 there was bishop d3, bishop f4 I guess there was e5. Both are not. Bishop f4 में तो भाई यही मर रहा था ना a1 का रुक. I'm sorry, but that's also big problem.
Chat, I think that king to g4, I think Mr. Sahil Rawal summed it up. A king has to step forward himself to save his people and lead like an example. Bilkul, a great lesson in leadership from the white king, which will get him checkmated very soon. I mean, if I see king g4, chat, promise to you, if we see king g4 from Arjun, regardless of the result, one diamond membership to you, man. Like if we see king g4,
Why
forget
one?
the likes. No,
One? Really
done,
one? It
done,
has to
done.
be like 10, bhai. Come on.
Bro, I can't choose. Now it's not my company, Saj. I can
Bhai,
give away what I can.
whoever has to choose, show him king g4 and they will be convinced. I
But I
promise
have
you.
to call him then. No, it's not like you wait kar rahe mera. So let's go with one for now. But if you see king g4, one diamond membership giveaway, 100%. Wow, man. Let's see what happens, chat. Crazy position, by the way, on the left. Much, much calmer on the right. Andy Woodward has 19 minutes now to play 23 moves. Let me say that again. Andy Woodward, who's winning against Arjun, has to play 23 moves in 19 minutes. This is great practical chess by Arjun to basically offer him a repetition right now, Sahaj Bhai, because it must be tempting.
100%. And I think also Andy, oh, he does not repeat. He could have repeated once. At least time gain करने के लिए तो कर ही सकता था वो. But he doesn't do it. He takes this and now by king g4, that variation. It could
Sahaj Bhai, it's
happen now,
coming.
Tikku bhai.
Why?
भाई वो
Chat,
एक
maybe it is.
मेंबरशिप लाइफ टाइम कर दो या तो फिर
हाँ, लाइफ टाइम मेरी खुद की नहीं है भाई. लाइफ टाइम दे दो मतलब. But
भाई
that's
मतलब कुछ
crazy, no?
किंग जी फोर के बाद कुछ तो क्रेजी करना चाहिए भाई. I feel.
Not Diamond Bishop, Diamond Membership on chess.com, by the way.
But
Whose
Diamond King
YouTube
है
channel.
भाई, ये King है G4 पे Diamond.
That's true. By the way, chat, somebody said Magnus about to win as always, but Magnus will still have to win his game. If Magnus and Yagiz draw, which is likely, and Arjun loses, we're going to go to tiebreaks between three people. So we're going to see Blitz 3+2 between Magnus Yagiz, Magnus Arjun, and Arjun Yagiz. That's going to be crazy. Yaz, sorry, not Yagiz. By the way, we have a question.
Wow.
Why not Rook A7? First of all, we have to take the bishop, of course, right? We have to take it back. And even if you had some time, I think with your king in the center, that's too high a price to pay. Black will play, for example, Queen B6 or something else and gain tempos on that rook, and he will use it to attack your king. By the way, C takes D4 Blitz 7. It's happening. It's happening. Queen C7 is happening, I think.
Wow, bhai, that could that would be crazy, no? If actually King G4 happened, bhai, that would be the best diamond membership ever.
Yeah, I've. Oh my god, it's happening!
Come
It's
on,
happening
Arjun,
in
King
chat!
F3.
Okay, this is absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. By the way, King F1 is also a move, but it's riskier because you could have some Rook B1 check and the king has nowhere to go. So King F3 does feel easier to play, but there is no way I will ever consider King G4 Sahaj.
King F3 पे तो आने दो पहले. Think that's the more difficult decision, but let's see. Because Queen
And,
C2 check
and
आ रही है. King F3 नहीं खेला तो basically it doesn't work. Nothing works.
wow, man, I am so impressed by this game. By the way, I have a question. So my problem is that my king could reach a square where it could block some pieces. So could I play something like Rook D1? Because my idea is once you give that check, I will play King to E1 next and basically at least argue that okay, I will lose my attacking chances, but I'm trying to stabilize the position. Is that something you would consider here, Sahaj?
No, bhai, because if you stabilize the position, you're dead lost. The only reason you are not,
Hmm.
you haven't, the only reason like Arjun cannot resign is because he has an attack. So
Hmm.
neutralizing is something that we should never ever do. We should not, we should just double down on the attack and throw everything because that's the only thing that we can do right now. Of course, queen straight ho gayi, for example, position se, then it's, I mean, then it's fine. Then I don't even think that Arjun will be worse here because double bishops
Hmm.
are super strong.
And the A7 pawn is weak. So that I totally agree
वो
with
तो मर
you.
ही जाएगा.
And also, let's have a look at this. So let's play King F3. Chad is quite curious. Why is King G4 the best move? We look at King F3 basically. And why is it a good move? Because Queen C2 check is incoming anyways. So White is basically preempting that move and avoiding that check. So now
Exactly.
D5 is what we considered because King wants to go to G3 and maybe even H2 on a good day to safeten himself. Maybe King G3, F4 might be safe, whatever it is. So D5 attacks the pawn on E4, threatens D takes E4 with check, and also opens the queen towards the G3 square. And now the beautiful move, King to G4, which is just insane, Sahaj. By explain us why is this move the best?
भाई ये एक्सप्लेन अस. हाँ, अभी पूरी जो पिछले 24 घंटे में यही पढ़ रहा था मैं कि व्हाई इन चेस द किंग G4 इज द बेस्ट मूव. भाई हाउ शुड वी, हाउ remember that chat, like as a general rule of principles at this level, or everything you see is an exception, like exception, like in general terms this is a horrible decision, but it's an exception. And exceptions, why, the one thing about exceptions is you cannot predict them. They just show up, and then you have to be ready, you have to
and
improvise.
And Chad, if you really want to go crazy, after king to g4, I think one move that I really want to play is f5 check, right? So f5 check, I want to check your king with a pawn. E takes f5, e takes f5 पे. Now the only move is king h4. ये king
Oh,
कहाँ
that's fine
चला है?
actually for,
हाँ,
that
that's
is fine
fine.
for Arjun.
Yeah. So I'm quite interested in where this king lands up because the journey is quite, full of mountains, hilly areas, and trenches and, valleys. But if it survives, it's going to get a beautiful Wu Sehajwai at the end.
Yeah. Then Arjun can just look at the trophy and be like, my precious.
Wow, man, what a crazy position. And that extra time for Arjun is invaluable, by the way. 34 minutes versus 19 minutes. If that was not an advantage for Arjun, I would say he was dead lost. So he will use the time to his advantage. Meanwhile, chat, nothing crazy happening in the GCT tournament. I'll let you know when something happens when we reach the time pressure phase. So let's take here for now. Sahaj bhai, what is going to be Arjun's move? Anything apart from King F3 that comes to mind?
H6 I guess और रुक D1 तो नहीं खेलने वाला मैं King F3 भाई King F3 I don't want to think है भाई I don't want to uh, like even think in this position because I feel like anything I am calculating I lands in some sort of tactical problem and King
Hmm.
F3 I think is by far the most logical here
Hmm.
because you are completely taking away Queen C2 there is some eye on this knight on B3 with the Queen but उसका आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते at least for the time being.
And I think the most logical explanation would be, for example, like something that doesn't involve king g4 is king f3, black plays rook b4 to attack the d4 pawn. White doesn't care. White just plays king g3, knight takes d4, and king s2. And this is basically the scenario where Arjun basically safens his king, but of course, it's going to cost him a pawn, Sahaj Bhai, and that doesn't feel too tempting either, right? I mean, it doesn't feel
So
like
why
I
not
have chances to
rook
win this.
d1?
Good question. But then again, I don't get the attacking chances anymore, right? You mentioned this. Also, Queen C2.
g6 तो है ना.
But
Queen
will you
c2,
play?
I'll make the most like a pleasant move that any chess player can make in this position. Queen h1.
I feel. Oh, by the way, King
It's
F3
actually the
played!
best.
King F3 played! King
Let's
F3
go.
played!
Chat
Chat.
one more move before you get one. Okay, two memberships. Yeah, one from me as well. भाई इसको बढ़ाओ इस नंबर को बढ़ाओ अगर King G4 आएगा. It's gonna be a huge moment if he plays King G4.
By the way, for that, Black has to play D5, which is very, very likely. It's very, very likely he plays D5. So, chat, King G4 would be insane. We are one move away from King to G4. Chat, do you think it happened? Yes or no? Sahaj bhai, any guesses?
So I think if he plays d5, I think Arjun finds king g4,
Oof.
but I think Andy doesn't play d5. Like
Ah.
I don't think it's the most logical. To me, rook b4 is more
No.
logical because it's attacking the pawn straight away.
Also, by the way, after D5, King G4, what if I take on E4? We saw F5, but what
कहाँ पे?
happens on after D5, King G4? Just D takes C4.
Then I mean you don't capture the pawn. I'm guessing because there's f5 check and
Hmm.
then on passant and you lose the bishop on e4 because it's a check. So after f5, sorry, after d takes e4, you should either tuck the king away to h4 and then take or play queen g3 straight.
Oh my God.
Uh,
Sahaj bhai and chat, I saw something that's gonna freak you out. Ready? Okay. Are you
the
ready?
yes, yes, bhai. Go ahead, show us.
Ha. So queen, I think let's say queen after this D takes C4, King G4, D takes C4 played, and Queen G3 as you mentioned, right? Makes sense. We're
Yeah.
gonna trade queens. So very logical move. Now black can play F5 check. So basically defending the pawn. And if you move the king back to H3, then I am comfortably winning. So you take on F6 and passant and passant. Now knight takes F6 check only move. King to H3 only move. You want to head back to safety. And now queen exchange, of course, black will not do, right? Because then again, white is safe. So queen to D7. And now only move for white H6, allowing E5 check. And question to you, chat, where do you put that king as the only move now?
पहले वाला बेटर था इससे.
But still,
पहले
bhai,
वाला
I
थोड़ा
mean, this
बेटर
is
था इससे.
crazy. This is crazy, man. King to H4, you have to play now. Bhai,
Wow,
chess,
what a move.
I have no words, bhai.
But still, bhai, very, very difficult, I think, for both sides, but more so for Arjun. Bhai, Arjun is, yeah. Actually, now that I think about it, even in Tata Steel, Arjun lost the final round against Nodirbek, that too with the white pieces in like some 2 hours, yeah? So
Yes.
last round में कुछ होता है, I think, Arjun को. You might be on to something, bhai.
I think that's been a problem. And even, for example, you look at the World Cup, right? World Cup, he was playing Wei, I think, in the final round. Like he was winning that second game in the classical section. He was winning, couldn't convert. We had
Yeah.
that move, right? Something to d5, bishop d something he had.
Yes.
He misses it, loses tiebreak, and if he had won that round, he was 75% through to the candidates.
He
So
would be through to
basically,
the candidates. Come on. Like, he
yeah.
would be
So
through
basically,
100%.
whenever that stage arises when he's one step away, that's when he falters. Basically, that's, I think, been a pattern. So he should find a way to somehow even hold this, and if he wins this tournament, I think that's going to completely break the pattern, unleash that confidence, and then we will never see him struggle in that fashion.
Yeah. Correct. And by the way, someone in the chat, just a bit off topic, asking if they think Levy, if I think Levy can become a grandmaster. And I think we have discussed this many times in the past before. Now I think it's a lot harder than it was maybe 1 year ago, because he had that motivation, that drive. He was playing a lot of tournaments, but haven't seen him play classical chess in a very long time. And this drive you have to become a grandmaster, I think you don't get that very often, because it takes a lot of like emotional toll on you. So if you decide to not do it and do something else, then it's very hard to come back. So to answer your question, probably not. And by the way, look at this f5 mistake.
Ah, Arey yaar, he should have played d5. I really want to see king g4, but he physically stopped us from getting to g4. Nobody can stop us, Andy Bhai. Nobody can stop us. We'll come to G4 someday on a good fine day when there's a sunny morning. By the way, F5. So what do we do now? Because ideally, I don't want to open the F file because your rook will attack my king. So can I keep it closed somehow? Is there a way? Or do I have to retake?
Bhai, I think gf6, rook f6, king g3 is what I would go for. But I'm not sure if d5 check e5 is possible, or you have knight takes e5. Takes,
It's coming.
bishop f4 is not possible. There's queen e3, king g4, but there's rook b4 checkmate.
भाई ने
Yeah,
checkmate भी
that's
निकाल
bad.
दी सहज भाई. And you're correct. I think it's not possible.
Crazy.
So what shall we do? Sahej bhai, king g4 is still possible.
So gf6, rook f6, king g4.
No, no. The best move for white is actually h6 here instead of
Mm-hmm.
he takes
h6.
f6. And if f takes e4, you already know what to play, yeah?
Oh, beautiful.
It's still possible. And this is equal, by the way, chat. This game is
g6,
already
king
equal.
h4. Oof.
Beauty.
Bhai,
Absolute beauty.
castling to ho gayi, but it's like hot, like on from a different angle, yeah. Like
Yeah.
from, if you were looking at the board like this, white's king is completely safe. Like it's in the original square, actually, chat. That's it.
It's like, rook
Modern
kind of.
chess for you. This is modern chess. You said chess has changed. Our view of chess has changed. You can see if you just look at it like this, it looks normal.
Absolutely, man. The rook tied a rope to the king and swung him, yeah, by the circumference or whatever, by the radius, and it landed on h4. But okay, important moment. I think h6, however, not easy to find for Arjun, I think. The other option is, of course, g takes f6, the move you mentioned. In that case, I think king will head off to g3. Regardless, the king will be moving next move, chat. So this is a crazy game. One misstep, and Arjun is just lost. So he has to be careful.
Correct, bhai, correct. I think so. Tough decision ahead for Arjun. 30 minutes versus 15. Good, I think, time management there, but the position is very complex. While Arjun thinks, let's go back to the endgame masterclass we have going on today between the GOAT of chess and, well, the Turkish youngster, the youngest player to be 2700. Well, the, the guy who's supposedly the next GOAT. He's playing an endgame. Rooks have been traded off. It looked like it was basically very equalish, but Magnus has managed to create some mess, Tikubai, and 15 minutes also for Yagiz. I think the chances to win have increased quite a bit now for Magnus.
I think slightly yes as well. I remember some endgame Magnus won like this actually. I don't know, it was against Rapport or somebody else, but he did win an endgame like this. So feels like there's an imbalance chat. White has two pawn islands, black has three. White has the slightly better bishop for now, and there is potential to create pass pawn. So chat, I think very interesting. Magnus also putting pressure on the clock. So let's jump to Gukesh for now. It feels like MVL has made a mistake with his last move, knight to d8, and now Gukesh is, well, not winning, but very close to objectively winning.
Yeah, it's a London sort of position with this bishop coming in clutch. It's very, very strong. Also, black's bishop usually is supposed to be on g7, but I'm guessing MVL took on e3, which I mean, strategically speaking, is not the best decision here because you give your opponent double bishops, dark squares भी पूरे एकदम white के control में. I think a nice game ahead. Also, Gukesh looking ahead on the clock as well. Bhai, it's good. That win, I think, really changed things for the world champion, I feel.
Yeah, let's hope so he can continue the trend. That's very important. Momentum is very important, chat. You're driving a car, you're already at 40 miles an hour. You want to not go back to zero and then start again. It's much tougher. So let's see what happens. Queen a5 played, avoiding that queen trade. There is this weakness on e3 that's going to be a nuisance, but also gives me the open f file. So maybe what do I do as white here, Sahaj? Maybe bishop d3 comes to mind, e4, e5, or just rook f1 also looks very nice for me.
रुक F1 played. आपने कहा और
Oh
गुकेश
wow.
ने चला भाई. Let's go.
Okay, doesn't it's not the best move though, which is
No, no, but
not
it's
ideal.
logical, na? Best moves is not. By the way, chat is letting us know Arjun has made another supposed mistake. भाई Arjun is still thinking. राहुल भाई ऐसे मत करो यार.
Don't do this, bhai. Don't
भाई
scare us, bhai.
don't do this like on crunch moment. भाई जब crunch moments नहीं होते भाई टूर्नामेंट जीत रहा है भाई ऐसे थोड़ा स्ट्रेस आ जाता है. ये लास्ट राउंड में मत किया करो भाई बीच में इज गुड. Hedge भाई आपकी डायरी भर गई भाई. आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट या आई एम. So this is the diary. Like I think I'm done with basically like half of the pages. Yeah. You can see here Tiku's analogies, 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 analogies. But भर रहा है अभी. We'll have more.
Yeah, pen is mightier than the sword, भाई. And सहज भाई इसी से बाद में आके झापड़ मारेंगे इसी डायरी से. But meanwhile, F5 played in the Arjun games. We'll come back to it. Going to Gukesh now. सहज भाई, what is he thinking? Bishop 6 best move played by MVL. Putting pressure on G2. Of course, Queen G5, Queen G2 could be a mating threat. I love the bishop pair that Gukesh has. But how do we kind of put pressure now? The E4 square is controlled. I can't push that pawn.
I think first guard the threat of Queen G5, which is attacking E3 and G2. And right now you can defend it via Rook F2. Also, it plans Rook F1 as well. So this is how you identify a good move. It stops your opponent's threats and it also does something on its own in this situation. So if you played Queen G5, you're no longer threatening mate in one. I can play Bishop F4. I can play C4 to defend the pawn. And I think Gukesh enjoys a very healthy advantage. Although Tiku Bhai, there is a trap in this position, and I think a lot of players, not strong players, but I think let's say people who have just started off chess, have started doing puzzle rush, can wonder why bishop takes d6, for example, is not just winning a pawn. So, chat question for you: visualization exercise. Bishop takes d6. What's the problem with it? Black to play.
Yep. Intermediate moves are very, very important. It's not checkers. If you capture something, your opponent is not forced to capture back. It's very, very important. I think we have a suggestion Queen D5. There's something better hidden there. But the concept is quite similar.
Exactly. The move is actually Queen G5 instead. Only move which not only attacks mate in one but also defends the knight on f6 as well. And that's how you characterize a good move. It does two things basically. And that's why bishop d6 is not possible.
Yep. And meanwhile, chat, after bishop c6, I think there are rook f2 is the move that looks logical. Bishop f3 also comes to mind to counter that strong bishop on c6. Now also prepare e4 on a good day. But rook f2 I like because I can also bring the second rook into the game. That's why I love that move more. It's kind of harmonious with the other pieces that I have. But 8 minutes each now. Hokesh and MVL, both of these players right in the middle in terms of standings. If they want to win the event, they have to start going because Hans Niemann and Wesley So, the leaders, by the way, playing each other in this round. Very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, he goes bishop f3, a slight error, but still keeping that advantage on the board. By the way, Arjun has made his move.
Yeah.
He has actually done en passant here, and rook takes f6 check के बाद king g4 पे नहीं आ रहा. It's going to be on g3. Just gonna read something.
Sehaj bhai,
Sindaro's true level is not even 2650. He is clearly using outside help if he performs significantly
आराम से
above
भाई,
that.
ऐसे
That's
सवाल
why
क्यों पढ़ते हो भाई, आप ऐसे सवाल
नहीं
क्यों
नहीं मैं
पढ़ते हो
पढ़
भाई?
इसलिए रहा हूँ because I want to make a point that guys like you like I've read similar things about Gukesh as well. I've read similar things about Arjun as well, and believe it or not, I've read similar things about Magnus as well. So I just want to point out that please don't base your opinion of a player on just one bad day or like one bad game. That doesn't define your chess strength. One, you can eat something wrong, like something different in the morning, and you can play a very bad game. Trust me, I'm speaking from my own experience here. Like that is possible. Smallest of things goes wrong, doesn't go according to plan. It can completely rupture your entire thing. So I think let's stay away from comments like that, and let's try to focus on the chess.
And Chad Arjun has not blundered. I think he played the second best move in the position. It's of course still bad for him, but King G3 now is the move he has to find to slow. What?
क्या हुआ भाई? अरे
Look at the
you are
move! King
joking
G4 on
भाई.
the board. Played, brother. I mean, that's a bold move, man. What? Did he just play King G4?
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That means Arjun was planning King G4 all along. Why crazy? And Chad, no, 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 that was not the position where King G4
Ah,
was
that was not
giving
the
a
position.
membership. So sadly, not the same situation.
But look at this. The point is, here black can play E5. You are supposed to take, and after knight takes E5, now King G3. And basically, the queen is blocked by its own knight on E5. Is that the plan? It seems like that's the plan, basically.
I don't think plans are reactive in that sense. Plan, I think I would think what does Arjun do if black says pass? Like probably something like King H4, yeah? I don't even know what you would play by. I don't know what the plan is. This looks very, very dangerous for Arjun. Um,
Wow, man, that is crazy. That is an insane move, by the way. King to G4. And must be a shock for Andy Woodward. There is no way he considered that as the main move there. So he's going to spend 2-3 minutes thinking just here. Like, what is this move even?
भाई इस बंदे को मैं हटा रहा हूँ यहाँ से हाँ? जो चेसकॉम वाला एक बार देख लेना वहाँ पे आप उसको.
हाँ हाँ. Where is Magnus? Magnus is also playing, by the way. We can have a look at that. You know what? Um, let's see. Let's see. Chat, we'll do a membership for King G4. We'll do one membership for King G4. Let's do it anyways. Because anyway, you're not teaching the likes though. Might as well do one that way. So we'll do one at the end of the stream, but you have to stay till then. You have to remind us for the membership. It's on you to remind us. Take it so we don't forget. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, what does Arjun do now? Like, what does Andy do now? He has 12 minutes. 12 minutes on the clock.
I think he has to calculate his way out. E5 we know, like you mentioned, is the best move. Can I play D5 here? Like, what if I just wanted to just block the center completely? That's not so clear, no? It's not so clear why. I mean, you have to play slowly now. Knight D C5, A5 ऐसे करके खेलना पड़ेगा आपको तो long term आप better हो basically is what you're telling me.
Hmm.
This is fine, no?
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Actually, I like that. If there are genuine chances to simplify the game, I mean, might as well do it. If my king can slowly come back to G3, close the center, close the path of your queen towards my king. And if this happens, then insane intuition and calculation by Arjun to realize that King G4 is better. I mean, 99.9999999% of players in the world, and no, I did not miss a nine, would not even consider King G4 here, Sahaj Bhai, I feel.
Why, but you did, no? Like 10 minutes ago.
No, but I
You
had
were
the engine
even
help, no,
off.
right? Like, that's why I even thought of King. There's no way I think about King G4. Anybody thinks about King G4.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair. Okay, so E5 is not played, by the way. I'm just going to go back to the original position. There is 10 minutes left for Andy. Tough situation. He is technically winning. Let's see what happens. By the way, going back to the the endgame masterclass between Magnus and Yaz, and looks like Yaz is holding on. Bhai, looks like the masterclass is it continues, it carries on.
Yeah, I think Yagiz will not make it easy, although the time pressure phase is, approaching. Maybe that gives Magnus an opportunity, but it's not going to be easy. Now the bishop on c8 has also opened up. Black's all three pawns are on dark squares, complementing the bishop on c8. So Black has really set up himself perfectly for holding that draw. In fact, all the 5, 6 pawns are on dark squares. So Sahaj bhai, gonna be
Chalo,
tough for Magnus to win this one.
for sure, bhai, for sure, difficult, that's for sure. But chat, एक question आपसे. Let's say मैं खेलता हूँ knight d2. I'm just gonna play a random move. You take on f4, I take back on f4, and end game. Let's say a practical end game question. You can remove one minor piece from black's camp, and you can remove one minor piece
Nice.
from white's camp. Right? Black का एक piece, white का एक piece you have to remove. So it's either bishop versus bishop, knight versus knight, bishop versus knight, or knight versus bishop. Which piece are you removing for black, and which piece are you removing for white?
Somebody said, Yash bhai said removing kings, lols. नहीं भाई, kings we can't
किसी ने
remove.
बोला
That's
ब्लैक का किंग, भाई माइनर पीसेस थे, ऑप्शन नहीं था, वो चीटिंग कर रहे हो आप ये. But players saying bishop. Actually, chat, I think this is the exception yet again, and that's why I asked you. Because if it was bishop versus knight, the knight could sit on e7. Black के सारे pawns dark, not right now of course. Black के सारे pawn dark squares पे हैं. Knight e7 पे f5 का square control कर लेगा, and king के पास कोई entry point ही नहीं होगा. Black can just move the king up and down and there will be no progress. In fact, it should be knight versus bishop. So if white can, white should go bishop e4, take the knight, and then try to target these 2 pawns. This is very, very, very important for Magnus to try and convert in this endgame. So just like how we talk about, rules, this is the exception. I feel like that also should be spoken about. And we have a super chat from Football Chess. Thank you so much for the super chat. By both, please name your top 5 all-time, all-format players. I can go classical if you want. Tikubai is, I think, doing something. But in classical, I think Magnus is a very clear one. Vishy sir is actually Vishy sir is, I grew up learning about him. So Vishy is going to be there. Magnus is going to be there. Arjun is going to be there. And I would say besides that, there is Fisher. And I really, okay, it might sound thoda like maybe not a lot of players know who he is, but I really used to like the games of Volokitin. Andre, he was my kind of like my, like, let's say, my childhood hero. I used to watch a lot of games of his, so I would say him as well.
Do you mean top 5 classical chess players?
हाँ, आपने favorite पूछा था, top 5 नहीं you they asked favorite,
Favorite.
not top 5. Okay, Kasparov is there as well. Of course, you have to mention him too.
By the way,
92
two
played.
major updates. Two major updates. 92 played by Magnus, and of course, E5 played by Andy. So crucial moment for Arjun. Will he play D5 and close the center? And also, Gukesh is now worse. He made a couple of strategic mistakes, and
Oof.
now it seems like he's even worse, or at least equal or slightly worse against MVL. So we'll and he has 2.5 minutes, by the way. Somebody said Arjun 24 India. नहीं नहीं भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. We cover all games. It's just the final day of the TePe Sigeman tournament, so that's just more important, I feel, somehow. But we will look at Ukesh as well. I think he has 2.5 minutes now, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, absolutely. टिकू भाई, आपने अपने वो top 5 नहीं बताए, super chat मिस हो गई.
Top 5 favorite players, not the top 5 best players. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Magnus,
favorite.
Kasparov, and Vishy, I think, are an automatic for sure. Then I would say Anish, I would put there in top 5. Fifth one, I'm kind of thinking. I think I'll put Gukesh there as the fifth one. That's my take. I think top 5 for me. I think it's given us so many positive memories, no? Like Gukesh in the last few, like it's just kind of made chess like a sensation with his world
Hey,
championship
I'm
win.
not
So I
even.
would put
My internet kind of broke down, so I couldn't hear you. एक बार TLDR version दे दो.
TLDR is Kasparov, Magnus, Vishy, sir, Gokesh, and Anish would be my top five. Favorite players,
Position and
not top five in the world of all time. Favorite players. Difference. There's a difference.
nice, nice. That's a
But
good
anyways,
list.
chat.
Actually, I actually not mentioning Kasparov here is like a crime. Yeah, basically a crime. So yeah, I do agree with you there.
By the way, chat. I think we can go to occasional side, but he has 1.5 minutes. I think maybe it's time to switch to that game and see if he's gonna fumble this game because he was almost winning at one point and now he's slightly worse. And again, that e3 pawn is a big problem. And he should have traded queens, but he again, I think, wanted to attack. He really wanted to attack. He avoided the queen trade, and now black is even slightly better.
Yeah, because some knight g5, knight e4 could be an outpost in the position, and also 50 seconds. Bhai, again, I wanna. So this was the moment, Tiku bhai. I'm also trying to pick out moments, yeah, where Gukesh is kind of spending most of the time in his. It's a
Oof,
rapid
that's
game, so
a
we have to take it. In this moment, Gukesh is now 0.5 up, but after that he plays rook e1, takes 6 minutes for it, and bishop e3, f e3 probably he looks and is better now. And then उसके बाद this move bishop f3 first inaccuracy, rook f3 के बाद a4 was an inaccuracy as well, and queen c2 another one. Basically, like that 6 minutes, I guess, is what's costing him again to play rook e1 because the only difference is that he doesn't have enough time. Oh, bhai!
yeah.
Oh,
Rook f2,
bhai.
actually, I don't understand much, to be honest, because I mean, rook f4 felt more natural, right? After knight e4, won't I have to
No, but
move?
this is hanging.
Ah,
How is
f7 is hanging.
f7
Okay,
not
okay, okay.
hanging? What? Oh, I see. My engine also says that, but why? Oh,
Oh,
rook and
rook
knight
f7
f6.
is a mistake because knight f6 and your rook is
Yeah.
gone, basically.
Yeah, but I don't think Gukesh has seen that because he has 55 seconds on the clock. Even
Oh, MVN
MBN
also
doesn't
doesn't
see
see
it,
it.
bhai.
Wow.
Let's go.
He survived, yeah? Because now bishop h6 is an idea. So, oh, mistake. I thought mistake, but now I think it's okay for
Critical
Gukesh. He can
moment,
split.
critical moment. Yeah, let's
Played,
go.
played, played.
Resourceful, very resourceful. And also knight f2 के बाद queen takes f2. ताकि you cannot move the rook.
Very
Beautiful.
important.
Gukesh is safe now. I think draw तो हो जाएगा for sure.
Yep. I think both players making some mistakes there. We have no time on the clock. Mukesh is 1.5 minutes. MVR is 5.5 though. Right now, Mukesh missing out on a couple of opportunities. By the way, Sindarov, if we go to Sahaj Bhai, he's completely winning. Look at that end game by Sindarov. I mean, these pawns are moving forward. They don't even need a flight ticket to traverse the world. I mean, a piece down, but still lost for his opponent. Yeah.
Completely. And look at this position, by the way. रुके b1 के बाद knight d6 आया था. d5, c4, knight c4, bishop b5, and in this exact moment, Sindarov channeled his inner Levy, and guess what he did, Tiku bhai?
Rook takes b5. Yeah.
Sacrifice the rook and
Wow.
takes, and then e5, and look at this pawn gen. It's slight error, but okay, not really a big difference. And now it's completely winning.
Yeah, Sinzaro out to win. By the way, Arjun has played d5 and knight d4 in the Andy game. But for now, let's go to Gukesh. We'll cover the Arjun game later. Sej by Gukesh, important game has completely equalized now. Is there a chance for him to win, or would you say this is just an equal game?
Just a draw.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just a draw. No other. It's queen rook, queen rook. Maybe the only problem is if the rook somehow sits on e4 like this, Tikubai. So like
Hmm.
rook f6, rook e6, rook e4, and then you can play queen e6 and put some pressure on this pawn. I'm guessing that's what you have to avoid in this position.
I feel like this queen b2 is a problem. Otherwise, oh, he plays. I thought queen f4 I wanted to play, but I was like, okay, that's losing a pawn, but he plays it anyways.
Queen
Gukesh
e5.
still ambitious, yeah?
Active, active, yeah, for sure. This queen e5 is there, no? So you're not really losing a pawn because you're winning this for sure. I mean, एक pawn तो
Wow.
मिलेगा ही ना.
Child will go to Arjun's game. There is time. It's a classical game, but Kukesh is 1 minute on the clock. So um, we'll keep you posted about that game as well. Do not worry. By the way, maybe we can check it out for just 10 seconds and we'll come back to Kukesh quickly.
This is the game of Arjun. Knight d4 was played, and now king g3 only move for Arjun. Otherwise, he is objectively lost. But 8 minutes only for Andy. Let's see. Let's see what Arjun goes for. Switching back to
Wow.
Gukesh now. 1 minute there. Time. It's the pressure is rising. Of course, the other game it's going to be much longer. So we'll have plenty of time to speak about it.
Takes on c3. Okay. So black
Take
is
on
2 pawns up
e7.
now. You can take on d5 with check, but then rook f7, and suddenly it's not clear. Um,
It's all draw, bhai. This is a complete draw as well.
hmm.
Like they're all draws. Evens at some point I should be able to throw g4.
Agreed. And this e3 pawn is important. White should not lose this, because then queen e3 comes with check and suddenly it's going to be all black. That's the only problem. As long as you hold on to e3, he takes on d5 with check. Bring back the queen to e5 maybe. Do not give the e3 pawn away. Very important. Maybe rook f3 he plays also an option.
Yeah, but well, I just liked queen e5 more because it's so centralized. Queen b8 check, may you are winning these two pawns. And yeah, some rook c1, rook c8 ideas also on the cards. Basically,
Yeah.
you're taking this second rank away. कि कभी अगर check आएगी तो आप king g7 नहीं खेल सकते. It's a nice move, I think. Very nice move.
Hmm. And update
I think
chat
there is
without
no
switching
danger now,
games.
no?
Yeah, I mean, you never know. We saw an equal game against Hands as well. It's after all just blitz now, so anything can happen. And by the way, yes, chat, Arjun has played King G3. That's an update. Nice move. So let's stick to Ukesh for now. We'll keep you posted.
Also, भाई यूरोप में समर शुरू हो गई है टिको भाई. Do you know this?
Okay.
यूरोप में समर शुरू हो गई. Like, do you know this? Like, the weather has changed now. Because look at this.
Impressive.
कैसे हो यार आप?
But I mean, impressive. But I mean, that's impressive. Very impressive, actually. Yeah, because
बीट्स
it took
फिर हो
me
जाए
time to
यार.
get. It took me time to get that. But yeah.
Hmm.
Somebody said Hans Niemann is the next Magnus. By the way, Queen A3 played. So
Oh.
now attacking the A4 pawn.
Okay,
Can
at
we
least chat
sack?
got it. Amazing.
Uh, can we sack that too? Do we have the capacity to do so? Or do we have to play A5 to save it maybe? Still looking tricky, Sahaj bhai. I don't think this is over, yeah?
By g4 खेला तो fg4 queen d5 queen e6. Sorry, I can win this. It's possible. G4 here. Oh, he makes a mistake. He plays rook b1.
I told you, Sahaj bhai. Anything can happen in this. Okay, it's still a draw. It's still a draw. Maybe A5 now. Is that rook endgame a draw, Sahaj bhai? I think it should be, right? Come on,
No,
A5.
bhai. No, bhai. I don't think that's a draw. At least it's not a known draw. It's four. It's 5 versus 4. 5 versus 4 is supposed to be lost.
5 seconds. 3. He plays rook b5. Big mistake by Gokesh. No. I think he's planning for an attack, but I don't think it works. Queen a1 only move for black now. Gukesh being over ambitious, I feel like he's
I
very
feel it was
confident
a
right now. It might backfire.
no, Tiku bhai. I think it was a good practical decision to have some winning chances alive. If he had played a5 instead, queen takes a5 ke baad, he would have to defend that endgame for the next like 20 minutes while having while playing on seconds. And 5 versus 4 rook pawn endgames I think are very and are notoriously difficult to save even when you have more time on the clock. And
Wow.
here
So
the plan is
MVL,
simple: bring the rook here, bring the rook there, and let's go.
and somehow MVL has to first give the check and then take on a4 instead of taking directly, which is not easy. An easy call, yeah.
But
So
why? Rook d5, queen e8, कुछ कहीं पे जाके queen b8 check आ रही होगी, I'm guessing. Which okay, it's very hard to see for MVL with such little time. But let's see, let's see.
this is so tough. What does MVL do? Crucial moment. He needs to give that check. Maybe a good practical weapon by Gokesh in time pressure. Rook b5.
1 minute.
Somebody said, don't choke MVL. Somebody said, don't choke Ukesh. I'm not even sure who's choking here. Let's see, chat. The game is just complicated right now.
There's queen c1 check as well, and then there's queen d6 as well. Queen d6 is what I'm thinking about the most. That should be a draw, right? Takes के बाद because ये pawn आपका बहुत खराब है d6 पे.
Hmm.
I just really don't like the 13 seconds that Gukesh has. Besides that, I think nice. It's okay. It's fine. By the way, Andy has just played. You can see it on
Oh
the camera. By the way,
wow.
mistake by Andy.
Oh
Arjun is not
wow.
losing anymore. Arjun is fine. Oh,
I
another
put.
mistake by MVL. Let's go. He plays queen d6.
Oh, let's go, bhai. Both players striking back.
Yeah, Gukesh for sure draws this. I think queen takes d6 के बाद. This is a very easy draw.
He plays a5. Nice move as well.
And chat,
Takes
I
with
know
the
abhi
rook.
bhi
Okay.
it's 5 versus 4, but this is like an incredibly better version of it because your rook is already on a5 and a6. The black rook cannot go to a1. You're already putting pressure on the e6 pawn jab black e6 खेलेगा. So it's like a much better version that you can that you had
Hmm.
earlier, basically.
King f8. Just take on b6. The idea is, okay, I defend the e7 pawn with the king. So rook e6, there's rook f6 now. So you can't attack it that way. Still tricky, but a better version for sure. Maybe king brings, okay, king f2, nice move.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to attack this pawn, no, because the black is not playing b5. So just bring the king like this and that's it.
By the way, Arjun did take on c5. So he is indeed almost equal, but he needs to find rook c3, the only move. We'll come to it soon as this game finishes, chat. Both games nearing to a very interesting conclusion.
Yeah, king d3 is now possible or okay, rook b5 for some reason. But yeah, king d2 is what he goes for. Personally, king d3 is what I would have gone for, but okay, not really anything crazy. But soon, very soon, Gukesh has to push g4. Very soon. Takes ke baad, you go g5 and you block these pawns on the king side. You have already blocked the pawn on the queen side as well, and then we can just shake hands.
Hmm.
King f7 and now g4. This is the moment for g4.
Wow, g4 I think would be a nice move to play. It's still tricky, chat. Black does have an outside pass pawn. So rook b5 played, okay. King f6. Let's go g4 now, maybe. If black takes, the king cannot move forward. That's very important. G4, let's go.
Or yeah, g4 is, oh, he goes e4, still fine, no problem. fe4, king e3, king e4 is basically the same thing.
Okay.
Takes, king e3 आता है.
Rook
This is, by the
e6,
way, a very
maybe?
common principle in the end game, especially rook end games, to sack the pawn and seek activity by the king. This is was popularized by Capablanca in a very famous game. I believe it was Capablanca Janovsky, right, Tikubai?
Hmm. Hmm.
वो जो
Hmm.
rook end game का था जहाँ पे he sacrifices like a bunch of pawns for activity.
Isn't there a book? I remember I saw this, like the
Chess
Rook End
fundamentals.
Games of Casablanca, right? Something like that, I think.
Yeah, and it's definitely like the first page would be there, like for the like this the most famous
Hmm.
Capablanca in game. I think it was Janowski, but I'm yeah bad with names in general.
Wow.
46 seconds for MVL.
By the way, chat, let's go. I mean, the games are becoming very interesting. By the way, Sindarov completely winning. And in the Arjun game, he's still thinking about the only move, Rook C3. So, chat, we'll go to it soon because both players have seconds on the clock right now. Come on. Come on, Gukesh. Let's go.
Oh, that's a draw. Just G4.
Wait.
Yeah. Now there is nothing. Okay, this is just a draw. So
Rook
Gukesh saves it.
G4.
Yeah, Gukesh saves a tough end game at the towards the end.
Yep. Oh, important detail. Okay, maybe we can switch game sets because this is a draw, yeah? We can come back to it if something changes. We go back to Arjun, maybe? I'm saying this is just a draw, yeah? I don't
Yeah.
see.
King E4. Just to explain to everyone, G4, Rook C3, King E4, Rook H3, D5, D6. Trade this off, bring the king there. 2 versus 1 is a textbook draw, and exactly that's what's happening on the board. So Gukesh, I think we can comfortably say has drawn the game.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Sindarov defeated Fedosiv and Jadu also defeated Firuja. We'll go back to
Nodirbek
Um,
has drawn, by the way, so that's a
Arjun.
result. And with this, Nodirbek is out of contention for first place. Now we go to Arjun. Challenged by Rook C3, only move for Arjun.
Rook c3 and then knight d4. Rook c1 and rook b5. Bhai, rook b5 के बाद you see the move? That's the hardest. By the way, rook c3 was played.
Oh, wow, nice.
Rook c3 was played. And in this entire continuation, rook takes f2 is hanging. I'm just wanna golden pawn is being sacrificed here.
Wow. And Chada, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like this is a three result position right now. Like if some, for example, rook takes f2, there is rook hc1. And I'm going to take on c5 very likely. And then rook c8 check, queen e6 ideas. This could be a three result position. I mean, there's the knight on d4. Yeah, that kind of spoils my plan. But still, like, it's very
No,
interesting.
no,
It's
you're
not
right.
just
You're right. Good point. Good point. Also, 12 moves, and Andy has to play in 5 minutes. And if the position becomes tactical, like you're showing, for sure. For sure. I think the position has been a three result position throughout. And I don't think, even though the simplifications have happened, I still think there is a three result possibility here for sure.
great defense by I think Arjun so far. I think to keep fighting that king g4 move was so crucial. Yeah, made Andy think and close the center, and that exactly is what gave Arjun that protected pass pawn on d5. Might be very valuable later on.
By the way, chat mate, a lot of people are just saying the result of this game. And let me tell you, chat, this is live. There is no delay.
Hmm.
There is no 10-minute, 15-minute delay in this match. What you are seeing is what's happening on the board right now. So whatever the info is, it has to be wrong, bhai, unless you are
The
texting
time
from the
traveler.
tournament hall itself.
No, unless you're a time traveler, that's the only possibility. So if you're a time traveler, do let us know what stocks to invest in. But the rook takes have to played. It's on the board. And rook
Okay, and
h1
now rook
only
c1
move.
maybe.
Come on. Come on. Rook at c1, Arjun. He has 15 minutes and he has 4. Rook at c1 is the move he needs to find. By the way, Gukesh is an only move, Sahaj bhai. Only move
भाई
for
भाई
Gukesh.
यही रहते हैं ना भाई, 15 मिनट थोड़ा रिस्की लग रहा है,
I'm,
वहां
I'm
जाना है
keeping
क्या
an eye
कुछ
on
6
that
सेकंड
one.
फाइन हियर दिस इज द पोजीशन रुकी
Oh, he
6.
finds it. He
Oh, he
finds it.
plays
He
it.
finds it. Thank God. Thank God. Was not easy.
I would be very shocked if Mukesh का ये draw होता तो, like sorry, if this is not a draw.
No, now it's a draw. Now it's a draw. I think rook e6 was the
Yeah,
move he had to find.
easy.
So now it's a
Okay, going
comfortable
back
draw.
to
Easy.
Arjun.
Yeah. Come on, Arjun. Rook at c1. By the way, it's not like he has no. He can apparently also play h6, but that's so weird. I think not a move you would consider here. I think so. Rook at
H6
c1
for
is
white or
also
H6 for black?
h6 for white. Actually, is what my engine shows. But I kind of like rook at c1. Also gives my king the h1 square, right? Because there's queen f7, queen f4 ideas in some cases. So I like rook at c1.
Actually, the best move for white, at least for me, is queen e6 check here, Tiku bhai. It's
Oh
not rook
wow!
c1.
Oh wow! Actually, in on second glance, if I really want to draw, I think this is the best one. No, oh, I like this actually.
But do I want to draw?
That's
लोग
the
तो बोल
question,
रहे
no?
हैं लाइव में वो जीती भी क्या भाई.
I think they mean the tournament, yeah, maybe not the like the actual game. But still, I think Queen E6 would be a comfortable draw. But does White go for it?
Okay, not a
Arjun, knowing
comfortable
Arjun,
draw for sure. Definitely not a
yeah,
comfortable draw.
tough choice actually. Tough choice. Let's see what happens.
Oh, by the way,
Rook-
Gukesh lost. Gukesh is
What?
losing. Why
What?
he blundered here? What? अरे नहीं भाई नहीं, रुकी 6 रुकी 5 के बाद ये हुआ था चैट किंग जी व्हाट. Okay, like why would you go king g4 here? I don't understand. Like that's
He also checked again. He had another opportunity to
obviously
go back
why would you
actually.
go king g4 here? I don't understand. Oh, he didn't realize the king pawn ending is a draw, Tiku bhai. भाई किंग पॉन एंडिंग ने ही तो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बनाया था, वो भी एक्स्ट्रा पॉन वाली. Arey. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. I know people are gonna say like some stuff here. कि okay, he's not playing the best, whatever. But this is not really telling me that he's not in shape or anything like that. This is a instinctive decision you make in 13 seconds, and okay, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. You can't control this by. Yeah. For me, it's fine.
Hmm. Can we look to Magnus' game? Yes, we'll go to Magnus' game. So I think Gukesh. Says, shall we go to Magnus' game now because Gukesh is going to lose? Um, Maybe we check out
So
Magnus'
I'll
game
go
and
to
then after
Arjun
that.
then.
Yeah, let's. Did he play Rook at C1? He played Rook
Yeah,
at
he
C1.
did play Rook H1, yes.
Wow. So he actually goes for the ambitious choice, like not forcing a draw as well, going for the most active line, takes on C5, I guess. Yes, on the board. Let's have one look at the Magnus game side maybe, and then we come back to Arjun. Just a brief look.
To Magnus game, yeah.
Yes.
So you mean basically the El Clasico of generations is essentially. But bhai, ye to
Yeah.
draw hi lag raha hai. It's too simple. I feel Yaz is gonna hold it. Why a 14-year-old is gonna hold the goat of chess? That's insane. Wo bhi black se. Crazy.
And of course, like I think even King F5 doesn't work, right? King F5 just King E7, and next I can check you on E6, right? So there's no way for me to move forward. So I think Magnus, even though he's playing, you can see from his body language, by the way, he doesn't look too thrilled about the position. He understands this is just a draw.
Yeah. Okay, going back, I think Kukesh, but by the way, chat, sad, no? Pawns एक side
Yeah,
और होते तो F and H pawns होता.
yeah, agreed.
But this
That's
is
sad.
a loss basically because H pawn is what's needed. You can go from this side, and that's the problem. So this is a loss now for Gukesh completely. Let's switch to Arjun, who is now fighting back. He's basically completely equal to Kubai. If Black plays Queen D6 in this position, H6 is 0-0-0.
Hmm. Wow.
But let's see. After Queen D6, H6 now only move for white. Very hard to follow when they are speaking random non-English between heavy. Bhai, it's a bit difficult for us as well, yeah, because we are trying to switch between Hindi and English. So we found a combination of English where I think most people can understand overall. But yeah, we have to kind of switch between both of them, yeah, because this is a Chesscom India page and Chess24 India page. So we have to speak one of the languages there and switch between Hindi and English.
Rook c8 check on the board, chat. So basically, the rooks will be traded off. The black king also has to be a bit careful. Of course, it's the only advantage I see for black is the difference between the knight on d4 and the bishop on g2. And of course, I don't really have any pawn cover for my king, even though the black pieces, the queen at least can't find a way to get to it. Sahaj bhai, whose king is weaker? Even though it looks like the white king, I feel like this decision is a bit more nuanced somehow.
Yeah, the rook takes c8. It's not a good move according to the engine though, Tikubai. But after rook takes
Hmm.
c8, rook c8, if black plays rook f8,
Hmm.
I am not so sure if rook f8 is a good practical decision because queen and knight, first of all. Secondly, the knight on d4 is an outpost, and you have an outside pawn here, which can be a bit dangerous. By the way, this is happening. Rook takes c8 played.
Oof. Ooh, that's very interesting. And queen takes c8 is already losing, so he has to take with the rook. I think there's some
Wait,
transmission error
what?
there, of course. Transmission error, by transmission error, by transmission error, by.
Oh.
You pulled off a WGM Tikku, Sahaj bhai. What is this?
No, no, bhai, I mean, I realized, but I was just trying to, play your
Ah,
part here. अच्छा लगता है भाई
nice.
जब next time something happen, I'll be like, wait, what? And then you
What?
say, no, no,
Wait,
no,
what?
no, no. And I will say, there is no way. And then you'd be like, no, 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 it's normal, it's normal. You be calm, okay? I'll be the one saying it
Done.
next time. ठीक है?
Done. Meanwhile, chat.
तमिल भाई, तमिल हमको आती नहीं है भाई, सॉरी। राकेश भाई को आती है, ही कैन स्पीक। रुक सेट रुक
Oh,
फिट लेट।
blunder! Wait, what?
भाई
No,
no
no,
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 that's
no.
me, remember, that's me.
Ah, yeah. Wait,
Like
sorry.
I'm the one who's supposed to do this.
By the way, it's not. I agree with you. It's not so clear how does white equalize completely. I think the passed pawn on d5 is really the main resource for white somehow. Although if I get the bishop to h3, maybe there is some potential for an attack, like queen
Attack
c3,
like how?
like
Queen
queen
c3?
c3 now, and then bishop
Yeah,
h3
but queen
next.
भाई, क्वीन अकेले थोड़ी ना अटैक करेगी, कुछ यू नीड समथिंग, किंग f7, या तो चेक सी दोगे ना। भाई
Bishop
दिस बिशप इज
h3.
सो बैड भाई।
Yeah, bishop
टिकू भाई,
h3.
ये बिशप आपको किसकी याद दिला रहा है? इज दिस रिमाइंडिंग यू ऑफ द वो वेकअप सेट में जो फर्स्ट हाफ वाला सेट था, या फिर थ्री इडियट्स में जो वो था, um, जो
The
मतलब
bishop
कोई भी
on
था, मतलब किसकी
g2
याद दिला रहा है आपको?
the bishop on g2 is like me at the candidates. It doesn't belong. I mean, I feel like it needs to be somewhere else. Or me at any strong tournament. But I think bishop h3 at least gives me some hope that I can create something. But even then, I'm not convinced. The knight on d4, I mean, it's coming to f3 with check. Once the black queen comes in, like it could just be game over. And that a7 pawn is such a nuisance for white, right? I mean, it just exists, and it's not even that you can push it. It's just whether I just that is stronger than the execution. Just having it on a7 constantly keeps white occupied enough that it's impossible to create any chances. And of course, the h5 pawn, is it a strength or a weakness? I'm still not convinced.
Yeah, I think neither. I mean, same for me as well. Looks very. If I had to choose Tikubai, I would choose to bring the rook back to c1 and just keep it. But I think I will see. We'll see how the game progresses in this sense.
But yeah, I'm not even sure if that helps edge. Why? Because after all, like rook, my king is also quite weak, right? So maybe exchanging the rooks is something I would be happy with, to be honest. But I'm also fighting for two results essentially after that. That I agree with you. I'm hoping with 8 moves to go, maybe Andy makes a mistake. That's my dream scenario and gives me a chance somehow to equalize comfortably. Rukesh has lost chat. That game is over. So can we have Magnus and Arjun on left, Arjun right, Magnus? Because both the games super important. Yagiz has 4 minutes and Andy has 3 minutes. Sahaj by the conclusion of the TePe Sigeman tournament right now, if things ended like this and Arjun holds, he wins the event because Nodirbek drew. Can we have the standings once just for like 10 seconds and we come back to this exact scene? Because Nodirbek is out of the equation. He drew his game. He did not win. And if Yagiz and Magnus draw, they go to 4.5, tied with Arjun. Then all Arjun needs is a draw, Sahaj, to lift off that curse of not finishing in first place at elite events. He needs to just draw this game, and he could be very likely the winner of TePe Sigeman event ahead of Nodirbek, ahead of Magnus, ahead of Yagiz. Let's go back to the
Exactly,
scene.
why? But I think it's easier said than done, because I feel here winning for Arjun, I think, is next to impossible
Hmm.
because of that. Thankfully, that bishop on g2, जो जिसका नाम आप मुझे बता नहीं रहे हो, but I feel that's the biggest problem in this position in Black's camp.
But
So
draw, I think, is enough.
draw
Draw is
is
all
enough,
Arjun
yeah,
needs.
because Magnus is not winning this.
Yeah. Oof. What a moment, man. 9 minutes for Arjun, finally dropping below the 10-minute mark with still 8 moves to go. I think so far he's defended so well, but can he do so when he doesn't have time on the clock? Is the question. Come on.
Let's see. कम टाइम तो एक्चुअली एंडी के पास है in comparison, for sure.
So if Arjun loses, then yes, we will have tie breaks between three players. And if Magnus draws, of course, between Magnus, Yagiz, and Arjun. And it's going to be 3+2 round robin, single round robin event. So it's going to be exciting, of course, to see 3+2. And that's what Yagiz and Magnus would want. But from Arjun's perspective, he needs a draw. And that is the end of the event and a huge win for the India number one. Let's see what happens.
Thinking for a long time, 8 minutes. Okay. Is it either rook f8 or it's queen c3? Two moves. h6 also possible.
But tough. H6 is very tough because there's always queen h6 ideas at the right moment. So, I mean, are we sure that endgame is a draw? I am not convinced, why. He plays queen c3, the best move. Arjun is fighting. He's still fighting. Tit for tat.
Wow. So not giving up. He knows what's at stake here. And now rook takes c8, queen takes c8 check, king f7, and then queen b7 check. And suddenly the king starts to become a bit uncomfortable. You can play king f6, but then keep an eye on the a7 pawn. If you play queen e7, then your queen is not as active anymore. Arjun is back. Why can he
Yup.
win this?
No, I mean, he can draw this, I think.
Chad, do you think Arjun can win this?
Win the game or the event?
No, the game. Event, though, of
Oh,
course, I
that.
think he can, but
No, I think that would be impossible, no? Like, I mean, the bishop on g2 is kind of a big red flag for me. No, no tiebreak for number two, only for number one. And chat, I see what you're saying that Yagiz has made a minor error, but I don't think it's a big one. I think it's pretty safe for him still, so should be okay. I mean, the bishop on st is a bit loose, no? So, like, imagine if the g4 pawn was defended, king g3 just traps the bishop.
but I think if you
So,
played bishop d1, some in the near future, some knight d6 check could be a threat.
hmm.
तो मैग्नस ने कुछ करके अगर वो जीत गया ना यहाँ पे तो क्रेजी हो जाएगा.
Oh, such mein, that will be such an insane result. And he's still
Because
thinking, by the way. Look at Magnus. He's still
also like
hopeful. This
Arjun
is
के लिए भी मुश्किल रहेगा ना. I mean they will play the finals of course, but he has defended such a difficult endgame against Andy and then very unexpectedly plays the
it
goat of chess. Yeah, that's gonna
reminds
be
me of the
tough.
zoo game. The zoo game yesterday, Sahaj Bhai. Exactly. She defended so well, and last moment pe she faltered. So I'm hoping Arjun doesn't repeat the same. By the way, 1 minute for Andy. We somehow lost track. 1 minute for Andy and 1 minute for Yagiz.
Yeah. Tough, tough, tough. And by the way, for Andy, it's move 33 only. I'm just for a second, I'm gonna switch the games. For Yaz, it's only four moves he has to play, essentially. So not really a big problem for Yaz, but yeah, sure.
Hmm. Yes, we can see the last move number 33, 36. By the way, Queen f6 played. Okay, Queen f4 is a threat. I think we should trade the rooks now.
टिक्कू भाई 2 सेकंड के लिए तो इतना डर गए थे. आई कुड टेल. दो
Bhai,
सेकंड के टिक्कू लाइक आई कांट बिलीव दिस. ये तो
bhai,
मूव
it's
मैंने
like,
देखी ही नहीं थी भाई. मतलब कुछ तो होगा.
bhai, I'm trained with the bar. Yeah, it's like an algorithm. So Pavlov's theory, thina, like you smell food, you become like you start salivating. Vesi, like I see the bar move, I'm like already charged up. But okay, Queen takes f8. Now is Queen c7 the only move?
Yeah, but
But it's a
logical,
natural
no?
one, no?
Yeah,
Yeah, very
because you don't
natural
want the
actually.
queen to go to d6. He
Yeah.
is the endgame goat, but it's so equal. Exactly, that's the problem. I mean, no one's denying that he's the best endgame player in the world, but I think maybe more is needed in the endgame to continue onwards. I feel for Magnus, it seems very difficult to convert this.
Queen f4 check played. By the Queen c7 played by Arjun, only move found under
Queen
time pressure.
f4.
Queen f4 check played, best move as well. King h1 only move for Arjun now. King g1 92 is made. Oh no! No, that's a blunder by
Bhai, that
Arjun.
was
One step away.
that was
One
my
step away.
cue. That was my cue, bhai. I was preparing. I was like,
अरे वाई
no,
क्यों
I
पर
was
क्यों खेला अर्जुन ने
bhai.
वाई नॉट किंग h1
You might think that why I'm so chilled, it's because I don't think Andy is gonna find g5. Because I think after g5, hg6, you have to see queen h6 check, which not so easy. Or unless if he finds it, then he shows why he's puzzle battle champion. Yeah. Also after g5, there's like 1,000,000,000 checks I can give to the king. How are you calculating all of this that you're escaping? See exactly. That's why I wasn't chill. That's why I wasn't
Oh, he doesn't find it.
worried.
But okay, he's repeating, Sahaj bhai. He's repeating, so he'll get another chance to do this. Queen F4 check again.
King
Come
h1
on,
now,
Arjun.
Arjun. Do not
King
give another
H1,
chance. Let's not play king
please.
h3 again. Or slightly more worried, just a little bit more worried now because there is more time.
And G5 is the only move, by the way. H6 is also slightly better, but that allows D6 from white. So that's where Arjun could start winning as well. So G5 is the only move. But does Andy want to go for the win? Because it's also like
Why g5 के बाद? I just don't understand. Check. King g7 check. King here check. King. I mean, it's hard to see king h5 and to understand there is no check on e8 because that's what you're thinking about, I think. But
yeah,
let's
I
see if he
do
finds
agree.
g5, it's over though.
Oof. Okay, Andy has. I think he gained some time with that repetition. Yeah, that is very important. I think he's going to play G5. Chat, do you think he plays G5? Come on. Does Andy play G5 or will he repeat? He has a draw in hand.
Wait, Tiku bhai, if Magnus draw or g5 played.
Played. He plays G5. Arjun under huge pressure now. We could have a tie-breaking coming, Sahaj Bhai, between Magnus, Arjun, and Erdogmus.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That I feel these three players are gonna. It's a three-way tie now. I
Okay,
love the fact
how?
that Arjun is there. Actually, I love it because I think this is like such a big historic moment, and I mean the fact that Arjun is there is I think beautiful, and Arjun is could technically beat both of them. Bhai, na tu jitega
Uh,
na tu. It's me. Let's go.
and Queen H4 is mate in one, by the way, so he has to take on G6. If anything else, it's over. He can resign. I really want Arjun to win directly, Sej Bhai, though. Like somehow, I don't know if he wins the tiebreaks, great, but I want him to win because that will lift off that curse that he always messes up in the last round or the last step. Yeah, I want him to win this event because that will
But it doesn't
really
always
elevate.
happen though. He defeated Vishy sir in the Jerusalem Masters.
Yes,
It
but
doesn't
that was
happen
not
every
like
time.
a. That wasn't like a. It wasn't classical, I think, and it was also not like the elite event, right? Like where Magnus or any Caruana or Caruana, did I say Caruana? Caruana and all these players are playing. By the way, Taken and Queen H6 now only move for Andy.
So you mean just in classical events, yeah?
And top level elite events, where let's say the average is more than 27, 25, for example, 2700 plus, for example. By the way, Queen 6 play, check played, King G3 only move. Oh,
Now
this is
Queen takes
tough, man.
c6 probably.
Only move Queen G6. He can repeat once with Queen F4, which he likely will, I think. But
Mm-hmm.
then he has to take on G6. Mark my words, Magnus will eventually. He usually does. I'm not even gonna counter your statement there. He usually
Did he
somehow
say
finds a
mark
way.
my words? Vaibhav bhai,
Not
are
Vaibhav.
you
It was
back?
somebody else though. It was somebody else. Wow. This tournament is an absolute treat, man. Magnus is still playing on, so it's not over just yet. Magnus could just win that game and it could be over, Sahaj bhai. It could be just over without the tiebreak. Oof. Okay, can we look at the variation sets? Let's say I play King Queen G6 and King to H2. How is Black actually winning this? Because I still don't see it.
Um, Actually, I think we might. He's playing Queen F4, which I think kind of. Oh, actually, only move now. Maybe he doesn't see the way forward. You are right. You picked up the right thing because if you played H6 now, there's check and I take with a check. So what you have to do is play this, give a check here, and after King H3, give a check again on H6, and then Queen
Sahaj
F4
bhai,
check again.
that was a master stroke by Andy because we reached the 40th move. What perfect timing for Andy Woodward to reach the 40th move because now he gets 30 minutes to calculate this stuff.
Wow.
This is great luck for Andy. Now he can use this time. So let's have a look. Saj back. Queen h6 check. King g3. Queen g6 check. King h2. Now how is it winning, Saj bhai, for black?
Queen H6 check.
Okay.
Bishop
Can I play
h3 only move, by the way. King
king g1 is not
g1.
possible.
You know why? Aha, you're going to the move. I can see it.
Oh,
Chat, black to play and
wow.
win.
Wow. Maybe this is what Arjun missed. I'm not even surprised, actually.
Yeah,
I'm
but the
not even
position was
surprised.
lost even before, yeah? So
Wow.
Queen c1 check, exactly. What a beautiful find this is, yeah? Queen c1 check, queen takes c1. And on the chess.com chat, someone did say knight e2, and I think your idea is correct. But sometimes when you're calculating and you see like queen c1, knight e2 moves like this, try to interchange them. Try to play knight e2 first, try to play queen c1 first, and it will really help you find tactics faster. But yeah, that's the idea. And you take on c1, two pawns on opposite corners, and black is winning pretty
So
much.
bishop h3 is the only move for me, right? Then.
Yeah, only move. सहज भाई 10 मिनट से बोल
Ah.
भाई सॉरी भाई बहुत there's like a lot of games going on, lot of screens to look at, so my bad on that. But yeah, well done for finding queen c1 bhai.
Wow. Sehaj, it seems like black is winning by force, actually. And just by one move. Like, literally by one move, he's winning. Otherwise, white would win in certain cases because of deep on. Wow.
Okay, black को draw करना हो तो भाई अभी repetition हो सकता है ना.
But I think he's winning. He's objectively winning and he understands this. And he's going to just find these moves. So, queen h6, king g3, queen g6 check. If he can have it on the board, I think this is
Queen h6, king g3, queen g6.
king h2 only move. Because if king h3, then there is queen h6 check and queen g7 check. And you trade queens. So, king h2 only
Check,
move.
check, and the queens are traded.
So
So
queen
after
h6
queen
check
g6, you'll
again.
go king.
Queen h6 check. Bishop h3 is where we left at.
And
And
now
now
remember
queen
chat,
d2
king
check.
g3 पे queen g7, king g1 पे
Yeah.
queen c1 is there.
Yeah.
Bishop
So bishop
h3.
h3 only move. And now queen d2 check only move.
Yes.
And if king g1, then we know what to do. If king
King
g3,
g1,
there
there is
is
knight f3 check or knight e2 check. Both of them should be winning. Oh,
even
queen.
queen
Actually,
c1
no,
check.
sorry. Queen c1 check
Yeah.
is just simpler, yeah. Got
So
confused there. चलिए
so
बार
queen
बंद
d2
करो
check.
भाई, मैं ही कंफ्यूज हो रहा हूँ. क्या किंग
Bishop
बिशप
g2,
g2 वापस.
knight f3 check. Now king g3, queen
King
f4
h1 पे
check.
this is there. King g3,
Yeah.
okay. Queen f4 check.
King f2, knight h4 check. It's all forced, but it's also not that difficult. King g1, and now simply knight takes g2. If you take on g2, I take on e4 with check and then pick up everything. And you can give a few checks, but the king escapes. And if d6, knight h4, d7, it's just mate in 4. You miss it by one move. You miss it
I'm
by one move. d6
sorry.
now.
Queen d8 check. हम खेलना जरा यहाँ पे queen d8 check.
King g7, I guess.
King takes g2. लो
Oh,
अभी ड्रॉ
sorry.
हो गई है तो.
Queen f8. Queen f8 only move. Queen
भाई
f8
अभी
only
ड्रॉ
move.
हो गई है तो.
Queen f8 only move. Sorry, not king g7.
तो queen f8, and if queen g5 check,
Queen g7.
queen d8 check,
Now king f7 he has to find.
queen d7 check,
King g6 only move.
queen
Hi, this
f5
is
check,
king h6.
queen f5, king h6, queen h3 पे knight h4 check है आपके पास. Just pointing it out.
Yes.
Queen e6 check,
Queen g6. This is tough.
queen what? No, I'm not playing queen f5. I'm playing queen e6 straight.
Directly. Okay. King h5. Hi.
Queen f5 check.
Queen g5, queen g5, queen h7. So king h6.
Yeah, I
But this is
understand.
tough to see though. This is tough to
Bhai,
see, especially
tough.
the.
This is I think impossible to see.
But he will go for it. No, like he always has the repetition. The problem is along this entire path, he has the draw in hand. So he can actually play on. He can just think for 15 minutes and he can just play on and just keep kind of calculating as he goes. That's the problem. So, Chad, do you think he plays queen h6 check? Do you think he goes for the kill or do you think he takes the repetition, which he does have right now? That's
आई
why he
थिंक
got
क्वीन
that.
H6 चेक। ये सुपर चैट आई है भाई, इस सुपर चैट के लिए थैंक यू तो नहीं बोलूंगा भाई, क्योंकि क्या आंटियों वाली सुपर चैट करी है आपने भाई। लाइक सीरियसली भाई, ले तो ऐसे ऐसे तो लिटरली वो बेसिकली जब आप आपका एक नेशनल चैंपियनशिप में ना अंडर 7 के बाद जब आपका एक खराब मैच होता था ना, आपकी मॉम आपको आपको बोलती थी कि और मत करते यार ये चेस की, और मत करते, दैट्स व्हाट इट फेल्ट लाइक भाई।
Wow, that felt personal, Sahaj bhai.
भाई इट वाज दिस फेल्ट वेरी पर्सनल भाई, मेरे को मम्मी की याद आ गई। those national youth days भाई, those were brutal।
By the way, we have an update in the Carlsen game. So we have a minor piece exchange. After bishop h3, bishop f5 was played, bishop g2, and then knight e4 khela Carlsen ne, and Yagiz ne exchange kar diya. And then, of course, he finds knight to f7 only move, bishop d5, knight d6 only move, by the way. So Magnus,
Hmm.
on paper, is still pushing. I think it's a draw, of course, but the game is not just over yet. Do you
भाई
think it's over,
नाइट डी
Sahaj bhai?
सिक्स एंड आई जस्ट प्ले A5 एंड आई जस्ट से पास 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 पास, आपके पास
अच्छा
यू हैव नो
हाँ, ये तो
एक्सेस
वो आ
स्पॉट्स
गया ना
भाई,
भाई।
देर इज नो एक्सेस स्पॉट भाई, देर इज जस्ट D5 स्क्वायर यू हैव, दैट्स इट, यू जस्ट हैव, और उसको आने के लिए E3 D4 D5 लाना पड़ेगा आपको।
आई थिंक यू आर एक्चुअली राइट। आई फॉरगॉट वो टिपिकल इन वो किताबें याद आ रही है मुझे भाई। या यू आर एक्चुअली राइट।
Yeah. Sahaj, bhai,
दिस
please
इज
your opinion on person like Erdogmus moving constantly and distracting his opponent during his turn. I would just like to remind you, chat, that he's 14 years old. Um, so I don't think any of this is on purpose. I think it's very difficult to do what he's doing at any age, let alone be 14 years old. And people handle their stress in their own ways. And at some point, it's gonna get fixed on his own.
Chad, it's very interesting to me, this game, both Magnus, Yagiz and Arjun, Andy, like we had such contrast in the actual starting of the game, and now they look exactly the same, Sahaj bhai, दोनों बोर्ड पे एक ही पोजीशन है।
Oh, I'll just switch it now then. Should I go to Gukesh or yeah, Gukesh is playing Fedo, so we can check that out. The game has begun. Or do you want to stay with Arjun?
I would stick with Arjun actually. I think that game
Okay.
we can check later, maybe, is my guess. Because this game is like tournament deciding, right? I think. And he plays Queen h6 just now. Wow. I think Arjun's moves are kind of forced. Not many choices there.
So King G3 forced as well. Queen G6 check तो आ ही रहा है.
I hope he doesn't go to g4 now.
No, I just hope
because
Arjun he just repeats twice. Yeah, that's it. King G3 played.
if Andy plays Queen g7, then Queen c8 check wins, by the way. Just kidding. Queen g6 played. Now King h2 only move. King f2, there is Queen f7. And that's a trade of queens. With the a pawn, black just wins. Arjun looks
Yeah.
confident, Vardhan is saying. I mean, does he look confident to you, Sahaj bhai? Do you feel he has the confidence that this is holding? Because it's literally impossible to see everything that we saw, but by intuition, does he think this is a draw?
No,
Hmm.
I don't think so. Very unlikely.
Okay, let's have both the
But I
boards
think he
ready.
probably thinks that it was a lot worse before.
Hmm.
It's very much possible that he saw King H2, King G1, that line we were talking about with King G1, and just now he's seeing Queen C1 check. It's possible. By
Hmm.
the way, played King H2.
And Chad, in terms of the Magnus game, I think it's just a draw now. Somebody like Yagiz, especially now they've just reached the 40th move. I don't see any universe where Yagiz messes this up. I think this is just a draw. I think this is a well-known theoretical pattern. Basically, the pawns control the dark squares. So e5, g5, c5, a5. And the knights control the lights. So knight on d6 controlling b5 and f5. So there is literally no square that the white king can enter. D5 is the only one. But whenever you bring the king there, I can always just play king e6 to block you there. So there's literally no way Magnus Carlsen can win
What?
this. So
He played King G1. Arjun played
What?
King G1. I told you in his
What?
Queen C1 set, bhai.
What?
I told you.
No, Arjun, no! Can we go full screen? No, White. He completely missed. I think we're gonna see an expression when Queen C1 lands on the board. It's gonna be heartbreak. And look at Andy. He cannot believe it. He cannot believe it. He's in shock, I feel. He's like, wait, what? I can tell you he has the same words in his mind, Sahaj Bhai. Wait, what? Tiebreaks incoming chat. It's gonna be Magnus Carlsen, Arjun Erigaisi, and Yagiz Kaan Erdogmus in a three-way tiebreak with 3+2 time control. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Maza aega, bhai. And in that match will be a lot of fun. But yeah, this is sad for Arjun overall. Queen C1 check is completely winning. Also, he played really quickly here. That's the maybe the problem. He had 40 minutes on the clock. Just आधा घंटा add हुआ. I get that he wants to put pressure on the on the clock there, but like he was before. But this was a bit careless, I think. But very hard to play accurately also. Bishop h3 con by self pinning is always difficult.
I agree. It was a bit careless. He had time. Like, there was no harm in just calculating a bit more. And of course, if you miss tactically, it's just a tactical mistake, right? I mean, there was no hurry because this is the 44th move. You have 39 and a half minutes on the clock right now. So
Yeah.
missing a tactical resource, like there's no excuse for it. And it's hard luck for Arjun. It always happens somehow, Sahaj Bhai. Always on the final round. Maybe Andy doesn't find it. The only reason Andy went for Queen h6 instead of taking the draw is because he saw Queen c1.
I mean,
He
I'm trying to
saw
look
this
at
move.
how I don't really know how many classical events we're talking about in general, but okay, like maybe Nodirbek he lost to in the last round. What else are we talking about?
So I think it's not, for
World Cup he
example,
never lost in classical. He lost in
no,
in
but
in
it's not
rapid.
about classical. For example, like any major event, right? Any elite event which would give him a lot of, success. I think basically at the last, like he'll finish second. For example, Chennai Grandmasters. We start all the way from 2023 when Gokesh won. He was tied for first place, came second. Then if we look at Chennai Grandmasters next year, he was leading the event, lost the last game to Arvind. If you look at the World Cup twice, I think he lost in a round where one more win would have given him likely qualification to the candidates. We look at, like, I think there's one more event, I forget which one. Like I think he lost, and also the World Blitz, for example. Like I think that I'm not able to recall all the events right now, but it's always been the thing where he misses it by like one step basically. So yeah,
Hmm.
it's a bit heartbreaking because also like I've talked to his manager. I think I don't know what Arjun feels, but like I also heard the thoughts like, okay, like he's almost there all the time. Yeah, like is he feeling RES? So
Yeah,
very
of
interesting.
course. No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Not RCB. I think RCB is different. RCB was in the last place many multiple times, and it did win last year.
I
So
mean, although Arjun did beat Magnus in the final round of
yeah,
Norway.
yeah, but I think he was kind of lost. He was winning in the classical, then it was drawn, then he
बट
Magnus
ऐसे
kind
अगर
of.
आप एक्सक्यूजेस हारने के निकाल रहे हो तो जीतने
Hey, but
मतलब ऐसे एक्सक्यूजेस तो फिर दोनों के निकालो ना भाई.
I know,
It's
but I
all
think
it's
that
all nuanced.
no, no, I know, but I think that wasn't really like a that wasn't a crunch moment, right? Even if he had won, he would not win the event. Like when the pressure situation arrives, that's when he falters at the last minute. I think that like when it really matters. Look at Ukesh, he wins when it really matters, right? He won against Sindarov, the game that mattered. He won the candidates, he won the world championship. Like he wins when it really matters, and Arjun, I think, falters at the last instant when it really matters.
Yeah. But yeah, he's taking his time to see if Queen C1 is actually working. We know it's working, but of course, Andy has to do the calculations. Let's take a quick look at Magnus versus Yas to see what progress has been made. So he has pushed a4. Um, Yaz is trying to set up a blockade here, which on the king side he's more or less fine because f5, e5, g5 is blocked. White's only hope is कि ये king कहीं ना कहीं से e3, d4, d5 पे बैठ जाए. And Also, Magnus has to be kind of really smart about this, because imagine a scenario where I can just put my king on c7 and I can put my knight on e7, right? So like, let's say the king goes to c7, knight goes to e7. I can say pass forever there. Like, okay, unless you're challenging me with some pawn, or if you're attacking something, then I will defend it. But I can say pass forever and you have no way to make progress. So what Magnus must absolutely avoid is or something that will kill the game completely, is if the knight goes to e7. Essentially, with the knight on d6, d5 square is still open.
Maybe we should stick to the Arjun game, I feel, because if Arjun has not seen Queen C1, we're gonna possibly get an insane reaction. I think
हाँ,
chat. I
but
think
वो
we'll come
सोच
to
ही रहा है ना
Magnus,
भाई, तब से तो भाई कहीं और भी चलते हैं ना. There's like 10 other games going on.
but I feel like this is the crucial moment, Saj. I think we need to
But he
capture
has
this
18
moment.
minutes on the clock. Arjun is even not even at
भाई
the board,
शॉर्ट्स
and
भी
he's
बना रहे ना भाई,
completely dead
समझो ना भाई.
lost.
भाई शॉर्ट्स भी बनाना है, समझो ना भाई. कैमरा नहीं मिलेगा फिर. सहज भाई अंदर की बात समझो. Go deeper
समझ
into
रहा
the
हूँ भाई,
position
समझ.
right now. House willingly playing unsound. No, I think it wasn't unsound. I think that's the point, right? I think that's where the statement falls. It wasn't unsound. It was best moves according to the engine in a risky opening. He just
Yeah,
couldn't justify it for
essentially.
the next few moves. So I don't think it was unsound at all. It was risky, but not unsound.
Queen c1 check, Queen c1 check. Let's
Shots
go, let's
hunted.
go.
Shots
Shots
hunted them.
hunter. That's funny. That's very funny. Okay,
Echo a
bishop
lot, 100%
d5 was
honesty.
played.
Thanks, bye. But wait, why is he Andy thinking? Is he trying to evaluate the final endgame properly? Maybe he's like, okay, Arjun has gone for this. Is that even winning for me? Maybe that's the thought process here. देखा नहीं जा रहा. I understand you, brother.
Same, you and me both, bro. सहज भाई एयर गैम्बिट भाई थोड़ा लेट हो गया एयर गैम्बिट के लिए सैडली.
And somebody wondering about bias commentary chat. This is Chess 24 India and Chesscom India. So of course we'll support the Indian players. We of course, gonna support Arjun in that respect. But our goal is to bring the emotions, not just the moves. I feel because chess
Yeah.
is human. I mean, we can see engines play, but nobody does that because the emotions are lacking. And right now, the moment when Arjun sits down, sees Queen C1, if he's not seen it, that's like like an insane shock value, Sahaj bhai. Like after that, like even in the tie breaks, like he's going to remember that move. It's going to hurt a lot, actually.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think he must have seen the move Queen c1, but I think he underestimated the follow-up after that. Digwa, I'll just be back in a second. Yeah, I'll keep this game. BRB.
And he thinking 15 minutes. He's used up half his time. So he understands this is an important moment. Arjun not at the seat. Sometimes, Chad, when you play an over the board game, you play a move, you realize you made a blunder or a big mistake. It's best not to sit at the board, I think, because something might give it away if your opponent has not seen it. Like there are many people who have a great poker face. Hikaru is not one of them. You can exactly see on his face when he's made a mistake. Like he's very visual, and that's nice to see. But I think in general, like Arjun not being at the board is probably the best right now. But 14 minutes for Andy. He brought his hand out, put it back. He's about to play a move. And I think Arjun would have seen the mistake by now. Chat, tell me, has it ever happened to you? You play a move and you instantly see the mistake after you play it. It happens a microsecond after you drop the piece. And I'm 100% sure Arjun now has seen Queen C1. So if he repeats the position now, Arjun will not go King G1, I think. So he needs to play Queen C1 just about now. A and H pawn, exactly. They are very strong. Two pass pawns, and the bishop cannot stop them, especially when the bishop is blocked by its own pawn on E4. Crucial moment, chat. Magnus, nothing has changed. By the way, in the Magnus game, completely dead equal. They will draw their game. So tiebreaks incoming, chat. In the final round of TePe Sigeman, it's just been an exciting tournament to watch overall. And just 7 rounds, by the way. Most classical events are at least 9 rounds. Tata Steel was 14 rounds, in fact. So I think it's just insane tournament overall. And what an opportunity for Andy Woodward, a youngster, to beat one of the strongest players in the world. World number 7. He's about to play. He's about to touch the queen, I think.
भाई मैं
Will he play
वापस
to
आ गया.
C1?
Yeah, there it
Played!
is.
Wow. A brilliancy, by the way. A queen sacrifice. Arjun doesn't usually show expressions, Sahaj Bhai, but will we see some expressions from him right now?
I would be shocked if Arjun has not seen this move. I think he would have. Especially after Andy took so much time to think about this move. I think for sure we will see this, but he immediately takes Queen C1. Yeah, he saw it.
But then why did he allow it is the question. He
Why it
takes
was
quickly.
difficult. It was very difficult to defend this position for him. And I think maybe he still thinks he has a chance. I mean, we see -4, but maybe there is still a chance. White can, like, the knight cannot. I mean, after you go King F2 and knight takes C1, the knight is not going back to D6 instantly. That's where the knight needs to be. So before that happens, I can play D6, D7, put the bishop on H3. Maybe, just to defend this pawn over here, this king can somehow run to this side. I don't know. It seems
Sahaj Bhai,
delusional, like to an extent,
no, no,
but
no,
it's
look at the
possible.
expression right now. Look at the expression right now. It's the expression of how did I miss Queen C1? I think he noticed it afterwards, after playing it, but I think he missed Queen C1. He would have played King F2 in a second if he had faith in this endgame. At least that's my understanding of the position.
Maybe possible.
Oof, man. Then, of course, without the A pawn, this would be so much better. Yeah, that A7 pawn is an absolute beast. Doesn't
Without the
even
A
need to,
pawn, I think it's a draw.
and the A pawn doesn't even need to move, I think. It's just perfect there as a distraction far away from the king. Yeah, like it's. And chat, this means that tiebreak is very, very likely now between these players. Let's have Arjun on the left and Magnus on the right. Sahaj bhai, if Magnus somehow converts that, he is the winner. He doesn't really need to play tiebreaks.
But the both games, I think the end games are pretty simplified. I don't see Erdogmus uh, messing this up. Simply put, for Magnus to have any play in this position, he has to move his king because he cannot play king f5. He cannot push the king forward to f5. So the moment he plays king e3 to reroute to the center of the board to the d4 square, Black's gonna reroute the knight from knight to d6 to c8 and then to e7 and then it's a draw. It's a complete fortress. पहले तो किंग भी e7 पे था भाई तो नाइट e7 पे नहीं आ सकता था बट अब वो भी चेंज कर दिया उसने.
Yeah. And yeah, the good question, by the way. What are the regulations of tie breaks? So basically, tie breaks will only happen for first place. And if we have a three-way tie, it's going to be a single round robin event of blitz 3+2. So everybody plays everybody. And I think the people who end up with the person who ends up with the maximum points wins. So we'll have Arjun versus Magnus, Magnus versus Yagiz, and Yagiz versus Arjun. So three-way match. And the person with the most points wins. And we had this similar tiebreak during Uz Chess also last year, but that lasted really long actually. They kept tying, by the way. So let's see how long this one's going to go. But of course, Magnus should be the clear favorite. But I'm wondering who's the second most favorite chat in Sahaj, because I saw this interview by Yagiz today itself where he mentioned he likes classical chess the most because he plays his most favorite openings. He avoids playing the critical openings in rapid chess, so he doesn't like it too much, but he prefers classical. Who do you think is the second most favorite? I think it's Arjun, right? Should be a clear favorite Arjun, I think, because Yagiz already has
Who
time
is
pressure issues.
number one is Magnus,
Number two, Arjun, right?
but why is Magnus number one?
I mean, it has to be Magnus, right? I mean, even in the World Blitz, he won at the end,
Yeah,
and
but
he's done it
Arjun won the open section, no? 2 points ahead. He also defeated Magnus in Blitz.
I agree, but in terms of like overall results, I would say Magnus maybe still the favorite. No, like marginally, but maybe still the favorite.
I don't. I feel like there is no maybe like out of the three players, I think Yaz has the maybe the least chance to win the tournament because simply because classical also he gets into a lot of time pressure issues. So blitz will be difficult in general. But I think Arjun and Magnus is okay. Yeah, Magnus slight favorite, but yeah, I think it's not that big of a difference to be honest.
Mm, I mean, rating wise, it's 100 points as by almost.
Oh, yeah, of course,
So,
yes.
but I think it depends. I think the main thing is maybe depends on how Arjun takes this loss as well. Because if Queen C1 was missed, then for me, Magnus becomes a clear favorite side by. If Queen C1 was missed by Arjun, I think
Then
Magnus
he
becomes a
wins
clear favorite.
already. Then there is no tie break if Queen C1 was missed.
No, I mean if like Arjun, if he missed Queen C1 and he loses this now, then I think basically the shock value of seeing Queen C1 on the board might be very hard to come back from that way. So then I think Arjun
Mm.
kind of like it's very hard to suddenly play Blitz at your peak level when you're emotionally affected by Queen C1, such a blunder, right? So um, let's see what
Yeah,
happens.
that's
Will be
also
tough.
true. That's also true.
So,
It does affect
but
you.
and I think I don't see any hope for either player. I think don't see Magnus winning this one. He's played B4, but Yagiz could just ignore that pawn. I think there's no need to react in any way. He could play A5,
Yeah.
but maybe that gives me the C5 square. Yeah, the white king. Maybe I will just sit tight and do nothing.
Yeah, for sure. King can go to C. I think this D6, D7 is the key to try and save this game, but we'll see. And by the way, in the chat, like I'm seeing a lot of people saying bias towards Arjun, but I think when you play a blitz match, head one on one, it's blitz. Like I don't think anyone is a very outright favorite in a blitz match in a finals anywhere. That's how I feel. And I mean, of course, Magnus is the number one player. No one's denying that. He's a world blitz champion, by of course, no one's denying that. But at the same time, in a finals match, I think no one is a favorite, in my opinion. But we'll see.
Somebody said, no way, mangoes is drawing. Wait, what? Bro, I know it's a season of mangoes, but still. By the King D2 played, um, knight b3 check, of course, the only move, but an obvious one here because knight a2, there is bishop f1. And apparently that's a draw already. Because to save the knight, you will have to bring the a pawn to a5, and then suddenly it's closer to the white king. So knight b3, only move for Andy Woodward here. But once he plays this, I think this is a simple win.
Knight a2 में क्या हो रहा है भाई?
Bishop f1 apparently, and it's a draw.
So knight a2, bishop f1, knight b4, bishop c4, and is your plan that the knight is kind of trapped or
No, I
yeah,
think
king
knight
c3,
b4,
yeah?
king c3, and you're forced to play a5 basically, and that means I can
Yeah.
get to the pawn very quickly.
Exactly. No, the
So
knight is also trapped, no, kind of. That's why you have to play a5.
yes, you're right, you're right. So I
Hmm.
think it just means that black is not able to push the h pawn very quickly, and I think knight b4, knight d4 would just take care of that instantly.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Vaibhav bhai finally gets back to the chat to say Sahaj will get humbled again. Vaibhav bhai पुराने यादें शायद अभी आपको भूल गए हो.
Somebody said Arjun third, Yagiz second, Magnus first. I mean, Yagiz himself said he doesn't like rapid. I mean, I saw that interview today. So I'm not sure. Now, he might play his best openings today, but I am basing this on what I've seen. I've seen Yagiz really panic in time pressure. I have never seen him play
Mhm.
Blitz, by the way, ever. So, will he be
Yeah.
shaking for the entire Blitz match? Like, will he be able to control his nerves? I don't know. I think we'll get to know in real time. But Arjun is a very strong player in Blitz. In fact, he mentioned in an interview yesterday that that's his
That's
favorite format. So I have to
I
back Arjun, I think, first.
that's also where my thought process comes from. By the way, still not easy. Knight d4 only move for Andy to play the game. I mean, it's possible still that we might not see the tie break. Yeah, it's still possible. Like for example, knight c5 is what I was thinking because I wanted to go knight b7 and knight d6. Knights belong on outposts, and I think that it's very logical. But it's a mistake to play knight c5 here. Knight d4 only move. So maybe the position is not as simple as we thought earlier. Never mind. Plays knight d4. No mistakes.
Wow. And again, that A pawn is so far away, man. The farther away it is, the more time it takes for the king to approach, and then black can start pushing the H pawn. And what a game by Andy Woodward today, under pressure to deliver with the black pieces is insane. And exactly what Magnus Carlsen and Yagiz were hoping for, because after that draw, the tournament could have been over. But no, they keep playing now. They get to play the tiebreaks. And by the way, let's not change the game, but Gukesh is apparently slightly better against Fedosiev. We'll check that game later once we reach the critical stage. But crucial moment. Any hope for Arjun Chat? Do you think any hope or is it just done? Sej bhai, what do you think?
I think no, when knight d4 looks difficult to hold. I think he's planning you will waste a couple of moves, king b4, a5, a6, a7 to take this pawn. So that's four moves, and that gives black enough time to set up the position correctly. And I'm guessing the way is you put the king like this, then you try to push this pawn, and somehow you use the knight and the pawn to promote. Basically, the bishop cannot defend alone. So it's simple enough, I feel, to win this.
Yeah.
This should be over, yeah. So we are getting a tie break, that's for sure.
Man, it's going to be exciting. Magnus versus Arjun in tie breaks. I am all for it. I'm already ready with popcorn, by the way. The only heartbreak is, of course, Arjun missing out on a clean
Why?
win,
You
and
wanna
it's
know
going
a
to.
crazy fact?
Uh,
Erdogmus actually defeated Arjun in World Rapid 2025. Did you know this?
भाई ऐसी बातें why are you telling me this?
No,
Not
I'm
the
just
right
putting it
timing
out
to
there.
tell me
Like,
this.
I mean, Arjun did finish third in the
Hmm.
event, but he lost his third last round to Erdogmus.
Got it.
And yeah, so
Got it.
that's so yeah, some relevance there. But after beating Arjun, Erdomas lost to Magnus and then Dominguez back to back, and after losing to Erdomas, Arjun won two games back to back as well. So that's how he was able to pull off the win. But yeah, so some history there, especially in rapid between these players.
Yeah, understood. But I think it's going to be an interesting match. Just like I think Erdogmus defeated Arjun at Tata Steel. I think Arjun took him a lot more seriously the second time. Sometimes you can underestimate youngsters. They can be quite underrated. And you might think, okay, I'm going to win this. I can take more risk against these guys, but actually they punish you for that risk. Just like Andy Woodward is doing now, by the way. So next time Arjun plays against Andy Woodward, you know what? The risk tolerance will be much lower for Arjun. So, um, yeah, youngsters, you can never really estimate their true strength. They're always, always up for battle against anybody in the world. Sahaj bhai, overall, great entertainment for everybody. Yeah, it's gonna be Magnus, Arjun, Adomish in a tiebreak. I mean, and that too Blitz. Oh my god, that's insane.
Blitz specifically will be a lot of fun. But it reminds me of the Tata Steel final we had last year between Gukesh and Prag, I believe it was, where both of them tied for, in the classical section, both of them tied for the first place and then ended up playing a Blitz match, which was absolutely crazy.
I saw this question. Um, for Sahaj bhai, do you think Adomish is weak? I don't think that's what anybody meant. The point is, he's also battling Magnus, who's the greatest player of all time, and also Arjun, who traditionally is good at Blitz. So it's a comparative game, right? Um, you might be world number two, but um, if you're playing world number one, you're just not the favorite there. So it's basically just a relative game. And no tie breaks, Magnus win incoming. Very unlikely. Like if Adlogmus plays 9 d6 here, what are you gonna do? Like I just don't see anything. I think it's a draw.
Yeah, yeah,
Don't
because
see much
knight is
happening.
jumping to e7. Na bhai, that d5 and f5 squares are guarded. It's a fortress.
Hmm. Although,
Why
yeah,
I'm
knight e7.
kind of thinking, why is Erdomush like taking time here? Is he taking time because he's trying to play on himself?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I see. Okay, I'm gonna go to the live board there on my side. So, Samay bhai, if we can change that, that would be amazing. Thank you. So
Oh
this
my
is was the
god.
position. He's thinking here, knight e7, king d4, knight g6 के बाद Okay. This is the nuance. You don't play h4 because if you played h5, yeah, I'm not so sure if this is a good setup for you, but Magnus has a nice plan here, Tikuvai. It's bishop e4. And if you play knight takes h4, the knight is actually completely trapped here. You don't even have to take it. You just play king d5 and carry on. Some nice trap.
Sahajbhai, I had a look at certain variations and kind of play along. Is this tricky? So king e4, knight d6 check is what I wanted to play because it resembles what we've doing so far. King d4. And now what do you play as black? Because I thought knight c8. I'll
Knight
just
c8,
repeat. Bishop to b7.
knight e7,
Knight e7. And now you play bishop to e4.
king c7,
King c7. Now king c4.
king d6,
King d6. Now king b5. I'm basically
king
going to a6.
c7,
King a6.
king b8,
And now a5.
ba5,
ba5. This
knight
is
maybe c8, only
only move,
move.
by the way.
Okay, but you can't play king c7 otherwise.
And now, is there a zugzwang here? Because it does look like at least I made some progress, no? Because there could be one. I don't know.
I mean, knight d6 is. I mean, yeah, knight c8, I guess, is a only move. That's a nice continuation there, but I think it's still a draw, yeah?
No, it is. It is. It is a draw. But I think like basically Magnus will play on. That's the main point.
Hmm.
We can expect the game to last at least half an hour. I don't see him accepting a draw just yet. So, and if Magnus wins, the tournament is over. No tie
And
breaks. Magnus Carlsen will be the winner.
and if they draw, tie breaks are right after, or was there like some delay or?
Maybe like a short break and then the players start. But yes, they will be right after overall. So would be crazy, man, if Magnus wins outright. That's gonna be hard to digest for anybody, especially Arjun,
Yeah,
who's now
for sure.
uh, calculating, but it feels like he knows it's over.
People are acting like Erdogmus beating Arjun is some anomaly, when in reality the kid's blitz trajectory has been absurdly strong for months now. Um, yes, of course, agreed. But I think in classical we can agree, no, that there is at least some time management issues, and that kind of I think spreads to your rapid and blitz formats as well because you have less time on the clock and there is more to manage. So that's why I think Erdomas is probably not the favorite for me. But I think in an event like this, no one is a favorite. But yeah, that's just my opinion. But we'll see. पहले मैग्नस को ड्रॉ तो करने दो भाई. Who knows, he might even win this. And Sessi is just gonna say draw in any endgame positions like this. Sessi is just gonna say a draw.
Yeah, objectively, the game is indeed a draw. By the way, some people asking why not go to Ukesh's game? We will. That game is still kind of, you know, not in the final phases. I think this game probably more important. It's the final round of this event. As soon as we see time pressure for Ukesh, we will jump quickly. Right now, he seems to be very comfortable. Actually, has 12 minutes and his opponent has 2.5. By the way, Gangnus, look at him getting coffee or something. Yeah, he knows it's gonna be a long struggle. Yeah, it's he's
Yeah.
not ready to just. Also, it's like a psychological thing. Okay, I get coffee. अभी तो game शुरुआत हुई है भाई सिर्फ. It's a long game, but
Yeah. Also, Yagiz, I mean, Yaz would be tired, no, after this match. I mean, defending for so long must be exhausting. So
why
if
he
they're playing
shakes
a
so much
blitz match
that
right
itself will be
after this,
tiring.
it's tough, why?
Yeah, and he's shaking so much that itself would make me tired if I was shaking so much. Yeah, like I mean, it's I would rather conserve my energy.
What if Yaz asks for Magnus's score should buy? I think he will happily give it. It would be such a huge cultural moment there.
Magnus endurance is crazy. Yep. And this is not even peak Magnus. Oof, very interesting. Yagiz starting to panic. We are slowly approaching the second time pressure zone, but from Arjun's perspective, it's kind of useless because he's in a dead loss position. Not much he can do to save himself here. Both the players in similar colored suits and similar poses, by the way. Both Arjun and Andy right now.
By the way, Gukesh slightly better against Fedoshev in the GCT.
Hmm.
By the way, just wanna do a very quick look at Gukesh versus Fedoshev there because I wanna highlight something important. Look at the time difference between Fedoshev and Gukesh.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we can see it on the screen. Yeah, there it is. You can see the time difference, chat. 12 minutes for Gukesh and 33 seconds for Fedoshev. So clearly, Gukesh has, I think, worked on that. You know, the moments where he was taking a couple of minutes and getting into time pressure. It looks way better now, no?
I'm not sure if it's correct because the time just jumped from 40 seconds to 20 seconds for me in a second. So I'm not sure that's actually the
Ah,
time.
I see. But he just
And white
played a
just played
move.
knight
Okay,
c4.
maybe.
So why is white's clock
Maybe.
running?
Hmm.
So there might be an error there. But regardless, Mukesh does look comfortable. I'd seen zero issues with Mukesh there.
So, yeah, I think Gukesh looking pretty good so far. Bishop f6 played as well, putting pressure on the c3 pawn. And by the way, now e5 only move. Oh yeah, the time at home. I was
Why Mukesh
talking
is
about
worse?
like Gukesh
Mukesh
having
is
extra time, but it's never mind, chat. It's like it's the opposite. Actually, it was a glitch. But I thought we
yeah,
definitely should be mentioning this. Why this is crazy.
yeah. It turned out to the exact opposite. So Mukesh definitely behind on the clock. Nothing to write home about. By the way, Arjun has also played king to b4. He's running towards the a pawn with full intensity, but it might just not be enough. By the way, only two moves for black: king e7 or h5. Otherwise, it's equal. But they are the only two moves. What else would he play? Yeah? I mean, it's like either you eat food or in breakfast or in lunch or dinner. Where else should I eat food? Yeah, it's.
Yeah,
I'm not
King
sure what
e7.
else.
King e7 I think makes the most sense, but I will not go king a5 here, Tikubai. I'll go king c5 probably because I want to play d6 check. I do if I go for
Hmm.
this pawn. Now, for example, if I played king, let's say if I go king a5, king a6, king a7. So let's say this h5 for example, this right now the king is so far away. I can just push the pawn and I can. Wow, that's a draw. Tikku bhai, did you see this? In this position, king
Hmm.
c5 is the only move.
What makes sense? I'm cutting off your king, right? Like it's not
h4 knight
unimaginable,
a2
I think.
knight f.
I'm
But how are
shouldering your
you?
king,
I'm
basically.
actually genuinely curious. Wait, h4 king b6. It doesn't. Computer also doesn't show it instantly. If I play knight e2, king b5, knight f4, bishop f3, only move by the way. h3 आता है,
Hmm.
king b4, h2, king c4 only move. Knight h5, king d3. Ah, Tiku bhai, there is a trick. After knight g3, king e3, you cannot
Ah,
promote this pawn because the knight is trapped on h1.
okay,
And
very
the
tough,
king
by
is
the way.
just making it time from a7 to f3. Wow, that is so, so cool.
And also, in the other version, where the king went to c5 Sahajbhai, if we go to that position right now, move number 51, um,
Yeah.
then after king c5, black, let's say, plays pawn to h5, pushes the pawn, d6 check. Now the only move is king f6.
Yeah, otherwise king d5, king e5 hangs.
Yes. And after
So
king
king f.
f6, the game still goes on. Yeah, I think I'm not sure if it's so like maybe it is crystal clear, but yeah, I mean, there are some tricks there. There are some tricks. It's not completely, let's say, 100% convinced. Like Andy in 100 games could make mistake in, let's say, a couple of games here.
For sure, yeah. Bishop h3 आप खेल क्या रहे हो भाई? h4, right?
Hmm.
Okay, let's say I make a waiting move. King d5. 5 perhaps.
Now a5 because now I run from the other side.
And
Yeah.
king c5.
A4. Is it not enough?
Can I go king b4? Knight f3 you have.
Only move.
Knight f3, I take on a4, knight g5, and you will win this. Somehow this is winning and the other one was. So I cannot apply the same plan here with bishop g2, bishop h1, force you to play h2. So still some tricks are possible
Hmm.
in the game overall. Not
Feels
as
like a
simple as we initially thought.
life is unfair is saying feels like a draw. Yeah. If it ends in a draw, that will be definitely life is unfair moment for Andy. But I think Andy, with enough time, if he had a minute on the clock here, I might be worried. But with 8 minutes, also, he's been thinking for a while. I think he will figure out. Look at him calculate. Look at full. Look at him calculate. By the way, in real time, he's using his eyes and his hand to calculate like this. Look at him right now. Let's go full screen. Wow, it's so nice to see him do this. I think, yeah, this is tough. This is tough. So many moves possible.
And only 8 minutes
Arjun,
left. By Arjun Abhijit, agar if he doesn't lose this and Andy, falls for maybe that h1 queen wala trap, it could be over right here.
agreed.
So quite resourceful actually from Arjun to continue playing on.
That was younger brother. Look, I don't know, but anyways, I think it's gonna be an exciting game. Just wanted to capture. We'll have the double board setup chat. Just wanted to capture Andy calculating. It was very nice to see because usually we never get to enter a chess player's mind. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him calculate in real time. He's basically moving move by move, trying to figure out if the variation is winning or not. This is so cool to see. Actually, we are entering Andy's mind a little bit here, and 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, 7 minutes remaining. Tough situation. h5 and king e7, both logical moves are possible. Tough for Andy. By the way, Magnus's board, not much has happened. Just want to take a very brief look. This is the current position. King d4 was played. And now king d6 should be okay. That's proper opposition. Black white can play bishop e4 and the game continues. I'm guessing that variation you showed us with king c4, king b5, king a6, attacking a7 and b6 and then trying to play a5 is the way to go. But so far, Yagiz is holding. Not much has changed.
Yeah. How much time will he take is the question, right? I mean, he has. Oh man, this is getting exciting. 6 minutes for Andy now. And he might need another moment. Sajbhai, I feel like there might be another moment in this game where he will need time to think.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Difficult. Shall we switch back to Arjun?
Oh, he
See
finds
how
King
it's going.
E7, by the way. Finds
Yeah.
King E7.
And if I played King F, so this is that line where he can potentially have that trap with King A5, King D6, King A6, H5, and King takes A7. And in this position, Black has to play the move King to C5, shouldering the white king because they have to calculate that the king can run from A1 to F3, basically taking the knight on H1 just in time in 6 minutes.
But I feel like why he's going for this?
Yes,
Arjun has
because
played
he's
King
looked at
A5.
this. Arjun by King C5 is very hard to play, I think, for Andy.
I disagree, Saj. By intuition, I think King C5 feels natural because White King's path really, really narrows down, right? Backwards. Once I play King C5, you essentially are focused on King B7, King C7 pushing the D pawn. You can't really
Hmm.
come back. So, I mean, he could make a mistake, but feels like by intuition, King C5 does make sense, shouldering the White King away, like typical of any rook end game. But still, Arjun fighting. By the way, which option do you think gave Andy more chances to go wrong? King a5 or king c5?
I think king d6 is simple because you're solidifying, the protected pass pawn, whatever. This makes sense. King c5 is, I think, very difficult to find. That too in 5 minutes. I mean, I'm not even sure if this is possible to. Uh, I'm not even sure if this is possible at all.
Wait, Yagiz just played f5.
Oh, was that
Wait,
correct?
g5? Wait, what?
Still a draw, no?
Sahaj. No, it is a draw,
f5.
but he
I'm not sure
deviated.
why he played though. By the way, Andy goes for h5 as well. Games are heating up on both fronts. I
Sahaj
think
bhai.
g5 is good. It's a good try.
No, yeah. I mean, like, at least you exited that formation. Like, Magnus would be happy to see this turnaround because at least he has something. And let's not get bishop against knight. And white's pawn is further away from the king, right? So it's harder to get to. The f pawn I can get to in one move, king e5. But how do you
Yeah,
get to
absolutely.
the?
By the way, very big moment for Arjun and Andy because Andy has to play king d6. If he plays h4, the game is already a draw. He plays h4. Arjun
No
is drawing this.
way!
Wait,
What?
let's go.
Oh my god!
That's a draw. So this is basically what I was talking about, king from a7 to f3. And chat, like, I didn't want to say this earlier because I saw a lot of like bad comments about Arjun, about
Bhai,
Andy, about the players, and
Sheena's
just
in the
just want to
chat.
put it out. Just 1 second, Tiku bhai. Like, I just want to mention this to you guys that what you guys see on the bar is very different from what players see on the board. Like if you are seeing -6, -7, and the king is running from a7 to f3, that is very, very hard for any chess player to solve over the board. You have to understand that players don't have access to the bar, and us as commentators, it's our job to make you understand the practical implications of a tough move. This was a tough move. He's to 26-30 player. Of course, he's a very, very strong player, very super young as well, but still he missed it despite having half an hour on the clock.
Wow, I think this is insane. And now, of course, it's still tricky because Arjun has to see that all that comeback all the way to f3 that we saw that is drawn. But I think he might do it because what else can he do here? He has nothing else. And Andy, of course, couldn't figure out the subtle details. He had to play king d6 first, and now materially the game is equal. And if Arjun draws this, he could still win the event. And note, सहज भाई वहां से मैग्नस ऐसा ना हो कि अर्जुन ड्रॉ कर ले मैग्नस जीत जाए एंड स्टिल वी
Why
हैव टाई
aisa
ब्रेक्स
kyun? I would love to see that. Bhai, it's good. Would be great for Arjun, I think, to play Magnus as much as he can in all formats. I think it would be such a great experience for him.
बाय
I
द
would
वे
love to see that match. I completely disagree.
I think Nils Rendelius has drawn against Zuzina. I think I would still prefer seeing Arjun a direct win because that's going to unleash that inner confidence. But nobody can say no to a Magnus tiebreak as well. Magnus Carlsen, of course, thinking, can we have both the boards now? Because we could see some exciting chess with time pressure building up. 3 minutes for Andy and 7 minutes for Yaz. What will happen in chat? Chat, question to you. Out of these two games, how many results do you expect? Super chat by Rishikesh. Let's go, Arjun. Indeed. What a comeback, man. Let's go.
Thanks for the super chat, Rishikesh ji. Mera internet for a second just went away, but now, uh, yeah, coming back to the game, I feel Andy can probably go knight e2, knight f4 and try to push h3. But I think maybe this is around the moment where he realizes that the knight on h1 can potentially get trapped, and that is so sad.
Wow. Arjun, win or draw. I told you, blunder incoming. Chat carry hai. Gukesh bhai पे भी जाएंगे. I'm still, I'm
चैट
gonna
ना
check.
सारे के सारे आउटकम्स बोल देती है, फिर बाद में जाके बोलती है आई टोल्ड यू.
By the way, chat, Gukesh has 1 second on the clock. Am I seeing this correctly? King b6
For
played by Arjun.
Gukesh.
We have three games to cover. Unfortunately, we didn't prepare for three games together in terms of
Bhai, 3 is
scenes.
right now. It's been more than 3 this entire
Yeah.
day.
King B. Oh wow, Arjun played it. But do you want to take a 30-second look at the Hukesh game, Sejai? Because I think वहाँ पे भी only move है for Fedosi. Hukesh wins actually.
Oh, beautiful. That's a nice position. Rook c3 also a very difficult move to play over the board. Oh, क्या idea है? Rook c3. Oh, Rook c3, Queen c3, Rook c3, Rook c3, Knight f6 check is there. Beautiful, no? Queen c3, Knight f6
Oh
check.
wow,
And gf6 mein there's a
nice.
repetition with f7 and f8. And if you have to go Queen f6 and Queen b3 and okay, Gukesh can still win this position. So great development. I don't think he has 1 second though. That must be a mistake.
Yeah, maybe he gained 10 seconds, so 11 seconds होंगे शायद. Yeah, we have seen errors before on this clock, so can't trust it. But it's good to see that Mukesh is better, so he will have chances to push here. That is amazing. Um, Sindarov, I think, has drawn against Fabi. He still have one more game remaining in this tournament, by the way, and that's the game against Fabi for Gukesh. So
Yeah,
very
for sure.
interesting how
So
this turns out.
let's take a quick look at Magnus because he did play g5 and the chances for Magnus winning might have just increased just a little bit here. Was pawn takes pawn, king d6, and suddenly you have another imbalance on the board.
Chat, look at this. By the way, before that super chat, Sejbhai, if Arjun wins the tournament, then my respect and love both for Tikku Bhai will grow like a Himalaya mountain. I need Tikku Bhai analogy in order for Arjun to win. Data analogy, but I really want to point out some. So, it's one thing before that, Sehaj Bhai. After H takes G5, H takes G5, Yagiz has only one move to even continue the game, that is King to D6. And can you tell us the best move for White here?
Actually, Magnus will tell us very, very soon because that is happening. Pawn takes pawn is taken, and I'm sure Magnus is gonna play that way. I'm so sure that he's gonna play it.
Chat, take a guess. Come on, chat. Take a guess.
Yeah,
What's
take
the
a guess,
only
chat.
move? What's the only move for white that puts pressure somehow? And I can understand why it's the best move, but it's very hard to play over the board still.
Exactly. So king d6, they to forced है, and the move is basically whenever there is a long range piece, you in the end game you wanna keep it as far apart as possible, so you don't run into any forks or any sort of checks which could be annoying for you. That's why here, like moves like f3, g2, b7, or b3, f7 might look more attractive because they each have a purpose. Like for example, bishop f7, I'm trying to push this pawn up and so on and so on, but remember that knight's biggest weakness is that it cannot lose a tempo. So that's what you want to target here. And move is actually bishop h1. Again,
Damn, man.
any checks you
Oh.
give to the king is not gonna hit the bishop anymore. And again, now it's black's turn. Knights don't really use, they cannot lose tempo. So this is what you target here.
Wow. So crazy chess happening. By the way, Arjun game also only move. We've reached King D6, King B6, Knight C2 played. King has come to B5 and Knight E3. Now Bishop F3, another crucial moment. Only move for Arjun, only move for Magnus.
Why bishop h1 is losing for some? Is it because you have one extra tempo?
Yeah.
Yes, because after bishop h1, you'll play knight d1, knight f2, and bishop has to move again. That's why.
Yeah.
Bishop f3 पे नहीं करना पड़ेगा ये. Okay, this Arjun finds, I think, easy.
Yeah, he has time. And after making a mistake once, Arjun will not hurry this time. He will make sure to calculate everything. Good chances Arjun holds this, and this is gonna be amazing. Meanwhile, checking
Hi, you know
Gukesh.
what is even scarier than that? Bishop f3. A scarier move for Arjun is to if he plays bishop h3. Because you can justify this somehow that I'm stopping the pawn one step further and it could happen, but that would be a blunder because that also gives a tempo to your opponent. Bishop f3 does not.
Yeah, agreed. And by the way, Gukesh is blundered chat, so game is now equal. 15 seconds for Gukesh and 1 minute for Featherseed. Do you want to go to that game, Sage Bhai? Because that might end in the next 2 minutes.
The game of Gukesh. Yeah, 1 second.
Yes.
By the way, bishop f3 played. Let's go.
Oh, let's go, bhai. Big move.
Big move. Beautiful. By the way, h5. Oh, it's not really that simple. Fedosif still has to find queen f7. Ah, but the knight
Yeah.
doesn't go anywhere. Knight doesn't have a knight h2, but that's bishop f2 and queen d2 check. Sorry, that doesn't work. So queen f7 is what he has to find still.
Played.
Great.
Ah, brilliancy, by the way. And it's going to be a draw, yeah? Wow. So Mukesh will draw his game. And I think it was better, but he had no time. By the way, 1 second. He played on 2 seconds. Yeah, okay, it's a draw now. It's a repetition. Great. So
Yeah,
that
that's a
is a draw for
repetition.
Mukesh. Let's go back.
So basically, Gukesh has to finish like the trifecta. Each time he lost the first game in the first round one or round two, then he drew the next one, and then he won the final game. So now
Yeah.
in the final round in day three, Gukesh should win and complete the trifecta, basically.
And that's not a bad result if he wins the final game. I think 50% is
Of
not bad at
course.
all for this field, especially for Mukesh, who's not had the best year. I think great result. Meanwhile, Arjun and Magnus, oh, he does not play bishop h1. Magnus Carlsen plays bishop to b7 instead.
Yeah, bishop to b7, but that was slightly less accurate, I guess, but not really a big difference. I think Erdogmus is, and I don't know why he played f5 though. Like that felt like it was a fortress, and then he unnecessarily complicated the position.
Good point. I think maybe he saw like a cleaner draw. Sometimes I think you'll have to defend for the next half an hour. You see this
Hmm.
moment where your calculation tells you that you should hold it in a simpler way somehow. Maybe that was 10 seconds for Andy Woodward, yeah?
Yeah, knight c2 check. Oh, by the way, that's admitting the position is a draw because he would have played h2 knight. That means he
Hmm.
saw the plan where the knight is getting trapped on h1. But what a find that was. So he sidesteps from that, and now he's just playing normally. King c3, knight d4, bishop h1 is going to happen, and I think very likely that the king just takes the pawn for free now. Unless you're going to go knight d4, knight e2, knight g3, something like this. But let's see. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
King c3, knight d4 now only move. Okay, well, black has many moves.
Okay, bishop h1 now. Kind of an obvious
Yeah.
move though. Played. Wow. And chat now, white will pick up the h3 pawn, and black's king is on d6. You can't really move it, so it's going to be a draw. And it's a very comfortable draw now. Can we agree that Arjun cannot mess this up, said by in chat? I don't think so he can mess this up anymore.
No, no, I think it's impossible. Just king d3, king e3, king f2, and you just take the pawn for free. But the only thing you need to remember is that knight check,
Hmm.
king here, knight here is a tempo. Bishop
Hmm.
f3, h2, king e3, queen is not working. In fact, I think if you queen takes, funnily enough, if you take the bishop on h1, it is white who wins the game.
Yeah.
So you have to realize your mistake and then go back knight h5 and then make a draw because of course white cannot make progress here. So yeah, I think it's not possible. That means we might not see a tiebreak by unless the endgame god himself, takes down Yaz. But let's see what happens there. Why this tournament just became super spicy with Arjun, pulling a miracle in the very end.
Yeah, and Arjun drawing means he also maintains his world rank of 7. So it's going to be interesting on how can Magnus push, but it doesn't feel like it right now. But if Magnus wins, then we have a tiebreak between two players. So Yagiz essentially, I think, is out of contention for first place with that Arjun draw. It's only
Yeah.
going to be Magnus and Arjun in the race. If Yagiz wins, he has a chance, but one of the players on the right and one of the players on the left in contention now. And there's a draw, it's a draw. Full screen. Wow. They're going to analyze the game, but I think we saw a little smile from Andy that, okay, I don't know how I messed it up, Sage by, but he's still trying to figure out where he went wrong. But what a game by Andy, man. He plays some fascinating chess, aggressive opening by Arjun, at the end, draw, and he gains a valuable half a point.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I think what a save by Arjun and what a lesson I think for everyone that it's never over until it's over. I mean, props to Arjun to continue fighting. He I think it's very easy for chess players to resign after a move like queen c1 check, because you see that you're a pawn down in an endgame, your bishop is basically just not doing anything, and then still continuing, understanding that there is still could be something. And basically, to draw this game, Arjun had to bring the king from g1 to a7 and then back to g1, yeah, in the endgame. That's basically all the moves that he played. So props to him for continuing the game and calculating until the very end. And sad for Andy, to an extent, because he did play an exceptional game, I think, throughout.
So I think let's have one look at the standings now and establish what Magnus Carlsen or Yagiz need to do to basically force a tiebreak. Arjun is a clear point ahead of both of all three players, Nodirbek, Yaz, and Magnus. Nodirbek's game is already finished, so only Erdogmus or Carlsen can catch up if they win. So let's go to the game of Magnus Carlsen now, the all crucial game. Can the goat of chess somehow create winning chances? He has three pawns versus three pawns, bishop versus knight. Bishop usually useful, Sahaj Bhai. If the king walks to a6, I can basically take both these pawns somehow. At least I can hope so. And I will sack my bishop for the f pawn and maybe create some chances. That's what Magnus is hoping for.
It's a nice idea, Tikubai. Very nice idea. I'm just trying to understand how it will manifest in the game. Like, okay, so can you walk me through step by step? So let's say white plays king b5. You want to go for this
Yeah,
pawn, right?
yeah, king b5,
King
king
b5. I'll
c.
go
King,
knight
king c.
e6. Of course, that's my only
I thought king
move.
c7 खेलना होगा
Ah,
I,
Tiku, why
I
that
already
doesn't
lost.
even, bhai, that doesn't even matter, because after a move like g6, I have knight c7 check and I stop the king from entering a6 and then I bring the king to this side.
हाँ so
That's
knight e6
why.
खेलना
So,
बहुत जरूरी है.
oh, I think very, very difficult decision for Yagiz now. He has to play knight e6 in this position, bhai. To go
f4
into a
also
king pawn
possible.
ending when your opponent has an outside pass pawn is unbelievably difficult. I think knight e6 very, very hard move for Yagiz. Will
And
be very
also
impressive if he plays this.
f4 is possible, but then king d4 back. Magnus Carlsen showing why he's the goat. That was a beautiful move, Sahaj Bhai. I love how he simply stopped that knight d6 plan. And if black does nothing, I will walk my king to a6 and it's game over. Beautiful move. Yaga is struggling. He's fumbling with the pieces. He looks nervous. Will he find knight e6 or f4? Crucial moment in the game.
Knight e6 or f4. F4 gives Magnus a lot of room to play, because
Hmm.
he can come back and take the pawn, and that's going to be very, very difficult to save. Of course, it's still savable, but it's very difficult. The other option is even harder. You have to play knight e6, except this king pawn ending, which is, by the way, winning for black. Like,
And you know,
let me
knight
tell you guys,
e6.
like in a king pawn ending, you are looking at only at the outside pass pawn, because that's the pawn that distracts your opponent's king, and whichever pawn is further is better for you. So it technically white should be better here, but it's not the
Wait,
case. It's an
he's about to make a
exception.
mistake. He's about to play f4. He's about to play f4. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in. Super important moment. Arjun has drawn. He's 1 point ahead. One of these guys needs to win to set up a tiebreak. 2 games of Blitz, 3 plus 2. Will Magnus win? Will Yagiz win? Or will they draw and Arjun take home the TePe Sigeman Tournament? Said by super hyped up moment.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Very, very crazy. 1 minute now for Yagiz. Bhai, he must be in so much pressure. He's shaking his head. I don't think he sees 96. Oh, he plays. What a move. Bhai, what a
Wow.
move. I have to applaud Yaz for this. By what a move! In just 1 minute, he accepts and king pawn ending where his opponent has an outside pawn, and he knows that it is okay for him. What a decision! What
Wow.
maturity is that?
And this is completely equalizing. Magnus also has, okay, not careful, but he has to tread carefully now. If he overextends, for example, the king pawn in game, it's lost for Magnus. The best move here is pawn to g6, saving the pawn, but then black also pushes the f pawn. And then the white king is, stuck. Do I go forward and try to pick up the 2 pawns and try for a win, but risk losing? Or do I come back and accept the draw? Magnus Carlsen also he has more time though. That helps a lot here.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, to yes, Erdogmus has a 99% accuracy so far. Again, and Magnus also 98.7, and so that's very, very impressive. And by the way, chat mein who is someone who's saying that the king can just run to g5. Actually, that's not true. because after bishop e6, king e6, king d4, king here, king g6, king f4, you have to find the move a6 and you have to lose a tempo here as black. That's how you win the g5 pawn. So it's not as simple as it looks. Again, don't make an assumption about a position after looking at at the bar. It corrupts your judgment, chat. It does the same to me as well.
No,
What?
I think that's a mistake. That's a mistake.
No, that's a big
That's a
blunder from
blunder.
Yaz, and Magnus could win. King b5.
Oh my God, Magnus is doing it. Magnus is doing it, Jack. He's gonna win. Arjun Erigaisi better warm up because the tiebreak is incoming. Magnus Carlsen is coming to the throne again. He never lets go, Sej bhai. Bhai, what a guy. जैसे मंत्र पढ़ रहे हो क्या
Yeah, I'm
मतलब कोई
still trying to understand
अच्छा
how is it winning. King b5, f4, king a6, f3, king a7, b5 I'll play. a5, f2. How are you winning that? Wait, because Magnus only has 7 minutes also. Like, I'm not sure if this is that simple. Okay, so I'm gonna do it with an engine. King b5, f4. I'm guessing king a6, f3, king a6, b5. I was thinking because I wanted to block the bishop's view from guarding this f1
Hmm.
square. And if you play a5, then f2. Do you see it? It looks
Oh,
like
nice,
black is
nice.
winning, but chat, the move is g7. Like, you promote first and I will promote after, and then you evaluate this as winning +6 for white. What?
Wow.
Bhai, chance to mil gaya Magnus ko. He has enough time as well, but can he calculate? Chat, what do you think? Do you think the endgame god can calculate all of this in 7 minutes? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes, 100% by. He got so
Bhai, I
far
think very good
and
chance also.
and in the end it will matter this time. I think Magnus Carlsen plays the move king b5 on the board. Can we have Magnus OP in the chat, man? He is always never gonna let go of that number one spot without a fight. Arjun Erigaisi has to get ready, and a hard fought game, but looks like Yagiz Kaan Erdogmus is going down to the goat of chess. Goodbye to the 8-7 pawn.
Wow. So Arjun versus Magnus tiebreak in loading then, yeah? Okay, okay, but
Chat,
still a little bit early. I think
king
still
a6 only move.
tricks there. Look at that. Yagiz is now not happy. I think he realized that the position is not fine
And
anymore.
chat, that's why choose the bishop in the end game versus the knight. This is, it cannot get cleaner. This is your option, bishop or knight. Choose the bishop. It can really have long range influence, support your pawn and stop your opponent's pawn. But by the way, Magnus has to be, very precise in his calculation. As we saw, black can also start pushing. He's already pushing, so he cannot afford to make a mistake. King a6, the only winning move.
Yeah, well, that's why he played king b7, right?
Yeah, yeah.
To play king a6, so it makes perfect sense. And I maybe this is the idea that Yaz maybe overlooked, is that after king takes a7, the bishop can join on a6 and defend this square on f1. I think that's what he missed.
Yeah. And by the way, Magnus very smartly taking that time. He knows it's a forced variation. If he goes to a6, he cannot come back in time. For example, right now, if he wants to stop the pawn, he can play king c4. He's not burnt his bridges just yet. But once he goes to a6, he's burnt his bridges. The king cannot stop the pawn. The bishop has to come back in time. So he needs to calculate every single detail right now, just like in life. And he plays king a6 on the board, the best and the only move.
No. And now f3, only move. Otherwise, the pawn on a7 falls. Well, it's going to fall anyways. So king a7 aata hai. Black plays f2. There is bishop a6. Problem is, you might also lose the pawn on b6 as well. And even a bigger problem is that Yaz only has a minute on the clock. So he cannot even put up the best defense in this position anymore.
And look at him, yeah, he's turning a bit red again. I can sense the emotions. Yagiz was so close. He played f5. He voluntarily played f5. He panicked, I think, from the typical Magnus pressure. And oh, he's shaking his head. He's not happy by what he's calculating. And he's a great calculator. And he understands that Magnus is officially winning. Now, I think he will not resign. He will keep playing. But it's just 27 seconds for Yagiz Kaan Erdogmus. What will he do?
So it's really,
F3.
really, really sad actually. Shame he defended for so, so, so long. Now king takes a7, another only move.
Come on, Magnus, take the pawn. By the way he pushed that pawn wasn't so inspiring. It's just, hoping that pawn somehow reaches the f1 square. It's not going to reach that square. Arjun, by the way, might have relaxed. But Sahej bhai, what do you think Arjun is thinking right now?
Why? Let's bring it. It will be fun, yeah. I think also it's good for just like how it's good for I think Yas to play Magnus as many times as he can. I think it's the same for Arjun, no? Because the more he plays against Magnus, the better he becomes in faster formats and overall in chess as well. Plus, Magnus doesn't play as often.
This
So
is
it's
Magnus all
always
out speed.
nice.
Yep. And I think Yagiz played a fantastic game. There's no doubt about it. But this is how Magnus gets you. Plays the only move. Once he's winning, he's clinical. He does not give you a chance to come back. That's how Magnus Carlsen became the GOAT. If you're losing, it's over. That's why people resign against him when they're pawned down. By the way, now, Sejva, your move b5 is definitely an option because f2, there is just bishop a6, and I will stop the pawn and you will just resign. So I think b5, the last, at least, try for black.
Yeah, for sure. Some try. By the way, but this will be Magnus's third win in a row after that loss that, let's say, that really, really crazy loss to Jordan. Yeah. So the king of comebacks, basically.
And very important chat question to you. Do you take this pawn or do you play a5? Come on, chat. Take the pawn. Yes. Oh, Magnus just g7 directly. He finds a third resource. Oh, beautiful, man. And now he can even take on b5 because bishop h3 is actually available. Oh, wow. He finds the knight. Nice. Oh, there it is. Yagiz is, I think he's almost crying. Says why he's very emotional right now.
I mean, this is such a big moment. Yeah. Because you know, people are going to, this is such a big match, big game.
Yeah, I think
But I
he's,
mean, we have to give it to Yaz. I mean, what a game he played. I think.
yeah,
No, I mean, he
beautiful
was
game
at
actually.
99% accuracy by 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
To
And
hold
Magnus
that
Carlsen,
long against the GOAT of chess, the best player of chess ever has produced at 14 years old is beyond impressive.
it's exceptional, of course, as Magnus himself said in the interview yesterday. Calling him a talent is like he basically said he's not a talent. He's one of the best in the world. And Yagiz, of course, looks emotional, but he still has to play a few moves. I know he's lost, but okay, that covers that is covered by the glass. Maybe we can have the side angle itself. Uh, Magnus का glass बीच में आ रहा है, but okay, yeah, I think it's lost, but he fought valiantly though. What a game, man! What a game. F2 played and bishop h3 stops the pawn and
Yeah,
with
and
one
there
pawn,
is
this
no
was a
one
draw,
to
right?
stop this pawn.
If Magnus had one pawn on the b file, maybe it was a draw. But with two pawns, I think I'll pick up your knight for one of them and queen the other.
But still, it was, I think, a good endgame lesson regardless,
Oh,
for
for
sure.
sure. And you know what? I read some endgame books where they say, okay, once you get that structure, the structure Yagiz had, it's a dead draw. There's no way to progress. And that's where the books end. So clearly, Magnus went deep. And look at Yagiz. He's so emotional. He's so emotional. If he can move the boat to the left, oh my God.
Shame. And there
Yeah,
he plays b6.
it's gonna be heartbreaking, of course, man. Yeah, thank you, Sanjay, for having it there. But yeah, I mean, Magnus does good things. And by the way, net, he's going to be rating plus after this event. He's going to be gaining 3 points from the tournament, even after coming and playing after a year. Knight d4 played. I
And
mean,
now
he didn't just play
b7.
b7, no? Yeah, okay.
Check, just king a8 and b5. And yeah, this is just lost. I mean, he knows he's lost the, but
Yeah.
the game still continues.
Yeah, there is no play, right? Because I can just play bishop f1 and b5 and the black king cannot do anything. So it's just over. Knight c6, king
Exactly.
a8. I mean, but it's gonna hurt, of course. But I mean, like it's a learning curve, right? I mean, he's 14 years old. I mean, at 14, I think what he's achieved is probably never been seen in the chess world ever in the history of humanity. So he's kind of achieved something impossible, and yeah, he's kind of crying, Sahaj, actually. Yeah.
Shame, man. This is sad. It's understandable. It shows how much this meant to him, yeah. And of course, anyone in his situation, after holding for this long, after having, tasting that tie break that he would have had to play against Magnus Carlsen, this is a very, very tough thing to accept.
And and also I think it also shows an insight into why he's so strong.
Hmm.
Losing to Magnus brought out these emotions. Like that's something that's borderline unacceptable for him. And that tells you what it needs, what kind of sacrifice it takes to be great. And he's kind of set on the right path, Saj. But he resigns. There it is. Magnus Carlsen does the impossible, finds out a way to win, which is 3 pawns and a minor piece on the board. And he defeats Yagiz. A beautiful game by Yagiz, but it wasn't enough to hold against the goat. And we have set up a crazy tiebreak of 2 games of 3 plus 2 Sahaj by between Arjun and Magnus. It couldn't get more exciting than this.
Oh ho, maza aega bhai, but of course feeling very very sad for Yaz there, hoping that
Yeah.
I mean, I have to say, like, after how the tournament went for him, he was about to win the tournament. If, playing with black against Magnus after 5 hours is what gets to you, I mean, you are doing something right. Yeah. So well done on an incredible performance overall, in
And
that sense.
chat.
But yes, by Arjun versus Magnus, finally incoming. Let's go.
Wow. So chat, be ready because that tiebreak will start in a few minutes. Producer bhai, do check karna ek bar. Please let us know how much time will it take if we have any updates, Sai bhai. And meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, I mean, there's nothing so like this game was just exceptional. I mean, it kept us on our toes in both the games actually. Arjun, first of all, completely lost, and then of course, came back, and then of course Yag is holding. It's insane.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, dono results. Yeah, the game we thought Arjun was gonna lose, and Arjun finds a way to draw, and then Magnus was gonna draw, and then Magnus finds a way to win. It's never over until it's over.
Yeah, will be interesting chat. मुझे तो बड़ा मजा आएगा एंड भाई आई फील लाइक
Ah, okay.
chat. Okay, we have to make predictions now. अब poll लगाना पड़ेगा. So I set up a poll earlier. Who's gonna win TePe Sigeman? Arjun Carlsen, Yagiz Nodirbek. But now we only have 2 options, I think. So the poll has to change. And I'm not even sure who's gonna win that poll. I think we'll have a different winner on both the channels.
In which ones? Magnus and Arjun?
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be different on two. I think both of them are gonna choose the same thing.
Are you sure?
Yes, bhai, of course.
Ooh, let's do it then. I have set up the poll on one channel, setting it on the other one. Let's see what chat votes for. Uh, After that win, though, I mean, I can imagine the kind of confidence Magnus would have felt, but also for Arjun, though, for holding. So both players high on confidence right now, and it's going to be exciting to watch. Also, Mukesh's final round is also about to begin. So we have a bunch of games to show you, chat. Do not go anywhere. And let us know, Samai, whenever we know how much time it will take. Arjun versus Carlsen, tie breaks. It's 2 games of blitz, man. 2 games of blitz.
Yep.
Oof.
Yep. Tikuba, I'll just be right back in a
Yeah, yeah,
second,
yeah.
yeah? Let me.
Sure. And chat, let's vote on the polls. I can see 70. Got it. So chat, there is around 30-minute break. So the game has ended, right? In the all the games have ended, right? Yes. So we have around 25 minutes for the tie break. So the tie break will start exactly 25 minutes from now. But we have the GCT game starting in just about 3 minutes. Am I correct about that? I think they start in 3 minutes. So we can follow the Gukesh Sindar of games. And then as soon as they end, we jump to the tiebreaks. A perfect finish to the final day of TePe Sigeman. It's going to be exciting. Sanjay, whenever you're back, do set up the Gukesh game. Maybe we can set it up somehow, Sanjay, the Gukesh game with the same camera, if that's possible. ठीक है चलो आ जाएंगे वापस 2 मिनट में. Carlsen is gonna win. Well, it's totally possible now. And hard luck to Erdogmus, man. Man, he played a beautiful game, by the way. And I'm seeing, look at this. On both the channels, Carlsen is the favorite. On the Chess 24 India channel, 57-43 to Magnus. On the Chesscom India channel, 73-27 to Magnus. So Magnus Carlsen, the clear audience favorite for this tiebreak, chat. I wonder if it matters who gets the first white. Do you think it matters, chat, if you have the first white, or do you think it's not a problem at all? Like, if you have black and you lose, you have hope that you can win with the white pieces. But if you have white and lose, then you're kind of struggling, right? To win with black is very difficult. So sometimes some players prefer having black. So it's a tough decision regardless. A playoff match of two games, while I'm reading the tiebreak regulations, a playoff match of two games will be played. A drawing of lots will decide which player starts with white. If the playoff match results in a tie, if it's one each, then a sudden death game will be played. If this game is a draw, then next sudden death will be played. And this will continue until a player wins the game. Wow. The time control will be 3 plus 2. Wow. So sudden death chalta rahega, bhai sahab. So this is going to be, could be a long tiebreak as well. Yes, tiebreaks in exactly 25 minutes from now. So we're going to focus on the Gukesh game and then we'll be back with the tiebreaks. 3 plus 2 less man. But that is blitz. Aman bhai, that is blitz. And usually you decide classical chess by rapid or blitz tiebreaks. But because maybe the probability of a tiebreak was lower, they kept blitz. And I think usually rapid anyway translates into blitz sometimes because it's not super fast. And blitz is fun, man. And I think Arjun also, it's his favorite format. So if Arjun was in Magnus, Arjun, I think, has the max odds, at least relative to Rapid and Blitz. I think he has better odds than Blitz of winning against Magnus. So it's going to be a closer match. I think Rapid, Magnus would have been even more favorite, I think. We can do that. Will be fun chat. Super exciting. Oh man, what a heartbreak for Yagiz, man. It was hard to see him. I was literally crying over the board, but I think it's going to be a lesson. He'll remember this game for the rest of his life. He got to play against Magnus and almost held. Wow. Even Hikaru himself has said that Magnus is better than even him. Of course he is, man. Magnus is the GOAT. We call him the GOAT for a reason. Says, why can we go to Gukesh's board? Because I think that game will start in just a couple of minutes. And then the tiebreaks start in around 25 minutes. Once Gukesh's game ends, then we come back to the tiebreaks and it's going to be exciting. Do not go anywhere. The next hour is just jam-packed.
Oh, yes. Gukesh, Fabi, and then Arjun Magnus. Can't make this up, yeah?
That's like a dream matchup, yeah?
Yeah, literally. India #1 versus, well, the GOAT of chess. And then, India #1 versus world #2. And then we have Arjun. But yeah, you get the point.
Wow.
Crazy. By the way, first move choice for Gukesh. Very, very interested. Chad, what do you think will be the first move? I think he's either going to go for that E4 D3 setup that he's been employing, which I think we can technically say could be the Gukesh system because he's been employing it quite a lot. What do you think would be the first choice for Gukesh versus Fabi? Okay, H4, absolutely not. Come on.
I like the Reti option. I think Dreamer Boy 7850 said that. I love that option. I think Gukesh has a good record against Fabi. So avoiding like mainline theory might be better. I know some people say he doesn't have a good record, but relatively, let's say, compared to other players, Gukesh seems to have a good record against Fabiano. So having a long opening maybe gives him the best chance. Queen's Gambit also not a bad option. I think he might not choose E4 though, Sahaj. What is your call? E4 or D4?
I think he will choose E4 and D3 is my pick. E4 and D3.
Interesting.
Like best by test.
Yeah. Chat, this is going to be insane. And I feel like Indian players win together. Would you agree with me, Sahaj, by either Gukesh or Arjun both win or both lose? They kind of have similar results. Like either both will win or both will lose. Like this is how they operate, yeah? Especially Arjun and Gukesh.
I don't know why. We'll see. We'll see. Bhai. We'll see how the match goes. But it's the last round for the GCT as well, right? For the rapid section
For
at least,
today.
or
Yes, for Rapid,
for
yes.
today. Yeah.
And chat for tomorrow, we will be covering GCT only. There'll be basically 9 rounds of Rapid tomorrow and 9 rounds of Rapid day after. The TePe segment ends today. But of course, that means we're going to have Gukesh Sindarov tomorrow and day after as well. So do not miss that as well. It's going to be exciting blitz tomorrow starting at the GCT Poland. Saj, by 2 more games. I mean, it's going to be exciting.
It's gonna be fun. Gonna be a lot of fun. Just waiting for the thing to begin because also for Gukesh, the trifecta has to, be completed. He has scored 1.5 out
Let's
of three
go.
basically each day. Let's go. Oh, D4 played. D4, no
D4.
E4.
Yep. Because I think he played D4 against Fabi at the Olympiad in 2023 or whatever it was, I think, when he
24,
won.
yeah.
So I feel like maybe that's something he plays the Catalan. Very interesting. It's very solid choice by the world champion. By the way, Sindara
Yeah.
Firuza as well is interesting lineup. We should check that out later.
Yeah.
What does
Chat also
Fabi do?
actually guessed Catalan as well. Oh, by the way, no more Catalan. This is Benoni.
Ooh.
Fianchetto Benoni. And this is probably I would say when you play g3 on move 3, then c5 is basically one of the bigger problems that
Hmm.
white faces. That's why you start with knight f3 and then you play g3. But of course,
Hmm.
Gukesh feels comfortable here. But this is going to be a very dynamic game. Benoni is known for being super dynamic. Oh, by
Yeah.
the way, something's
And
wrong with the clocks, no? Uh, I'm not able
Gukesh is
to.
given. Gukesh is playing classical chess clearly, and
Yeah,
Fabi is
but
out of.
also for Fabi, I see 000.
Yeah, I think they will fix that for sure. But hilarious actually. Mukesh is like, I love classical. I just want to play classical. So let's just change the time control. Fabi doesn't need time. I love that. Fabi doesn't need time to beat Mukesh. Nice.
Oh, by the way, h6, look at this move. Beautiful. Yeah, maybe he's planning g5 and Chad, do you know that in this position, bishop e3 is something you always avoid because after a move like g5, for example, because black has this rook takes e3 sacrifice, which is so common in Benoni, and it is so dangerous. So he has to be a bit careful here.
And chat tiebreaks start exactly 20 minutes from now. So whenever this game ends, we'll switch to the tiebreaks. Do not go anywhere. By the way, Rookie one played very logical move. You want to push the pawn to e4 on a good day. Of course, black will go a6 and b5. That's the ideal Benoni for black. So whenever you see a6 in the Benoni, in most cases, you can blindly push the pawn to a4. Do not allow black to expand on the queen side.
Exactly. Generally speaking, after a6 and a4 is committed, black wants to play knight bd7 or maybe bishop g4 first and then knight bd7, then try to play c4, knight c5, and maybe then b5 at the right moment. This is how you try to attack generally with the black pieces here. But it's an aggressive game, right? I hope, I wish we know Fabi ke paas kitna time bacha, but so far, I think from how the game has progressed, we can say Gukesh is in prep still, yeah, because he hasn't spent any time thinking so far.
Agreed. And I think it's very interesting. The Benoni nowadays not played it often. And I literally watched Fabi's podcast today morning. I was kind of speed run through it, and he mentioned that Benoni is something he played a few years back. Had a couple of games. He played it once in the candidates against Aronin and Drew, but he was quite impressed by Magnus kind of playing it against. I think it was Nils when he won that game. So clearly, Magnus inspiring Fabi to choose the Beronian. This is how it starts, chat. Usually openings kind of come as trends. So let's say Magnus plays an opening, he will win a great game. He will inspire like all the top players to try it out. When all the top players try it out, you see it in by grandmasters across the open events. When they start playing it, then everybody starts playing it, and this is how opening trends are set. So Magnus always leads the way, even in opening trends here.
Amazing. Chat is already saying congratulations, Magnus, for winning the tournament. Bye, bye, bye. We've been seeing, we see this comment basically after every event that Magnus plays. And of course, Magnus wins those events too. So, comment आपका जायज़ है, but it's a blitz match, two games. Like, and I feel anything is possible in a blitz match.
Wow.
Timer will get updated very, very soon. I'm sure the team is aware of it and they're busy fixing it. So I think it should be fixed in just a few minutes. Hmm.
Wow. Interesting, man. Sometimes I wonder, like I think what's going on in Arjun's mind is my question. Like I feel like if he can beat Magnus here, it's gonna really, really elevate his confidence. Um, he's always somehow finished second. Now this is a bit different because he technically did finish tied first. Maybe that's already a huge weight off his shoulders. But when we look back a year later, we might not remember who was tied for first place with Magnus, and only one player will be remembered as the winner of the event, and that's going to be the winner of the tiebreak. So, if Arjun can pull this off, it will be something historic. Very hard to beat Magnus in tiebreaks. I remember Qatar Masters, I think, in open event, literally. Forget the top events where Yu Yang Yi and Magnus played a tiebreak. Magnus crushed him in that tiebreak, two-game tiebreak. So Magnus is always just just known to win these. Like he never his motivation is unparalleled to win every single event. And we saw Yagi's borderline cry after that loss. I think how much it affected him. It felt like he's on the right track, Sahaj Bhai, in 2-3 years' time to reach a stage when he's also winning all these events. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. For sure. Arjun did win two bullet bro. I mean, look, I mean, like no one's denying that Arjun. I mean, it's like we know that Magnus, of course, is a stronger player. No one's denying that. But it's this is Blitz, and it's just two games. Anything is possible, and you can interpret this as us saying that Arjun is a favorite or Magnus is a favorite. But I think in a match like this, no one is a favorite, generally
Yeah.
speaking, because one mistake in like time scramble and you're done. Basically, you saw what happened to Andy, for example. He was completely winning in time scramble, one mistake and it just turned into a draw like that.
And we have a comment, like Yagiz has more chances to be number one than Gukesh. That might be true or false, but I think we also kind of assuming that the growth Yagiz had is going to continue. I think Wei Yi, I think in 2019, 2018, even earlier, I don't know, or later, what year that was, at one point, he was so young and so strong, it felt like the obvious world championship will be Wei Magnus. And when they faced off against each other for the first time at Tata Steel, everybody was watching with their jaws on the floor. Like it felt like the matchup of the decade of sorts, yeah, because he was so good at being so young. And he was, of course, Wei is now a top player, but he's not somebody you would consider as the world top three, even. So I feel like Yagiz is still to prove a lot, but he's absolutely on the right track to be world number one someday. But I think there's still some time. It will not happen in the next 6 months or a year. It will take enough time, and some things have to go his way for him to genuinely have a shot at the world number one title. It's not easy. It's 2840. It's Magnus who's world number one.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, knight h4 played by the world champion, and now bishop c8 could be a draw offer already. Bishop
Wow.
c8, knight f3, bishop f5 is a draw.
But do you think Gukesh takes it?
Well, Fabi has gone bishop c8 without thinking much. There is g5 and Gukesh
Okay,
returns and now bishop f5 again. Is that a draw?
I mean, if Gukesh takes it, it's okay, but it's also not what he's done in the entire event so far. It's completely the opposite. He's went by.
Yeah, bhai, which
I feel like whenever this has happened, Gukesh has a draw in hand, he plays a bad move. Like it's weird. It's almost like psychologically it affects him a bit. I'm not sure. Like apparently h4 was the best move there, which is not easy to find, of course. But now 94 gives Black a better position apparently.
yeah, for sure. Knight e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4 is pretty promising. And if the pawn was on h4, the difference is that black will not be able to play g5 as easily. You could attack with queen d2 and put further pressure on the pawn on h6 as much as possible. But he chose the wrong square there, and now g5 is on the board instantly. Fabi is now slightly better.
And no knight h4 possible anymore. So bishop has to drop back. By the way, as we have a super chat, Rafael saying, Tanya once said, whatever Magnus plays, he wins. That's true. And that's why the win for Arjun could mean a lot, actually. That's why if Magnus won like every third event he played, then it would not be a big thing. He wins every event he plays. That's why it could be historic. So let's see what happens. But okay, that's let's say 15 minutes away for now. We'll come to it soon. Like Gukesh thinking, can we have a look at the Sindarov game as well, Sahej bhai? What's happening there?
Yes, absolutely. Take Sindarov's game coming up. By the way, Bishop D2 played by Gukesh. This, oh wow, he just played the move Rook A2. Interesting move with the idea of Rook E2, Bishop G2, and putting pressure on the E file. Very, very exciting position, I would say.
Wow.
Slightly more comfortable for Firouzja because of these pawns on D4 and A4 as black has more space.
I have
But
a
let's see.
I was Sindarov's story basically. So I played this, I think Dubai Open or I think it was Abu Dhabi Open. I think in fact, जो होता था August में जो होता है, I think. So I played that and I was playing against some I think IM or GM, and Sindarov was sitting next to me, and he was playing some 2300, 2100 from India. I think it was some female player 2100, 2200. I don't. Maybe it was Akshata Ravi. I'm not sure. And Sindarov played this. I don't know who played, but somebody played the Scotch with that Rook H3 idea, right? The attacking weapon. I think Sindaro was white. And he played a Rook H3 idea and he got crushed in that game. He lost the first game to a 2100, but then he won like 6, 7 in games in a row. I was like, when I saw the standings, I was like, bro, I saw you lose the first round. Wait, how? So he is very tricky and never gives up. He always wants to win every single game. I never knew at that point then, he's gonna, be like the world championship challenger, but insane man. Like he's very, very strong.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just I think this is one of the skills for the Uzbek player. They can just turn it on. I think at the critical moment, you don't know when it's gonna happen, whether it's a middle game, end game. At some point, they're just gonna switch it on, and then like it just becomes impossible. Yeah, and I've seen this with Nodirbek. I've seen this with Sindarov, and that's what kind of separates, I think, them to a lot of other players.
ये 6, 7 क्यों चल रहा है सहज भाई?
You said he won 6, 7 games afterwards.
I didn't even realize. I'm like meme material even without realizing it. Wow. Meant to be. I didn't even realize I said that. Wow. Crazy, crazy, bhai, crazy.
दोनों chats में भाई crazy.
Both the chats in sync for the first time ever.
Yeah,
In seven
actually, on
days.
any chat on both channels, like you on sync for the first time, like since this event began.
Wow.
Actually,
Wow, it just came out of nowhere. But anyways, going back to Ukesh's game,
divided by
maybe.
opinion, united by 6-7.
Chat, I know it's a meme, but I have a question for you, guy. Why is 6, 7 so popular? And you can go ahead and enjoy the comments now, Sahej bhai. But let's go back to Ukesh's game.
Yeah, but yeah, okay. Let's actually take a look while the chat answers. A4, by the way, was played. Oops, sorry about that. A4 is played by Gukesh to stop this B5 idea, also to maybe create some space on the queen side. Black can play knight e4 and to put pressure on b2, maybe knight e4 takes, bishop takes, I guess is very good. Some
Hmm.
pressure here, and bishop c3 needs to be played. Still, I think slightly better for Fabi, but yeah, it's a game. At least Gukesh, I mean, a three result position, but still the time I think is still a problem. Should I refresh the page, Samay bhai, or do you think it's fine? Okay.
By the way,
Um,
knight e4 played. And also, like this g5 move always will keep black's king a little bit very weak, especially when you're going to trade off the bishop on g7. So, should be comfortable, I think, for Gukesh. Not a big deal as of now. By the way,
that's a mistake by the world champion. Refresh. Chat is refreshing my screen to hopefully the timers will come back now. Not yet, Samay bhai.
Dhai is saying best commentary team by far. Keep it, guys. Keep it up, guys. Thank you, Laz. We are the only guys streaming this, so obviously we are the best. If you are the only ones, you are the best ones, Sahej bhai. Aren't we? है ना?
Best buy test. Let's go. Why does he keep calling him Samay bhai? Because Samay bhai is our producer and he's also
Yes.
hosting. He's the one who's showing us all of these amazing graphics and taking care of everything in the back end. He is the real prize here, bhai.
Yeah. Without him, I think you would not be seeing these moves. And if the stream crashes, you know who to blame.
Tikku.
Okay, just kidding. Why?
Always
No,
Tikku.
by the way, I think a5 was a slight mistake, and now black can basically play b6 or b5. B5 is, by the way, crazy, but
Same
Fabi,
ही
I
तो है.
don't even know how much time he's taking. Yeah, so hard to comment.
Yeah, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Yeah, only Gukesh's board is not working actually. All the others are working. Must be some glitch, but hopefully it gets fixed soon. Sendarov, by the way, I'm not sure if it's a glitch or not, but he has 10 minutes more than Firuza. Let's actually take a look there. Bishop f5 was an inaccuracy by Firuza, by the way. Knight h4 gives Sendarov the chance for an advantage. I mean, he's already much better after knight h4.
That rook a2 move was tricky, by the way. Yeah? Crazy move, I think. And the best move in the position brings this idea of rook e2 check also in some cases, like typical hardcore chess, like how beginners play. By the way, b5 played by Fabi, the best move in the position. And Gukesh is officially slightly worse now.
Yeah, ab6, if he doesn't go, then the advantage only decreases. And you might be wondering the pawn on b5 is hanging, but you're also leaving the pawn on b2 hanging by the bishop. So that would not be a good idea. En passant, also, they say that en passant is basically forced. So let's just do it.
Yeah. And of course, you have to take, I think, allowing this just feels comfortable for black. Um, Gukesh trolling Tikku. नहीं नहीं भाई यार, I hope not. Gukesh काफी humble है भाई. He's very humble. He doesn't troll people actually. I believe in
शब्द नहीं
Fabi
बोलना चाहिए
choking
था भाई.
this. But then somebody said, I believe in Fabi choking this. Do you think Fabi could choke here, Sajbal, or do you think he's gonna smoothly kind of convert this game?
I I mean, like, what am I supposed to say to that? Like, of course, I don't think that world number two is. I mean, okay, like it's such a wrong question. I don't even think we should read questions like that because okay, if it
Sorry,
chokes,
bhai.
it's a sad thing. But we shouldn't be anticipating that a player is gonna choke like 10 moves after the game has begun, right?
Sorry, मैं ban करता हूँ उस बंदे
So
को.
it's not very nice, but yeah, it's fine. But anyway,
I believe
b5.
मैं फिर से पढ़ लिया मैंने. Literally did it again almost. I'm gonna time out you for 10 seconds, bhai, as a punishment.
Sage by Gukesh lost 3 games with white. What do you think about that? I think, yeah, some sign of worry for sure. But I also think, look, I haven't looked at the games extremely closely to comment on it, but I can tell you usually because you're playing for a win. Like you're really, really trying for a win as white, and that something goes wrong. At least that's the general term here. And also with Gukesh, that's not highly unbelievable, yeah, because he does do that.
By the way, mistake by Fabi. Why would you take with the knight? I mean, a takes b6 looks so natural, right? I mean, knight takes b6. Isn't that positionally dubious?
No, Queen B6 I thought looks the most natural. Because generally you want to play
Wow.
on the B file here and you want to play A5 and stuff, but AB6 was the move.
Bhai.
Wow, difficult. Queen B6 was actually not good either, yeah? Oh, wait! Another mistake by the world champion
No,
by A5
Gukesh.
now. Okay, but position is highly complex, I think.
Yeah,
Each move there's going to be mistakes. Also, we don't know the time exactly, so that definitely plays a part here.
come on, come on. What will? Oh, nice. So Gukesh has 5.5 minutes. Fabi has 6.5 minutes. So both players under serious time pressure now. By the way, the Magnus Arjun tiebreak is also about to begin in about 5 to 10 minutes. So that's gonna be a treat to watch.
Let's go. Why maza aega? And good for Arjun, I think, in this sense, to get he gets to play Magnus, like in not in World Rapid and Blitz, not in Norway Chess, but like in an open event for the finals. I mean, I think it's amazing.
Yep. And queen b3. I mean, it's also a weird move, right? Because at some point I can have a rook on b8, attack your queen with tempo. Um, you do defend the d5 pawn, maybe, but Still not sure what the idea is. Meanwhile, Fabi must be down. At this point, we are estimating the time he has, but must have less than 6 minutes. So the time must be reaching Gukesh's time on the clock.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, Duda and Wesley have drawn. Radek and Hans have also drawn. So, I mean, someone was asking why is Wesley taking a lot of draws. I think it's usually in the last round. Yeah, maybe. I think he's already leading the tournament. It's him and Hans who are kind of leading the event so far. So I think because it's the last round, you want to take it easy. He's playing with the black pieces, so that's why he took the draw. This is about Wesley, by the way. Someone was asking me a bit earlier.
I don't see Gotham Chess in the chat, though. Chat, not really. Um, Change
I
the
do.
board. You do. You see Gotham Chess in the
I'm just
chat.
joking.
You would see a tick.
Mm. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Uh,
Gukesh
when
taking a long time, and it's not classical, bhai. It's not 1 hour 19 minutes. I'm sure the time is way less now than what it is. Um, let's see, कितने time में
they,
शुरू हो रहा है, by the way? Magnus versus 5 minutes. Yeah, I see it.
yeah, somebody said they found my secret account. Nice, nice one, brother. Okay, it's hard to understand what's happening without the clock, but I'm gonna guess Ukesh is around 4.5 minutes right now. Yeah. Knight takes e4, I think should be automatic, and maybe then we play bishop c3, the plan originally we had, right? Because there's a lot of pressure along the b file incoming on the diagonal. Let's exchange a couple of pieces. Oh,
But your
beacon up the
pawn.
black king. Ah, man, I can't even exchange without losing pawns.
Yeah, and if you don't, then probably I mean, firstly, this is also hanging. Yeah, this is the bigger problem here because if you played king h2, then knight f2 is also hanging. Is Gukesh losing a pawn by force? Ah, no, he has takes and knight h2. That defends the pawn on d5.
Okay, but that's not what he ideally wanted to play, I think.
Yeah.
Gukesh 4 minutes, just under four. Fabi 5 minutes. So Gukesh clearly under pressure. Are they reading this chat? Yes, we are, brother. We are reading both the chats. Of
Why
course, it's tough to
difference
read
kitna
both.
hai? Do we actually know what the difference in the time
Uh,
situation is?
so 1.5 minutes roughly is the difference, yeah?
Gukesh has 3 minutes something, and then Fabi has 5 minutes and something. So 1.5 minutes ish is a difference here right now, chat, and that's not good news actually for Gukesh.
Yeah. And also, we could be just 3 to 4, 5 minutes away from the tiebreak. Oh, man, I want to see the tiebreak, man.
मजा आएगा भाई, बहुत मजा आएगा.
Oh, 2 minutes 50 seconds for Gukesh now. It's getting really down to the wire. Half the time that Fabi has almost. He's not able to come up with the best move. Of course, nobody wants to take on e4 and play knight h2, but that seems to be the only resource he has. Of course, he can sack a pawn. There are ways to do so. Knight e4 and then bishop c3 was one we saw. We saw also, I think, one more, right? I can't remember which one. But
There was takes and knight h2 we saw. There was takes and bishop c3, and then with king h2 there is knight
yes, king
f2
h2.
hanging.
Yeah, king h2 is not an
There
option
is
for sure.
g4
So
as well, which is, I mean, it's a weakening move.
oh, we have a timer. Let's go. Why our producer
But
working,
yeah,
like 220 IQ moment from the producer. Why? Let's go.
Amay bhai, like I still cannot see the timer on my screen, but wow, I can see it on Ninja. That's amazing. Samay bhai OP. Thank you.
Oh, this is getting very tough. 1 minute 50 seconds for Gokesh in still what seems to be a complicated middle game. Look at the bishops on f5 and g7. Beautiful. And he takes on e4 and he plays
And now
bishop c3.
bishop e4,
Wow.
bishop c3. And now
Okay.
bishop takes c3 is not possible. This bishop takes d5. I'm guessing you should take on d5 before you take on c3 because that gains an extra tempo.
Hmm.
And then you can also decide not to capture on c3 as well. So Fabi has a nice decision in front of him. Also has almost 4 minutes more.
Yep. We can see a lot of more stuff there, समय भाई ध्यान से, हाँ कुछ वहां पे कुछ दिख ना जाए भाई ध्यान से, हाँ कुछ और दिख जाएंगे व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस कुछ पर्सनल तो
Oh, chat is saying Gotham Chess is watching you. Amazing, bhai. We would love to have
oh
him here as
nice.
well. Levi, if you're watching this, love you, bhai.
Love you, bye. Amazing. Amazing.
Exactly.
Bye means brother, by the way, chat, if anybody's wondering. Um,
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
I
So
think,
yeah, bishop d5 and basically bishop c3 are the two moves. I think we'll go with bishop d5 first. Queen c2 ke baad you can capture bishop c3 here, or you can even just wait. Even bishop e4 is very good.
I feel like it's, I don't see the time right now, Samay bhai, but I feel like it's the psychological impact that Gukesh has on me at least. It feels like he had that draw. He went for the ambitious choice and made a mistake. We saw that in at least 3 games. I think there's something he has to work on. I'm not even sure what that is, but he has this need to push, which sometimes can punish him later on. And right now, I'm not sure. Like, for example, Vishal looks comfort. He's playing good chess overall. But somehow in crunch, he has that couple of moments in a game, 2 moments in a game where he'll somehow fumble his advantage. Think against that game we had, right? Today, Queen Exchange. He played Queen C2, got that worst position again. So, something to work on. By the way,
To
I
find that
wonder, okay,
balance on when you should try to push for a win
yeah,
and when it's okay to take for a draw, I think it's very difficult to like standardize something like this. But yes, this is he needs to find a better balance there for sure.
yeah, I think Magnus, being, of course, stronger than everybody else, has a much better grasp over this and a much better understanding of how to push in the best way. And that's something any top player wants to emulate, but you have to be very cautious about your chances. By the way, Bishop D5 played. So Queen C2, I think automatic move, controlling that important diagonal. And once the bishop on G7 vanishes, Sahaj, I feel White always has some chances, yeah? Like with the G5 H6 complex. Oh, by the way, Arjun's game has started. Chat is informing us.
Really?
Has it started? Are you sure, chat? Oh,
No, it
no,
has
no, no.
not.
No, no, no.
It has not, yeah.
We also
Not
want to
that
see
I
the
can
drawing of
see.
colors if possible. So that will be awesome.
Also, does it matter if you get white or black first? I just feel like getting black first is like a bit better when you're playing two matches because at least from with black you don't have that much pressure to score a win, and then in the second game, whatever, let's say you lose the match, and then in the second game with white you are more motivated to beat someone. If it's a draw, then okay, you can at least put pressure. Yeah, I feel like having black in the beginning always helps. Tikuba, your thoughts?
I think I absolutely agree with you. For any player apart from Magnus, Magnus, I'm still thinking, would that still work? Because Magnus, we've known in a must-win game, will somehow find a way to complicate the game. The colors barely matter. And that game against Fabi at the Freestyle World Championship. Oh my God! By the way, there we see
There it
Magnus
is.
Carlsen showing up. Let's go! The tiebreak is about to start. Where is Arjun, by the way?
Oh, there he is, the madman. Let's go.
Handshakes. Can we have the
Oh,
camera for the board? I think we might see the game. Yeah, yeah. Let's go! It's Magnus versus Arjun for the tie breaks. What a tournament this has been. And by the way, Arjun showing
I
up in
still
his
don't see it. Yeah,
t-shirt, yeah?
I still don't see it. I still don't see the game on my screen.
You're right. But I
भाई
think
एक
we
बार
should have it
दूसरा बोर्ड
soon.
लगा लो, मैं थोड़ा रिफ्रेश कर लेता हूँ या तो. Yeah,
Wow,
chat just give
man,
me a.
this is the moment. Yeah, we've been waiting for chat for so long. Of course, we'll keep an eye on the Gukesh game later, the Sundarov game later, but this is the one that matters the most. Handshakes, clocks are being pressed. Pawn to d4 by Arjun.
Pawn to
Wow.
d4. Yeah, played by भाई बोर्ड नहीं आ रहा उधर. Knight c3 bishop b4. That's Nimzo. भाई बोर्ड नहीं आ रहा है इधर.
Yeah, we're checking for the board chat. Don't worry, we'll have the board very soon, but we can see the board right now. Castles played by Magnus. Bishop g2. D5 on the board. Oof. Magnus puts the bishop back on E7.
That's
Queen comes to D3,
Queen
preparing
D3
E4.
is what Arjun has played. So that's new preparation. More. Can I just play this out
We have the
by
board.
myself? We
We
have
have the board.
it.
We have the board. We have it.
Let's
Let
go.
me check
Let's
it.
go. Let's go. Let's go. Queen D3 is what he played. So this is the position on the board. We'll just switch it now. So Catalan almost no Nimzo se aayi thi, but A3 bishop E7 goes back. Queen D3 B6 and now pawn takes pawn. Arjun is 20 seconds ahead for now. Black can go ED5 or knight D5. Still very very early days.
It's very interesting. We have no games in this position. So already in somewhat uncharted territory, even though I think the structure might be familiar to the players, it's not exactly been played at the top level. Takes on D5 with the knight, wants to keep the bishop's diagonal open. He wants to play bishop B7, and then there could be some tactics as well. So maybe knight F3 side, which is developing very quickly for Arjun.
Or knight
Played.
h3 is also very good, by the way. Knight f3 is what he
Oh,
goes for.
wow.
Knight h3 was just beautiful in this position, keeping the bishop alive. But of course, very hard to make such moves under time pressure.
Oh, it's very interesting now. Magnus thinking. Chat question to you. Who do you think falls below the 1 minute mark first? It's going to be very exciting, regardless of the players in front of us. Two legendary players. I think time pressure is real. We saw Magnus show up with 30 seconds on his clock once for a blitz game and still won. So you can never
Yes.
discount the GOAT. Just keep that in mind, yeah, for that special game. By the way, Bishop 7 on the board by Magnus.
Yeah, and already there is a 40-second difference. So I mean, objectively, I think it could be Magnus, but that doesn't really change much because, as you said, he even with 30 seconds on the clock, he's very much capable of defeating. I think it was Petrosian, if I'm not mistaken, who it was. But yeah, that was a very very nice moment. But look at this: pawn takes d5 taken. Now bishop f4, b4, rook c1 could be the plan. Arjun still keeping 40 seconds more on the clock. Looking okay. I mean, looking pretty promising for him so far, Tukubai.
Yeah, and that insight of taking with the pawn on d5, right? It was tempting to keep the bishop's diagonal open, but he takes with the pawn because he has the e4 square. Now knight can come to f6, e4 also. By the way, c5 break by Magnus now trying to equalize in the center. b3 played to prevent c4 ideas. Sahaj, bhai, it feels like Magnus has completely equalized already.
Yeah, completely. Okay, but it's blitz by what? There's no
Of
equality in blitz
course.
by. Everyone's gonna make mistakes up and down. So it's just I think it's gonna be a bumpy ride. Look at that h4. Let's go.
Oh,
Knight g5
okay.
incoming. Stops
Magnus
it. Very
stomps on
nice
that
move.
plan with h6. No knight g5 idea for the rook d1 plate, putting pressure on the d5 pawn. The plan is to, at the right moment, take on c5, put pressure there. But Magnus could just play knight e6 edge by and defend the pawn well.
And then knight e5 would be allowed, and maybe some g4 g5 plans. Some pressure on the f7 pawn could also be there. But he plays
Queen
a5, the
e5.
best move in the position with the idea of bishop a6. And now Arjun has to find knight e5.
Oof, crucial moment, chat. The bishop is about to be activated as well along the a6 f1 diagonal. Also, chat, anybody joining right now, it is Magnus versus Arjun, the tiebreak. Arjun drew his game today. Magnus won a beautiful game against Erdogmus in the end game. They are both on 5 points, and 2 games of 3+2 is what we're going to see to decide the winner of the TePe Sigeman Tournament, which has promised to be an absolute treat over the last 7 days. A4, the best move played.
Nice move. And bishop a6, then you have to keep an eye on this e2 pawn. But if you give me just one move, I'll play e3, knight e5, and then I'm more or less fine. By the way, for Magnus, knight f6 is the move he should go for. He goes for bishop a6, and now golden opportunity, queen f5. Oh, but
Oof,
he doesn't
tough.
sack the pawn. Tough move to play. Defends it.
Yeah,
And now again, queen f5 was goodbye.
it's
Arjun.
tough. It's tough to find
Tough,
queen
very
f5 in
tough.
blitz because I think it's a move which is very ambitious. And although I'm not sure about queen c2,
I
though, it
mean,
feels like
d5 is
it
also
kind of.
hanging, no?
Yes, that's a good point. I missed that one. By the queen b2 now played, but bishop s6. I feel like the queen is getting harassed every single move. First it was bishop a6, then rook c8, and now bishop f6, and the queen has to constantly keep moving. I don't like that.
Yeah, by the way, Magnus under a minute already. Some pressure building up there. Bishop f6. By the way, after e3, you have to find g5. So
Oh
this is
wow.
also not simple to play in a bullet game. Yeah, he plays a knight f6. Sorry, in a blitz match. But yeah, knight f6 he plays more solid approach there. And now rook c1, e3. Some filler moves can be very nice. Just I don't like where the queen is placed. I would just want to put it on f5 because it looks so nice there. You can create some kingside attack ideas there. But apart
Chat.
from that, the position looks fine.
Bishop h3, an interesting idea. Puts pressure on the rook, which goes to a8, by the way, all the way to the original square. Maybe just rook a c1 now. Let's develop our only undeveloped piece. Always a good idea.
Or knight e5 also works. Rook c1 also works. Both of them are decent moves, by the way. Now, Arjun also approaching the 1 minute mark.
Oh, this is so tricky.
37
Bishop
seconds for
e5.
Magnus.
Chat, there could be some. I don't think he'll take on f6, but it's always in the air to put pressure on d5. Of course, that h4 pawn also helping the bishop come to h3. By the way, the bishop on a6 keeping an eye on the e2 pawn, and the rook also now combining with the bishop. e2 is hanging. Let's keep an eye out on that one. Yeah, very important.
Yeah,
If that
the
falls,
rook
the game
and
is
the
over.
bishop. Exactly. He goes knight e4 and now pawn takes e5. Only move. Only
Oof.
move. Otherwise, he's worse. Not an easy one, but of course, it opens the queen and the bishop. He plays. He has not played yet.
Yeah, don't play e3, by the way. The bishop could get trapped after f6 and g5. Don't play
Exactly.
e3. That's very important. The bishop on e5 does not have many squares. Takes on c5. Amazing move by Arjun in time pressure. By the way, Carlsen 20 seconds, Arjun 40 seconds.
bc5, best move again, and now e3 could be good. By the way, bishop f5 is very, very strong here. Wow, Arjun plays it. What a move. Bishop takes f6. No, wait, isn't that a pawn on d5? Or are you just capturing back with your g pawn? Or what's happening?
Yes, he has to take with the g pawn now, Sahaj. That is what he takes
Surely,
with the queen.
but
Wait,
surely this
this
is
is.
not good, no?
Yeah, it shouldn't be. I mean, black has the bishop pair, but double. Oh, he takes on e2 as well. I missed that for a second, but
It will be
still
hard for
slightly better for Arjun.
Magnus. It will be very difficult to hold this for Magnus, I think. Looks like a very, I mean, the pawn structure looks really bad. The bishop on f5 is fantastic. Light squares are completely busted.
Rook d8, by the way, played. And chat, Magnus is world number 1 in the world blitz rankings. No surprise there, but Arjun is world number 7. So he is a contender who in at least a 2-game match could potentially outfox Magnus. Magnus will not be easy. Does he take on d8 now, Sahaj Bhai? Looks like
11
a tempting move.
seconds. 10 seconds. 9 for Arjun.
He wants the bishop on d5 on that active square. But
Yeah,
rook
and
d8
rook
is a move.
d8 and then rook e1 or knight e4. Both
Oh,
of them work.
knight 4. Look at that move. Rook d5, knight f6, check, fork winning the rook.
Exactly. Plays f5. Now knight can jump back to c3, attacking this, defending that. Rook e1 possible next. Or king g2, just a simple move. 6
6
seconds.
seconds.
Basically, instincts are completely taking over here for both
Oof,
players.
oof. I love that bishop on b7 for Magnus. That's why Arjun offers the rook trade. Rook d4. Amazing choice.
He plays king f1 and now f4, fixing the broken pawn chain there. Nice move by Magnus. Takes on d4.
Knight
Knight
b5
b5.
he chooses.
Is this another endgame that Magnus wins?
Oh, I would not be surprised. I think the bishop pair advantage clearly. Oh, f5. What a move by Magnus. You cannot take that bishop. Magnus is slightly better here, chat. The endgame
Oh,
god doing
blunder,
it. Oh,
no!
it's a mistake. The
Arjun
knight
just
is trapped.
blundered. No, Arjun
Bishop
blundered.
against knight. The same
Sad.
endgame and the knight is trapped. It's over for Arjun. It's completely over.
Yeah, the knight got trapped on the end.
Wow. Did Magnus do
Oof.
like a thing on his? Oh, I thought he did like a silent thing kind of something. I don't know. Wow. Magnus
Amazing, amazing,
Carlsen
amazing.
wins the
What a
first
game.
game with the black pieces. And that means to equalize the score, Arjun will have to win the next game with black, Sahaj bhai.
Crazy. Crazy, bhai. Crazy. And all came down to this moment, I think, King f7, where knight a6 just kind of self-trapped the knight there. Had he kept the knight here, kept the knight on d5, it would have been fine. But yo, that's tough. Of course, he had very little time on the clock, but Magnus managed it much, much better there. Ek
By the
aur
way, he
game,
did a
Tipu
shush
bhai.
moment.
Any hope for Arjun?
He did a shush moment, by the way, I think. He did a shush moment.
Really?
Yeah, he did
Amazing.
a shush moment, I think. Chat, let me know if I'm correct because I saw one. I'm sure I saw one. Maybe it was for the I don't know who it was for the
I didn't
audience,
see it,
or
man.
maybe there was some noise in the hall. God knows, but he did a shush moment. At least I thought so.
Oh, look at that. Arjun played perk defense against Magnus bhai. Let's go.
Wow. Oh, second game has already started.
Not something we get. Yeah, yeah, it's begun
Oh,
already.
wow. Wow,
Oh,
wow,
what
wow,
is
wow,
this?
wow.
E6? What?
Why?
Arjun is
This
doing Arjun
is
things here with E6. Of course, he's trying to win the matches, and try to complicate things early on. But this can also backfire, bhai.
this absolutely can backfire. You're playing Magnus. This is what Magnus does against weaker opponents. By the way, yes, Chad is saying he did do a shush moment. I don't know who it was for, But it did happen for like a brief second when Magnus was about to win. By the way, love that a4, a5 move by Magnus, gaining a lot of space. Arjun already slightly worse out of the opening, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, correct. He goes rook b8, and of course, but being slightly worse out of this setup is pretty understandable. You're always going to be worse there because look at your knights. But the point is that Arjun doesn't want to make trades in this position. Basically, that's how he's trying to continue the game.
I
Black
mean,
plays h6, king h7 now.
lot of pawn moves that moved one square, like e6, d6, g6, h6, b6. Like he's not moved a single pawn two squares. I don't like that.
Yeah. b6. If
Yeah,
you
I think.
take, then of course takes back. Bishop can maybe jump to b7 or to d7. Both of them look pretty nice. I like b7 though because somewhere I can put pressure on e4.
But this looks tough, Sahaj. I feel like Magnus is steamrolling Arjun here a bit. A6 played the best move, gaining space on the queen side. In the endgame, if he gets to that a7 pawn, it's curtains. White has the center, queen d2, attacking h6. I feel like Magnus is taking it, Sahaj. By Chad, what do you think? Any chances of an Arjun comeback? Yes or no?
Difficult, bhai. Very, very difficult. He has more time on the clock, but yeah, that's the only like benefit right now. Apart from this, doesn't look very promising for Arjun bhai.
And accuracy 99.4 for Magnus, 94.4 for Arjun. And again, c6, not a single pawn has moved two squares. That's insane.
Maybe he wants to play b5 and queen b6, try to take this pawn down, perhaps, or could be possible.
Wow,
Haha, Chad is saying
Magnus.
Arjun is playing similar to when Hikaru used to play against those bots. Haha, that's very funny actually. I remember those days really well when he used to flag like the top engines by playing this b6 c6 d6 e6, and I used to watch those all the time. Bhai, it was so much fun. You
By the
just
way,
unlocked a memory, bhai, for me.
he has to challenge Magnus in the center. I don't know if c5 is the best way to do it, but he plays b5 finally, knight g3. Magnus slowly diverting his pieces towards the king side. Notice how the knight went from c3 to e2 to g3, and there could be something building up. What does Arjun do? Does he even? Oh, he tries to get to the a6 pawn.
Wait, is that a free pawn? Is that a free pawn? I think it is, no? I mean, I know you have compensation on the king side, but I'm just wondering if I take this, what are you doing?
But if you take with the bishop, then there might be some problem with the bishop
d5,
on
there is c.
e3.
Yeah, there's
Ah,
c5
c5 you have.
always. I was thinking that as well,
Oof.
but I can also go rook a6, no? By
But then
one
take
minute
six, rook
difference
a1,
between
right?
Magnus and Arjun.
Oof. Do you think Magnus even feels time pressure by? Oh, b3 played quite like a solid choice. Maybe even getting up for c4 pretty soon. Queen c7.
Yeah.
Oh, he
I think this
defends
is
the.
kind of overprotecting this pawn when he takes on a6. So he takes on c4
Yes.
now.
Is a6 edible, Sahaj bhai? Is that pawn edible? Doesn't feel like it. Look at the three pawns in the center for Magnus.
Does he take it? That's the question. I want. Has he taken it? No, he hasn't, right?
Not yet. Not yet.
Apparently, knight d7 is a very interesting move here, just to put some eye on this piece of it. And now, moment of truth. Pawn takes c5 is the move. If he plays d5, some chance.
Only move for Magnus, by the way, to get a winning position. Otherwise, Arjun is back. Look at Magnus. He's confused by that move. I think either he missed it or he's shocked. And he needs to take on c5, which is not normal. Usually, you might consider a move like d5 here.
But it's 54 seconds for Magnus, yeah? So
48 now.
actually, the follow-up is really nice. It takes bishop f4, e5, and knight h5, something like this. So
Oh,
it's a bunch
knight
of like,
at.
yeah, because the
Wow.
bishop is pinning the king over here, and the pawn cannot capture. Some
Oh,
very
that's
very
not
nice
easy.
lines there.
That's not
33
easy.
seconds
That's
for
not easy.
Magnus.
Oh, yeah, I told you d5 is tempting. It's not easy to split your pawns like that. That's a mistake. Okay, blunder is harsh there for
Yeah, yeah.
Magnus, but it's definitely a mistake for Magnus.
Chad, not a blunder though. Absolutely not a blunder. So e5 played. Okay, still slightly better for Magnus. This pawn is still hanging though. I believe I can just go rook a6 or no at this point.
Yeah, I think you have to, yeah, because white is
Oh,
getting
he
a. He
goes
takes with
bishop
the.
a6.
Oh, he takes with the
Wait,
bishop,
that's a
Sahaj bhai.
mistake by Magnus. F4 was a mistake. And now
Really, but it
97,
looks.
95 gives Arjun the edge. And he has a minute more than
But
on the clock, yeah?
but knight d7, knight g4, because I thought that was the
Then
plan
knight
always, right?
g8.
Oh, knight g8. Oh my god. Okay, I mean, I hope Arjun sees that though.
I mean, he wouldn't have moved the knight otherwise. I think 23 seconds for Magnus.
Chat. Knight g8 is what Arjun has to find after knight g4. Oh my god, that's lit. Oh, rook a2 played by Magnus instead.
Okay, defending the rook obviously. And then 95. Let's bring the knight to a good square. It's an outpost. It's a central square. Makes perfect sense.
Oh, look at how
Done.
Magnus played that rook. He wasn't happy with the position, it felt like. He kind of was a bit. Oh, it takes on e5. That's interesting to say the
This
least.
bishop is a. Oh, by the way, bishop g3. There's queen h6, knight f6, checkmate. Do not fall into a mate in two.
Why bishop d4 is better for Arjun right now. He has to find knight g8. He finds knight g8. The battle is on.
Yes. Wait, is Arjun winning? He
He's
should be,
better.
no?
Yes, he's
But this
better. And
bishop pawn up, I mean, it's virtually winning, I think.
the best move for Magnus is the crazy piece sacrifice knight to f5. Very hard to find. He plays e5 instead.
Wow, and now that's 2 pawns now. f5 is a piece.
Wait, f5?
f5 is a piece.
He's winning. Arjun is winning with the black pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Oh my god, will we see like a turnaround here?
He takes on h6 and now takes on e4 is possible. Knight h6 is also possible, but Arjun has a minute on the clock by. He can take his time. King g7, knight e6 check, I'm guessing is the plan, but rook takes e6 and again, Arjun is a
Wow!
piece up here.
This is a historic comeback from Arjun. Now he just has to consolidate somehow and he's completely winning.
Absolutely, on demand.
Be careful, Arjun. Be careful.
There is no rook a1. Don't I mean, there's no problem. The bishop does all the things.
by the way. Ooh, Magnus getting up for some attack on the queen side.
There's no access
E4.
points by.
E4. Yeah, great move played.
f4
Oh, knight
is the
f7,
queen trap.
Knight
The queen
f7.
was trapped, I think. f4 now, f3. I mean, there's nothing you can do on the queen side, no, basically.
Wow. It feels like Arjun has a chance here. Genuine chance. Queen g3, bishop e5.
Queen g3, bishop e5, and that's a checkmate threat. Wonderful.
Bishop d4 played. Best move in the position, by the way. By Arjun, who is where on the clock, where on the position. He's fighting back. And Arjun has won the game. Oh my god, what a result. Magnus Carlsen resigns. It's one each. He won.
The saga continues. By dono players black se jeet gaye bhai, and Arjun also big respect. Yeah, plays perk defense, tries to go for a win, doesn't do any trades, gets him on the time. What a game by the madman. Love to see it. And now we go in. Is it another set of 2 games or is it an Armageddon?
No. It is sudden death. Now, what that means in terms of time controls, I mean, I think Samay Bhai will tell us, but it's sudden death. One game, sudden death. And we will play until we have a result. So let us know, Samay Bhai, what does sudden death mean in this game?
So we need a result in the next game, bhai. Crazy.
Chat, I can see at least 10 comments of absolute cinema. Nothing can summarize this better. Let's go. Magnus OP, Arjun OP giving us a show of a lifetime. Let's go. And final game, Sej Bhai. And that was an impressive comeback from Arjun though.
For sure, it's 1-1. Very, very close. But yeah, we'll see. By sudden death mein bahut maza aayega, bhai. Let's see who's going to be the first person to score. That's
the first person to score wins the match, by the way. So whoever wins the next game, it's over. So are you sure? Got it. Do confirm. So sudden deaths, I wonder if it's like just 3+2, whoever wins. Magnus, by the way, was sitting up till now. So they're also trying to figure out. This turned out to be much closer than we thought, Sejman. What a match that was, man. 2-game match. Like, pura thrilly ride.
I mean, I don't know, like after seeing Arjun dominate in World Blitz Championship by like a point and a half, I mean, I'm sorry to say, like it's unfair to say that one guy is a clear favorite. That's what I thought. That in a Blitz match, of course, no one is saying that one player is stronger, one player is weaker, but in a Blitz match, just 2 games, anything is possible. And I think this is a proof of that in that sense. And I hope to the chat also, like some point was made, yeah.
No, I feel like the fact that Magnus is a slight favorite, that's why it's more impressive. Arjun is definitely a challenger. It's not something that's easy for Magnus, but maybe because Magnus is the greatest player of all time in all formats, that's why it's so impressive, Sej, by that he can match toe-to-toe against Magnus. And of course now, usually the guy who wins the last game has the momentum on his side. So Let's see how both players handle this. I feel like the colors do matter now. If it's just one game, whosoever has, even though both players won with the black pieces, I don't even know if the colors matter, to be honest.
I also, you remember, it was Arjun who defeated Magnus in some 20 moves with the black pieces. Yeah, in Tata Steel
Yes.
Blitz, I believe it was, in some Sicilian. I never saw something like that before. So, he's full of opening surprises as well, in that sense. He's full of surprises in general.
Oh, by the way, Magnus Carlsen is black, Arjun is white. So on paper, at least, that's a benefit to Arjun. But does this mean that if Arjun wins, he wins the match?
Probably, yeah.
Do confirm
So,
once,
why
because
it's
if
gonna be
Arjun wins
fun
this,
regardless, whatever happens. And also, he's getting another match against Magnus, which is a
let's
great thing.
go. We have the board set by. Let's go. It's the third match between Arjun and Magnus, and we have D45 on the board.
By the way, Arjun has less time on the clock. He has 2 minutes and 35
Ah,
seconds or something.
got it. So Arjun has less time, but he gets to play with the white pieces.
Yeah,
And if it's a
essentially.
draw, they play one more game, basically.
Yeah, and then
Wow.
Magnus gets less time basically.
Hmm. Fair result. So it's that was something that means white has 30 seconds less, but he basically gets white pieces. So fair enough. I think pretty fair square. Sehaj bhai, a much more solid opening from both players this time.
Yeah. After the mess of the last game with that knight f6, whatever that was, भाई, मैं तो डर गया था for a second, but whatever works works. But now, interesting choice by Arjun to put the knight on e2 because he wants to play f3 and e4 and make a breakthrough in the center. Of course, this is a Carlsbad structure, which I think many of you will know. Very solid. White tries to attack on the queen side. Black tries to keep his center. But because white's knight is on e2, you have this f3, e4, which is what Arjun is looking for each time. By the way, time
And
is
by the
now
way,
equal, Tiku bhai.
yeah, so Arjun has neutralized any time advantage Magnus had, and also chat telling us there was a moment during the handshake when Magnus offered his hand and Arjun didn't notice it. So maybe some
Oh,
memes coming
really?
out very soon. But okay, so far so good for Arjun. Yep. A5, A4, very normal for the Queen's Gambit nowadays. Knight H5, a common tactic to exchange the dark square bishop that gives Black's Queen a comfortable square on E7. And Rook E1, is he getting up for F3, E4 potentially, Sahaj?
F3, e4 is the plan, but before you play f3, you have to just be
Hmm.
mindful of the pawn on e3. So knight g3 or something, and then f3, e4 could be a plan. But yeah, in the future, you want to play f3, e4 at some point. He goes knight df6, keeping an eye on this square. This knight on h5 is looking a bit awkward for now.
Yeah, but usually I think black will just wait with the knight. So essentially, what you're hoping as white will play knight g3, you will take on g3. And whenever white plays f3, e4, you get the f5 square instantly. So black is just hoping for that and keeping the knight there. Although the knight is also coming to c5 for Arjun, I think. And then you can slowly prepare that f3 for advance. White is not in a hurry here. Black doesn't really have a active plan, right? The knight on h5 is kind of stuck for now.
Yeah, I was thinking also f3 and g4 and the knight is just trapped.
Oof,
Like that's also a plan in this position. So also for
tempting.
Magnus, he has to play knight e4 in this position, which I don't know about you, Tikubai, but this is always a difficult decision in Carlsbad for me because every time you take pawn takes, you have to evaluate whether the pawn on e4 is good or not. And like most of the times it's not good. Like generally, but in this case, it's the best move. But he doesn't have to go knight e4. He can also play something simple like bishop d7 and just focus on
Hmm.
development. But then there is no plan. And by the way, look at the time. Magnus has 1 minute less again.
Oof, after that World Blitz game, I think Magnus's time matters a lot less. But in the last game, we saw Magnus make a mistake when he was low on the clock. So he is human. By the way, love that c5 move from Magnus because does not allow the time for Arjun to have freedom with that e4 move. But he can still play e4 actually and take the center.
Yeah, and after e4, black should just wait, play bishop d7 or something like this. And white has the golden opportunity to play e4 and e5, and maybe an attack is brewing on the king side. But also
Yep.
after e4, Arjun has to be careful that there is no pawn takes pawn, queen b4. I mean, that looks very, very dangerous from Magnus. I think Magnus completely takes over in such a
Yep.
scenario. But let's see.
And chat summarizing the context in around 15 seconds. First of all, Arjun drew his game. Magnus won his classical game. Then we had two games of tiebreaks. Tiebreaks one each. Magnus won with the black pieces. Arjun won with the black pieces in the must-win game. And now this is a sudden death game. So whosoever wins this takes the championship. If it's a draw, we have one more game. So this is the final game. By the way, queen takes e1 is possible, but that's a mistake.
Wow. And now c4 is the move, yeah?
Wow,
basically.
c4. c4 looks nice, no?
Yeah, just defends the pawn on d5, and now the pawn on d4 is a bit loose.
Thanks a lot for the chat win. Let's see if Arjun converts it. By the way, attack on the d5 pawn. You really want to play c4, defend it, and then you can try to aim to grab. Oh, wait, what?
He takes on d4. I think he sees the extra pawn, but that was not a good decision by
Hmm.
Arjun. Queen d5 is not possible. Of course, there's a mate happening on e8. He takes on e1, takes back. Still queen
You
d5
know,
not possible. Magnus is going for that pawn because now the e8 square is
yeah.
guarded.
I think it's very hard to reject a free pawn from Magnus. Yeah, it's just very tempting to take that pawn. You feel like you're playing for two results now, but that's not the case. As we saw in the classical game today, by the queen b3, nice move, pressurizing b7. So Arjun can at least at some point take that pawn and hope to equalize. I would say
Yeah.
black is comfortable here, Sahaj.
I mean, white is a pawn up, no? Still, I think
Yeah, but 98,
knight
knight
d
d6 played, by the way. So knight
knight
on
d3,
d6
knight
looks.
d5.
That's also true. I love the knight on e5 actually. Also c5 it could go. Okay, there's b6. Let's
Knight
see.
d5 I
By the
like
way,
more because I'm putting pressure on the f7 pawn somehow.
should we sack d6? Oh, by the way, no, knight d3 played.
By the way, Arjun is down on the clock. Why? This is huge.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Very important because the one ahead on the clock, even by 5 to 10 seconds, can really put a lot of pressure on their opponent. 95 played, as you pointed out, a nice idea. Blonking the knight in center. Black does not want to play f6. Queen h4, threatening mate.
Oof.
By
Rook d1, bachao bhai. Bishop e8, okay. Still, there is an extra pawn, but there is nothing. I would much rather just take this pawn away from my life. Like this feels like such a nuisance.
agreed. Agreed. I would give it in the first garage sale I have. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in. The final game potentially between these two guys, unless it's a draw. I don't see a draw happening as of now. By the way, Magnus playing very quickly, building up an edge on the clock, Sahaj bhai.
Up 25 seconds for Arjun. He attacks the knight on d6. Black has to go bishop a4 and then bishop e8 back, just completely ignoring the knight on d6, which I'm not sure is so easy to play in this position. And the other option is queen d8, where guess what, Tiku
Oof.
bhai? Queen b3, queen h4 is a repetition.
Wow, Magnus
Magnus
finds
says
the
no.
best move. Queen f4, wait.
Knight
Wait.
d3.
93. What do you do actually here? Isn't the.
It's a
This is
good
getting tricky. This is
question.
getting tricky for both players.
But also king h1. I'm sorry, but king h1 is not a check anymore.
Oh, he plays
He
h3.
plays h3. Okay, I like king h1 more because
Introduce
there was no check on d4.
back rank issues now.
Why
A5 pawn is
16
still.
seconds? 10 seconds for each player. Why? This is crazy. Bishop
Bishop e8,
e8
best
played.
move played.
Another crunch movement incoming.
Can we take on a5? No, that's too risky, I feel. Yeah, rook c1
5
is incoming. No.
seconds.
Oh, he takes on
Blunder.
a5.
Ooh.
I was genuinely worried about that move. That's what I said. Rook a5 will take on a5. That was a big mistake by Arjun. It's lost now. Magnus is winning.
But Magnus repeated once. Queen e3 check and queen f4. He also has 10
Rook
seconds on the
c1.
clock. Yeah, not
Rook
enough time to
c1.
figure it
He
out.
doesn't find rook c1. Can Arjun save this now? Rook a1
Oh.
played.
And now knight takes d4. That's winning for Magnus completely. The knight on e5 is hanging. Array!
Oh.
Oh.
But king g3?
Wow.
Ah, okay,
Why
queen
queen
b6. Oh,
b6?
queen
The
guy,
big
queen guy.
queen.
Ah,
Queen on
queen guy,
b6.
bhai. Oh, we saw that subtle and Arjun resigns. That was a well fought match, but guess who's the winner at the end? It is none other than Magnus Carlsen, the greatest player of all time, doing great things once more.
Wow, and that too twice in a time scramble. Yeah, crazy. Very, very impressive from, of course, the GOAT of chess. Yet wins another tournament. Let's go.
Wow, what a match, man. What a match. Was very close. I think rook a5 was a big mistake. Like even I felt like I could take the pawn, but I think with Blitz, it's very tough to understand, sometimes what the problem is. But yeah, Magnus won. Sahaj bhai in chat, can you rate the TePe Sigeman tournament out of 10 overall? I would rate it an absolute 9.9. Amazing event, nerve-wracking games. That Magnus game against, Jorden. This
Jordan.
tiebreak between Arjun Magnus, the Yagiz Magnus game, the Arjun game versus multiple players. So exciting.
A 10 on 10 by for me. I'm not sure why you left out the point one, but I feel like surprisingly, yeah, the tournament just kept getting better and better and better. Even though it was, it felt like a not a very long event, but still, each moment was so, I think, exciting to commentate and also to watch myself as well, which was a lot of fun. And again, I'm gonna reserve this. I really think Magnus should play more. Like it
Yeah.
is so much more fun when he plays chess by. It is so much like it becomes everything becomes so much more fun.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of fun to watch this event. And of course, I mean, Magnus was always the favorite in this entire event when he came in, and this will give him a lot of confidence. Let's not forget, he gained classical rating points out of this event 1.4. Not much, but considering he's 50 or so points ahead of world number two, it's always impressive when he manages to prove himself as the GOAT every single time. And Magnus Carlsen, can anybody stop him? Maybe it's going to be Yagiz in a year from now. Maybe it's going to be somebody else. But as of now, there is absolutely no contention to his title of being the GOAT. And he has won the TePe segment tournament. Although I think kudos to Arjun for, first of all, finishing in tied first place along with Magnus. He had a great event. And also at the end, beating Magnus in one game. Not easy, Sahaj Bhai, when you have to come back in a must win game.
Absolutely, and let's not forget that insane save that Arjun made against Andy, which led to this
Hmm.
match in the first place. I mean, defeating Magnus and that save from bringing the king from all the way from G1 to take one pawn on A7 and then bringing it back to G1 with like 10 minutes on your clock or however much time it was, very, very impressive. So I think Arjun really performed well. I really think that he's, yeah, I mean, fully deserved. Fully deserved.
Can we show that moment once? I think where Arjun played Rook A5. I think just 5 moves back it was, and
In
that
this
tells you the
game?
power of
Yeah,
Blitz.
yeah, sure.
Yes, I think this was the moment. Round about here, I think Carlsen is already playing on those dark squares, and White's queen is far away from the king's side. And he basically had to play something like knight d3 and not take that a5 pawn, because if you take with the queen, there is queen d4, and if you take with the rook, there is rook c1. So he missed that. Still, I think Magnus already had started pushing here, but yeah, rook a5 was a blunder, and then Magnus just won the game in 5 moves. So what a crazy game, Sahaj bhai. I mean, मजा आ गया भाई. It was really entertaining.
It was a lot of fun, yeah. It was a lot of fun, bhai. Maza to aaya. That is for sure. Magnus, bhai, like the three games in tiebreaks, I mean, that's very good from Arjun, I think, overall. Also, Magnus
Yeah.
also defeating Yagiz in that, I haven't had time to like study that end game properly, but I feel like there's so much you can learn from it. That game that he played against, yeah. So I mean, Magnus also by OP. I mean, after playing like what 6 hour long match, he played three tie-break matches afterwards. I mean, the energy is also insane there.
True, true, true. And I think hopefully this win will give Magnus an incentive to play more classical chess. At least I'm hoping so. He's going to be back for Norway chess, by the way, in just about 18 days from now, where we'll have, of course, Magnus, Firuzja, Wesley, Gukesh, Prague. And it's going to be exciting to see that tournament, how Magnus does. Of course, he's the favorite there as well to win, but it's a double round robin. Let's see how that turns out. And I wonder if Magnus has even lost an event. Like if we look back, how far we have to go back to imagine an event that he lost. So crazy. And by the way, Gukesh is apparently winning. Chad is saying we can switch to that. Is he really still playing? Really? That
Yeah,
game is
he
still
is.
on?
It's
Oh
a
wow.
classical game, right? It was a classical game. So Gukesh still has
Yeah. Let's
59
go. Let's go.
minutes
Let's go.
right
Let's
now
go. Oh,
to
he's winning
think.
against Fabi. Let's go. Let's go to Gukesh's game. Let's finish that
Bhai,
game first.
but he has all the time. No, Fabi is very low on the clock.
It's not a class.
Looks very difficult for Fabi to hold this with
With
like
zero
one like
seconds.
if Fabi is playing on seconds, like what's the like he cannot save this, no? And Gukesh has 59 minutes. So simple.
Okay, Sarah, can we have the timer somehow? I don't even know how much time Gukesh has here. अच्छा नहीं है
Tough
क्या?
होगा
चलो
भाई.
ठीक है. We're guessing. We are guessing at this point, but congrats to Magnus Carlsen for winning
We
another
think
major
Fabi
event.
has more time. We think. That's what we can say.
This is not classical chat. Sahaj is joking because of the timer that we can see in front of us. It's a rapid game. And yeah, so Gukesh likely maintaining his record of one win, one draw, one loss on every single day.
Yeah,
Ooh,
for sure. By the way, that's a
that's
mistake. Oh, wait, sorry. Two moves have been played, Queen F1, and now the bar just shot up. He wants to take on F2, of course, but there is a couple of checks have been happening here. Very easy to calculate when you have 58 minutes on the clock, no?
yeah, yeah, yeah. And Queen F1 really doesn't do much here. The F2 pawn is attacked. You can always defend with Queen F4 at the right moment. And you can even give a bunch of checks before. So looks like okay should convert. But the thing is, we don't have an insight into how much time he has. He could have a minute or 30 seconds or 10 seconds, and then it gets very difficult. So let's see what happens. The rook right now blocked. If the rook was, let's say, could have access to the sixth and seventh ranks, I think it would be basically game over. But still no insights on the clock there.
Yeah, absolutely. Great coverage, best tournament of the year. Thank you so much for the kind words. I also think that this was maybe one of the more interesting events of this year. But of course, we have so much lined up. Besides this, there is Olympiad, there's a World Championship. I mean, and that's just the two of the ones that I'm naming right now. There's so many more, which will
And
be equally interesting.
I can see some 11-year-olds saying commentators cooked, brother. I mean, what cooked? I, I mean, watching Magnus win. We've been doing this for the last 20 years. I think it's something. The most expected thing in the world is Magnus winning an event. And it's always nice to see. I think we are proud of Arjun of winning a
Yeah.
game against Magnus. That's where the patriotic feeling comes in. But overall, glad to see Magnus win because he still proves a point that he's the GOAT by far. Nobody comes close. And the aura of beating Magnus still has the same value. So it's always nice to see Magnus win. By the way, E3 played, the rook defends the F2 pawn. So
भाई
Fabi's. Huh.
जो भी हो जाए गुकेश फाबी को मतलब he just has something against him. Yeah, Gukesh, whatever happens like at the end, Gukesh just ends up winning against Fabi. कुछ है मतलब वहाँ पर. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Would love to see their head-to-head score, but I mean, it's so many times I've seen it go. It's actually the third time that Gukesh is beating Fabi in a row right now. The last two
yeah,
times
by the
were
way,
in like 4 months ago or so.
now C5 is hanging. So, I mean, that should be the end of the game, basically. He takes the pawn. Now the knight is also hanging. So I think Fabi can resign, and there it is. He resigns with this. Gukesh maintains his record of one win, one draw, and one loss on every single day. Sahaj, by these last 3 days of covering both the events have been absolutely insane. And there it is, the winner of the TePe Sigeman Tournament. Guess who? It is the greatest player of all time, Magnus Carlsen. And Sahaj, I mean, I'm hoping we get to see Magnus play classical mode. That's the biggest, I would say, hope that I have of from Magnus winning this event.
Yeah, but we are going to see him play classical chess this month itself towards the end of it. But it's gonna be fun regardless. And yes, I would love to see bhai Magnus just कोई भी open event में आ जाओ भाई. It would be amazing because it's always fun. You always see such interesting chess, and I think that this is missing. This has been missing for such a long time. It's very nice to see. Loss, win, draw, loss, draw, win. Like this is exactly how Gokesh's each day is looking. 1.5 out of 3 each time. Go look it up. It's actually not. Yeah, there is some symmetry there. Crazy.
Yeah, all the permutations and combinations he's covering. Yeah. By the way, are we
Yeah.
live? Samay bhai? Yeah, we are live. So, chat, I think what we got disconnected for a second there, but really want to thank you all. This was the last day of the TePe Sigeman Tournament, and congrats to Magnus for winning it. Congrats to Arjun for finishing in second place. He also had a great tournament. Congrats to Nodirbek and Yagiz. Let's not forget what a beautiful game he played today, almost held against the GOAT. So, chat, tomorrow and day after, we're going to have 2 days of the GCT Poland tournament, but we'll have exclusive focus on that event because of course this event ends, and we're going to have 9 days of blitz each on both the days. So we'll have Gukesh Sindarov twice, once tomorrow, once day after. Said by how important are those two games?
No, very, but I think the most important was the one that they played because it's closer to classical. But I think Sindarov will definitely be looking to take that revenge. And I think the only way to take the revenge is he's gonna be gunning for that 2-0 win against Kukesh. So from that angle, I think it's gonna be very exciting, very entertaining.
Yep, it's going to be really exciting. So, by the way, there's a free membership pending. I do agree, chat. So, let's give out that membership, Sahaj bhai. Do you have a question that we can ask the chat? And the first person, whosoever is the first person we notice among both the channels, gets that 1 month diamond
भाई आप ही
membership. So do
पूछ
you
लो
have?
भाई.
Why push Lu?
Hmm.
Okay, let me think of a question, chat. Give me like 30 seconds, yeah?
For sure, for
It's
sure.
tough, man.
Winners ceremony. Chad. Since we are not like live there, we are actually doing it from online. So we're not going to be covering that. But yeah, I mean, we will be back though for tomorrow for GCT, and then of course there's Norway chess, of course, incoming as well, where Magnus is playing too, and Gukesh is playing as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Huge
I
respect
almost
to
have the.
Magnus. Man is the best player to ever exist. Arjun did a fantastic job as well. Exactly. I think no doubt about it. Of course, Magnus is the GOAT. No one's ever, I think, doubting that. But at the same time, you need to play him as much as possible. And I think that's great news for Arjun.
Okay, so the question is, chat. Okay, are you ready? Let us know if you're ready, chat. And Sej bhai, can you monitor the one of the chats? Which one are you monitoring?
I'll do Chesscom India, bhai.
Okay, I'll do chess 24 India. Whosoever, and the correct way to answer the question is you have to mention the answer first and space followed by your Chesscom username. Okay, so that's the way we'll do the giveaway. So I'm going to ask a question. Let us know when you're ready, chat. Just type the word ready and I'll know you're ready. Okay, I see ready. Okay, so the question is answer followed by username. How many games has, how, let me correct it. How many rapid and blitz games has Gukesh played against Sindarov available on the FIDE website? So, according to FIDE statistics, how many blitz and rapid games has Gukesh played against Sindarov?
Bye, but I don't know the answer.
It's okay. You can.
So
Answer is
what
I'm
am I
text.
monitoring then if I don't know the answer?
The answer is zero. The answer is zero, by the way. So now you can let me know the
लो
first
दे
person
भी
who.
दिया आंसर आपने किसी ने जीरो लिखा भी नहीं था भाई.
आप लिखेंगे ना भाई the first person to answer. It's okay. Which channel is this? Got it. I'm checking.
Chesscom India, I don't see. I see
So
one,
who's
but
the?
they did not write the Chesscom name.
I'm
No, sorry, the
surprised they've
Chesscom
not played
ID.
any games, by the way. Rapid and Blitz. That's crazy. So these are the first ones, yeah? They're playing.
Wow, interesting.
Okay, so do you have both the usernames, Samay bhai? Huh. So let's do one thing. We'll give out one membership to each, both on both the channels. I think we've not given out any during this tournament. So let's do that. So both the first answers on the channels get the membership. Let us know the username, Samay bhai. Who are the winners? So the winner on one of the channels is uh, Mirage 2334. That's that's the first winner. And on the Chess 24 India channel, on the FIDE website I mentioned, so automatically these games will not be on the FIDE statistics yet, right? 220 IQ.
ओ भाई वो सिर्फ अपना यू चेसकॉम का आईडी लिख के भेज रहे हैं भाई. आंसर भी तो लिखो. तरु जिसने तरुण के 49 भाई अपना आंसर भी तो लिखना ही भूल गए आप. आपने तो
Got it.
सीधा आईडी डाल दी. ये ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है
And
भाई.
And the Chess 24 India channel winner is AB95 Gaming. So I'll be sending out these two memberships. Congrats to both the winners. You'll get the 1 month diamond. And chat, we'll see you tomorrow for, of course, Gukesh versus Sindarov at the GCT Poland tournament. Thanks a lot for joining today. Thank you, Sahej Bhai, as usual, for the amazing commentary. Sahej Bhai, for literally a flawless broadcast. Nobody in the world knew how much time Arjun and Gukesh had, but we knew. Sorry, Gukesh and Fabi had, but we knew. And thank you, chat. Without you, it would not be so much fun. So we'll see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.